Chapter 1148. The Heaven Emperor's expression did not change as he silently watched that majestic sword-light break through the great earth above the royal reed sea. A handsome young man in black with a cold expression appeared in front of him. It was none other than the current Southern Exalt, Nie Jingshin. "Please wait, Heaven Emperor." The sword-light retracted as Nie Jingshin stood in mid-air, looking completely ordinary. It was just like when he had appeared in the royal reed sea during Broad Creed Mountain's opening ceremony several years ago. However, the Heaven Emperor clearly knew that this youth before him had already been extraordinary back then, and was even more so now. Seeing Nie Jingshin's appearance, the hearts of those of Broad Creed Mountain were at least half at ease. "Why has Southern Nie come to the southeast?" the Heaven Emperor asked casually. "I've been entrusted by someone to look after it for a while," Nie Jingshin said coldly. "This is to prevent some rascals from taking advantage of the situation to steal." The Heaven Emperor was not angered, as he just said mildly, "Since when did the later Earth texts become Broad Creed Mountain's private property? But it was never something that belonged to you, Big Dry Emperor," Nie Jingshin retorted. "Broad Creed Mountain's later Earth text is of little use. This humble Taoist will be able to display a much greater effect. While I dare not say that I will definitely be able to advance further, I will at least have hope of becoming a profound immortal." The Heaven Emperor gazed down at the surface of the sea. If the three sovereigns know of this, they will probably support this humble Taoist. This is beneficial to our orthodox Taoism as a whole. Heaven Emperor, even if you have 1,000 reasons, this Nie will not be able to convince this Nie. Nie Jingshin said mildly. This Nie has always helped those close to him rather than reason. Hearing his words, the Heaven Emperor finally knit his brows slightly. However, Nie Jingshin did not seem to mind. Moreover, it is hard to say whether your reason is correct or not. There is no need for words between us. At the end of the day, it is impossible for me to just watch from the sidelines because of a few words from you. Or will you just leave because of a few words from me? Southern Nie must be joking. The later Earth text is of great importance to this humble Taoist. I will naturally not let it go just like that. The Heaven Emperor shook his head lightly. Since that is so, we will indeed have to fight it out. Nie Jingshin's expression did not change as he just raised his head and looked up. "Please, Heaven Emperor." The Heaven Primordial Great Emperor nodded and strode forward, his figure rising into the sky. The great earth above his head melted, the light of day once more visible. The Heaven Emperor strode amidst space, vaguely temporarily breaking away from the world beyond worlds. Nie Jingshin rose up as well. If they went all out in their battle, it would cause too much damage to the surrounding environment. However, they didn't have to worry about this once they were in the outer realm. "Let me see how much of the Sword Emperor's legacy you have inherited." Emperor Qian raised his palm and instantly appeared in front of Nie Jingshin. His palm seemed to move 1,000 mountains, suppressing Nie Jingshin's body. In the void, there was a formless pressure that could squeeze Mount Meru into a mustard seed. Nie Jingshin watched this scene calmly. His left hand made a sword gesture, and the awakening celestial sword at his waist was unsheathed. It wasn't bright, but it was incomparably majestic. The sword light seemed to have split open the chaotic primeval universe. The chaotic earth, water, fire, and wind surged in all directions and then calmed down. Yin and Yang were separated. When the primordial world first opened, clear chi floated up and turbid chi fell. A brand new world of creation was created. The universe was opened up. In this majestic scene, the powerful concept of opening the heavens and splitting the earth was unstoppable. One sword opening the heavens, sweeping everything in its path. The surrounding pressure that trapped Nie Jingshin instantly disappeared. The majestic sword light continued forward, heading straight for the Heaven Emperor. The jade illusory heaven opening sword lives up to its reputation. Emperor Qian shifted space-time and avoided the sword light. His figure turned and didn't retreat. Instead, he instantly appeared in front of Nie Jingshin. The wide sleeve of his robe opened and enveloped Nie Jingshin. Space-time was reversed in the sleeve, creating a scene of chaos. It was the great mystique of the sleeve. Being enveloped by this mystique, Nie Jingxin felt himself become infinitely small, while the world in front of him became infinitely large. He couldn't help but be swallowed by the wide sleeve of the robe. "Open!" Nie Jingxin shouted, and the sword light suddenly changed. The majestic process of opening the heavens and splitting the earth was actually reversed at this moment, returning to the pre-celestial stage. Nie Jingxin retracted the sword light. At the same moment, it bloomed again. Another sword, the wondrous scene of opening the heavens and splitting the earth, appeared again. Even the sword sovereign at the same cultivation level can't compare to such a sword attack speed, right? Moreover, there are no signs when he attacks. In an instant, it's like the sword of a flying immortal. The Heaven Emperor had once witnessed the battle between Nie Jingxin and Qin Xianhua. He knew that Nie Jingxin was extraordinary. Not only is his cultivation speed shocking, he is also extremely strong in actual combat. Is this the profundity of the pre-celestial nascent form? However, there were some things that couldn't be seen by spectators. Only by personally experiencing it could one understand it. Nie Jingxin attacked with his sword. Graceful streams of air rushed out. As they intertwined, they vaguely condensed into a phantom. Under the shroud of the phantom, the sword light seemed to have turned into an object that seemed like a banner, yet not a banner, like an axe, yet not an axe. As the sword descended, the hazy darkness was completely split apart by the bright splendor. Boundless astral winds appeared. They were between pre-celestial and pre-celestial, warm and biting cold. Within the contradiction, there was boundless profundity and terrifying power. Where the astral winds passed, they forcibly stopped the chaotic space-time in the Heaven Emperor's sleeve. However, right after that, boundless thick earth appeared. It was also between pre-celestial and pre-celestial, as if it could support all things, but also as if it could crush and shatter the world. The usually sharp and fierce edge of the sword actually revealed a domineering aura that could crush everything. It was as if the Kunlun Mountains were collapsing. The grand heavenly Tao heavens were collapsing. Nie Jingxin's sword light seemed like it could never be destroyed, it could never be worn down, it would never weaken. As a result, it was indestructible and hard to block. Whoever dared to block, it would be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. They would definitely be crushed. The Heaven Emperor was stunned. The world in his sleeve had actually been forcibly sliced apart. The world before Nie Jingxin's eyes returned to normal. With a leap, he escaped from the area enveloped by the Heaven Emperor's sleeve. He retracted his sword light and released it again, immediately chopping towards the Heaven Emperor. This is the Jade Illusory Heaven Opening Sword. The Heaven Emperor was slightly shocked. As his thoughts raced, he decided not to dodge, purposefully taking Nie Jingxin's sword. The body of a true immortal was hard to injure in the mortal world. However, the Heaven Emperor's figure wavered from Nie Jingxin's attack. His waist even arched slightly, as if he could not bear the burden. Although the Heaven Emperor was prepared, he still felt uncomfortable. He originally wanted to rely on his advantage in cultivation to defeat his opponent with a method that would cause both sides to suffer. Therefore, as his body wavered, he still grasped the chance to counterattack Nie Jingxin. However, after Nie Jingxin's sword had failed, he immediately retracted his sword light. Streams of illusory qi interweaved, formless and formless, once again blocking the Heaven Emperor's attack. Where the sword light passed, it completely broke apart the Heaven Emperor's attack formed of immortal qi. Nie Jingxin's domineering sword opened a new path. No matter how many techniques he used, I would break them all with a single sword. The Heaven Emperor's figure shifted through space-time, temporarily pulling apart the distance between him and Nie Jingxin. True immortals are leakless. It is indeed not a lie. Nie Jingxin pointed his sword. The Heaven Emperor sized up the black-clothed youth in front of him, only speaking after a long time. Pre-celestial, eternal, never falling to post-celestial. So this is the true meaning of pre-celestial eternal, never falling to post-celestial eternal. Chapter 1149. It is not just the speed at which your true essence circulates. Your moves are also wondrous and untraceable. Looking at Nie Jingshin, the Heaven Emperor pondered for a moment before asking. Earlier heaven eternal and strengthened by vitality, your opponent is actually unable to dispel your moves. Therefore, it was like an unstoppable mountain toppling over. Those who faced this sword intent were like piled eggs, as they could only helplessly watch themselves being crushed by the mountain. The majestic, sharp jade, illusory heaven-opening sword was forcibly unleashed in an incomparably domineering manner by Nie Jingshin. Earlier heaven inextinguishable, presiding over the entire universe. Nie Jingshin said calmly, "This Nie is naturally not invincible. Those who were stronger than him to a certain extent, surpassing a certain limit, might still be able to defeat Nie Jingshin in a head-on clash. Still, the Heaven Emperor was clearly not included in this. Many people were not present, even if their cultivation bases were higher than Nie Jingshin's. The Heaven Emperor gazed at Nie Jingshin. Your comprehension of the jade, illusory heaven-opening sword far surpasses that of your fellow disciples. Let alone the profundities within, you even have your own unique understanding that is not limited to what the sword sovereign has imparted to you. Combining it with your unique earlier heaven nascent form, you have walked a path that belongs to you alone. It is not just talent. Even your comprehension ability is extraordinary, such that you are able to unleash your talent to the fullest. No wonder, Northwest Lian's words that year indeed meant that you had already surpassed Southwest by back then. When Nie Jingshin had been a mid-immortal bridge martial saint, he had once sparred with the Northwestern exalt Lian Zulin. If it had been a life and death battle, the outcome would have been unknown. Still, after the battle, the Northwestern exalt Lian Zulin had said, "Of the sword sovereign's lineage, Jingshin was number one." As these words spread, everyone had different understandings of them. Some thought that Nie Jingshin's potential was the greatest, and his future accomplishments would be the greatest. Still, with the Heaven Emperor's cultivation base and discernment ability, after personally clashing with Nie Jingshin today, he could be certain. That was actually Lian Zulin admitting that she was no match for him. If Nie Jingshin had fought to the death then, he would have already surpassed her and the Southwestern exalt by Tao. Not a disciple of the Sword Sovereign, nor a disciple of the Sword God. The Heaven Emperor looked at Nie Jingshin with a complicated gaze. This poor Taoist will say something disrespectful to His Majesty the Sword Sovereign, but I'm afraid that your future achievements will surpass his. You have walked your own path, and your future achievements will not be lower than the exalted gold luminaries at the very least. If you don't die young, as your cultivation base grows higher and higher, and this sword Tao that belongs to you becomes more and more complete and profound, your future, Heaven Emperor overpraises me. This Nie doesn't dare to accept it. Nie Jingshin stood in the air, holding his sword horizontally across his chest as he calmly looked at the Heaven Emperor. The Heaven Emperor shook his head. This humble Taoist believes that His Majesty the Sword Sovereign will have the same judgment. With his eyesight, he could naturally tell that although Nie Jingshin was going all out against him, he had not reached the point where his life was at stake. This was a young man who became stronger the stronger he was, and the more he fought, the braver he became. Of course, as a martial sage, he could not fight a true immortal to the death. When immortals descended into the mortal realm, they would definitely be invincible. The Heaven Emperor naturally had divine abilities that allowed him to casually form a formation. Still, after exchanging a few blows with Nie Jingshin, he gave up on trapping him with a formation. He had come here to attempt to retrieve the later Earth text. If he focused on controlling the formation, he might be able to trap Nie Jingshin for a longer period of time. Still, he would not have the time to retrieve the later Earth text. If he did not focus on controlling the formation, it would be like when he had battled with the female Emperor Jia Mingkong previously. Nie Jingshin would be able to charge out of the grand formation in an instant, and the Heaven Emperor would not be able to retrieve the later Earth text in such a short amount of time. While Nie Jingshin would not be able to harm him, with Nie Jingshin's interference, He would also be dreaming if he wanted to retrieve the later Earth text. The situation fell into a stalemate for a time. Kunlun's god, shocking dragon. You live up to your reputation. The Heaven Emperor let out a long sigh as his gaze completely calmed down. Still, he was not in a hurry to make a move, as he just stood silently within the air. Seeing this, Nie Jingshun raised his brows slightly. While I made an agreement with someone that it would be either Yin Di or you to tie down Broad Creed Mountain's people or Broad Creed Mountain's helpers, this humble Taoist will definitely not obstruct Southern Ye from leaving just like this, the Heaven Emperor said mildly. Nie Jingshun raised his brows. What are you trying to say, Heaven Emperor? You should have long since heard of that black-clothed Fu Jinxiu who went to the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion. The Heaven Emperor smiled. Still, you might not know this. The Earth Exalt has personally brought the Yin-Yang Earth Mountain River diagram out of Chelan Cliff. Originally, he was prepared to intercept you. Still, this humble Taoist understands what he is thinking by letting you go. It is just that he hopes to have a greater chance of success on his side. The white-clothed brocade emperor and the female emperor were both unable to make a move. Even if the Heaven Emperor was unable to fight 1 against 2, as long as Nie Jingshun did not possess the origin opening sword, he would not be in any danger. The Heaven Emperor said slowly, while it was by chance that Yin Di was not at Broad Creed Mountain, the Earth Exalt was still able to intercept him. At the end of the day, it was merely the 4 of us exchanging opponents. Meanwhile, that Snow Crane will not be able to escape this tribulation at the end of the day. At the end of the day, her cultivation base is still a little low in our eyes. Nie Jingshun gazed coldly at the Heaven Emperor. Your target is Senior Apprentice Uncle Yan's wife. That is the Earth Exalt's target, not this humble Taoist's, the Heaven Emperor said calmly. His target was naturally the later Earth text. Just like how Wang Zhengsheng had watched as Nie Jingshun went to reinforce the southeast, the Heaven Emperor did not mind Nie Jingshun going to save Xue Chuqing. The black-clothed brocade emperor had intercepted Yin Zhaoge without retreating because he wanted to make use of this chance to analyze Yin Zhaoge's Tai fist. The Heaven Emperor had nothing to ask of Nie Jingshun. The Heaven Emperor would be extremely happy for Nie Jingshun to leave this place to save Xue Chuqing. With no one obstructing him, he would have sufficient time to retrieve the later Earth text. That is why this humble Taoist said earlier that if Southern Ye wants to leave, this humble Taoist will definitely not obstruct you. The Heaven Emperor stood amidst space. It is true that the Yin father and son possess outstanding strength. Still, this humble Taoist should warn you again. Upper Chun is currently observing. It is not that there is no possibility of him making a move. With that, the Heaven Emperor spoke no more as he just stood there calmly. While he was unable to do anything to Nie Jingshun, Nie Jingshun was unable to do anything to him as well. Hearing the Heaven Emperor's words, Nie Jingshun was unmoved as he said slowly, Chelan Cliff has the Yin-Yang Earth Mountain River diagram, while my Jade Capital Crag also has the origin opening sword. At the end of the day, the Royal Reed Sea is still much further away from Jade Capital Crag than Yuanzhou City's Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion. The Heaven Emperor was silent for a moment before he said, I believe that the disciples of your lineage will not be prejudiced against one another at a time like this. After all, Yin Zhaoge and his son can be considered half a fellow disciple of yours. Nie Jingshun suddenly laughed. Heaven Emperor, you seem to have misunderstood. When I came to the southeast, I also sent a message back asking Senior Apprentice Brother not to give me the sword. The Heaven Emperor's gaze hardened slightly. If the origin opening sword is not given to me, Junior Apprentice Brother Yin and Senior Apprentice Uncle Yin would not have to worry about them, as it would be convenient for them to save others. Also, I would not have to choose between helping them save others or guarding the treasure. Nie Jingshun pointed his sword at the Heaven Emperor. Even without the origin opening sword, it is already sufficient for me to be here. The Heaven Emperor knit his brows. You are so confident in the Yin father and son. It would be very difficult, Nie Jingshun said mildly. Chapter 1150. Hearing Nie Jingshun's words, the Heaven Emperor's frown deepened. He pondered for a moment before saying, From what you say, Could it be that the Yin father and son have improved again recently? But if this humble Taoist does not remember wrongly, only 3 to 5 years have passed since they raised their cultivation bases previously. A look of surprise flickered within the Heaven Emperor's gaze. During Broad Creed Mountain's opening ceremony that year, junior apprentice brother Yin once said that one day, even if he had yet to push open the door to immortality and leave the royal reed sea and the later earth text, you would still be unable to do anything to him, Heaven Emperor. And that day is not far away. Nie Jingxin smiled. While it sounded arrogant at the time, the facts proved that he would never speak without thinking about proper matters. Now, it is time for the prophecy to come true. It will indeed only be a few years. Hearing his words, the Heaven Emperor's heart sank slightly. He turned to look in the direction of the central June Heaven territory, gazing at the horizon as he was silent for a long time. At this moment, space suddenly split apart in the eastern vast Heaven territory. A wound of the sky that overflowed with light was formed. 2 men walked out from within, one garbed in purple and the other in white. The purple-clothed man had a rather lazy expression on his face, though his gaze was filled with interest. The white-clothed man had a helpless and vexed expression on his face, as well as a look of pity. They were naturally the upper exalt Chen Qianhua and the earthly young master Chen Kuanhua. Big brother, why did you have to make a trip here? While your injuries have healed, all your previous secluded cultivation has gone to waste. The white-clothed Chen Kuanhua said helplessly, even if you wanted to come, you should have waited for Qilin Cliff to urge you to make a move first. That way, you might have a chance to obtain the heaven-opening scripture. That is not important. Chen Qianhua looked around. I discovered that I was a little too lazy earlier. Perhaps many interesting things were right in front of me, yet I neglected them. For example, even with my help in concealing the heavenly secrets, that snow crane was actually still able to detect it, thus fleeing half a step ahead. Besides that half a river diagram, this person's attainments in earlier heaven divination are also very high. This is truly a pleasant surprise. Chen Qianhua smiled. Speaking of which, there's an old saying between her and that Yin Zhaoga father and son. People who aren't from the same family don't enter the same door. Chen Kuanhua's face was filled with helplessness. Brother, if you had acted back then, that snow crane's cultivation would not have been as high as it is now. It would have been very easy to find it. That's true. Chen Qianhua suddenly understood. Isn't this considered unintentional? Not bad, not bad. In this way, life won't be so boring. It seems that I should stand by and watch more in the future. After many years, perhaps there will be more surprises. However, today, this snow crane ends here. He seemed regretful, but also indifferent. He raised his head toward the sky. Chen Qianhua's eyes flickered slightly. In the sky, streaks of originally invisible emerald light appeared and shuttled through the air. Naturally, there was a huge difference in the effectiveness of handing over the talisman to someone else to use and using it himself. Having returned to the world beyond worlds, Chen Qianhua's gaze flickered as jade-green light intermingled all over the sky. After a long time, the radiance dimmed once more, dissipating into nothingness. All right, the earth exalts, and the others don't have to worry about finding anyone now. Just tracking them is enough. There's only physical work left. Chen Qianhua smiled. His younger brother Chen Kuanhua was just about to say something when his expression suddenly changed slightly. He retrieved a talisman and lit it. The talisman burned, green smoke emanating from it which condensed into words in midair. Chen Qianhua reverted to that lazy, indifferent look of indifference. Looking at the words, Chen Kuanhua was greatly shocked. How is this possible? Huh? The purple-clothed youth's interest was piqued now as he swiveled his head and glanced at it. The words originated from the earth, Exalt Wang, Zhengsheng. He had requested Chen Qianhua to personally make a move this time. This was because the cultivation bases of Yin Zhaoga and his father had surpassed their predictions. From a news of the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion in Yuanzhou City, Yin Zhaoga's cultivation base had actually successfully advanced to the 9th level of the Martial Saint realm, the late Immortal Bridge stage. More importantly, Yin Zhaoge's strength as a ninth-level martial saint directly suppressed the black-clothed brocade emperor. While he could not be certain of Yin Di's current strength, connecting Yin Zhaoge's bizarre improvement and Yin Di's similarly rapid advancement earlier, Wang Zhengsheng discovered that he had to adjust his previous predictions. The difference in strength between the two sides had already undergone a massive change. If Chen Qianhua did not personally make a move, they might not be able to succeed this time. Oh, there really is a pleasant surprise? Chen Qianhua's gaze instantly lit up. Still, how could it be so fast? Chen Kunhua was rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied. If I remember correctly, Yin Zhaoge only attained the 8th level of the martial saint realm in the 9 underworlds over 4 years ago, right? Oh wait, his father, Yin Di, seemed to have used even less time to advance from the 8th to the 9th level of the martial saint realm. In that case, he shouldn't have. Chen Kunhua looked shockingly at his elder brother. Even in places with abundant spiritual qi like Jade, Capital Crag, Qilin Cliff, and restful Immortal Valley, it should not be possible for him to advance so quickly, right? However supreme a genius they are, however superior their environment is, there are still some things that require time to be spent on. It is impossible to be saved no matter what. He suddenly thought of something as his expression turned solemn. Could it be that this broad creed mountain grasps the thick spirit essence condensing art like us? It shouldn't be, right? The world beyond worlds should not be able to gather the foundational materials for a second set of the thick spirit essence condensing art. Who knows? Chen Qianhua said, thick spirit essence condensing art, immortal ascension stairway, 7 paths, centered mechanism, devilish divinity empowerment. There are only those few methods. Who cares about them? I only know that things are getting more and more interesting. Ha ha! Amidst his loud laughter, Chen Qianhua soared into the skies, vanishing from the spot. At the same time, someone else returned to the world beyond worlds from another wound of the sky, traversing extra-dimensional space. This person looked to be in his 30s or 40s, his temples tinged with starlight as his gaze was sharp and arrogant. It was none other than Yin Di. Not long ago, he had left Broad Creed Mountain and gone to the infinite space outside the world beyond worlds, establishing a new foreign dimension. Now that he had received news from Yin Zhaoge, he had hurried back as quickly as he could. Yin Di's gaze was bright as it had never been before, yet also icy cold. He lowered his head to look at the compass in his hand. The needle of the compass was clearly a jade hairpin, the head of which was a snow crane. The needle swayed lightly as Yin Di sped along in accordance with its direction. Now, streams of jade-green light suddenly flickered in the sky up above. Yin Di's gaze focused as he saw the needle of the compass, which had originally been rather unstable, suddenly stably pointing in a certain direction. He sucked in a deep breath, increasing his speed further as he advanced at full speed. Soon, Yin Di arrived at Fog Tea Mountain in the vicinity of where the eastern Vast Heaven Territory and the central June Heaven Territory intersected. The needle indicated that he needed to head a little further north. Yet, dim, earthen yellow light suddenly surged before him, obscuring the heavens and the earth as it formed an egg-shaped clump of light. Chapter 11:51. The oval-shaped clump of light enveloped over towards Yin Di, seeking to envelop him within. Yin Di was expressionless, not moving in the slightest. However, it was as if an invisible blade had appeared out of thin air, directly splitting the dull yellow light ball in front of him into 2 halves. The earthy yellow light scattered to both sides, revealing the figure of an old man. It was the Earth Exalt Wang Zhengsheng. He sighed and said, "This old man sincerely hopes that the problem can be solved silently. I really don't want to meet with Sectmaster Yin like this and hurt the relationship between our 2 sections. If you have anything to say, Earth Exalt, we can slowly talk about it later. Even if you do not look for this Yin will still look for you," Yin Di said coldly. "Right now, this Yin has no time to waste with you." Wang Zhengsheng slowly shook his head. Some people have made a mistake, and the one who bears the responsibility is not just him alone, but many others as well. In order to make up for his mistake, We can only do some unreasonable things. This old man cannot give way today, and I hope that Gate Master Yin can forgive me. There is no need for you to give way. A cold light shot out of Yendi's eyes. I will naturally sweep you aside. He straightened his palm like a blade and raised his arm. Then he took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of Wang Zhengsheng, slashing down with his blade. I'm not surprised that Sect Master Yin doesn't understand. But since you're already here, I'll have to offend you today. Wang Zhengsheng said as he retreated. Streaks of light suddenly flashed around his body. Amidst the radiance, everything was revealed. There were mountains, rivers, deserts, and oceans. Wang Jingqing's figure seemed to have retreated into another world. That world wasn't small and weak like an ordinary foreign dimension or a lower realm. Instead, it actually seemed as vast as another world beyond worlds as the power of dimensions surged, shockingly beginning to compress the space-time of the world beyond world from within, causing the heavens and earth where the central June heaven territory and the eastern vast heaven territory intersected to shake intensely. Yendi's saber descended, directly cleaving the heavens and earth before him into two. However, as the shattered void circulated, endless mountains and rivers were formed once again. The tall mountain roared, expanding unceasingly as though it possessed a life of its own as it surrounded Yendi. This is the yin-yang earth-mountain-river diagram. Yendi asked coldly. Although he had never seen it before, he had heard of the leakless immortal weapon that the earthly sovereign carried with him in the past. This old man has no intention of fighting with Gate Master Yin. I only hope that Gate Master Yin can stay here for a while. Amidst the towering mountains and winding rivers, Wang Zhengqing's voice rang out. As the mountains and rivers surged in reverse, they sought to draw Yendi into the diagram as well. Seeing this, Yendi did not evade as he continued forward. Earth exalt, you can't keep me here. With every step he took, the domineering and sharp aura around his body rose by a notch. In the end, Yendi's entire body was filled with light, his aura surging as even the yin-yang earth-mountain-river diagram was actually unable to obstruct him. It was as if an ancient god had awoken from its slumber. It slowly opened its eyes and stood up. Every single step he took formed an unstoppable, unchangeable, and unparalleled, imposing aura that crushed the mountains and rivers before him. The vast and boundless world seemed to crack bit by bit, and then it continued to expand. Yendi's body resembled a complete, independent, true universe that circulated on its own, completely breaking away from the starry sky of the outside world as it formed its own entity. Seeing this from within the yin-yang earth-mountain-river diagram, Wang Zhengqing's heart sunk slightly. He actually really caused all the acupoints of his entire body to break through space, seeing true divinity. The acupoints of his entire body, be they major acupoints or hidden acupoints, had all seen divinity. He was just a single step away from the immortal realm. The peak of the martial saint realm, the peak of the 10th level of the martial saint realm, a human exalt. The Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion had stirred up winds and clouds over the past 3 years, drawing the gazes of countless people. Meanwhile, Yendi, who had been quiet and kept a low profile, seldom continuing to expand in even the southern blazing heaven territory, had successfully broken through the bottleneck these past 3 years, stepping into the human exalt martial saint realm. He had slain the southern exalt Zhuang Shun at the 8th level of the martial saint realm that year. From that day onwards, everyone in the world beyond worlds had felt both anticipation and fear. They had been anticipating when Yendi would be able to step into the human exalt realm, fearful of how powerful he would be when he did so. Still, no one could have expected that this day would actually come so early that everyone had been taken by surprise. After learning of Yin Zhaoge's situation, the Earth Exalt Wang Zhengsheng had been somewhat mentally prepared for this. Still, when he truly faced it, he still felt shocked. Even the world formed of the yin-yang earth-mountain-river diagram actually appeared weak before Yendi, who was finally displaying his true strength now. The heavenly dragon saber was unsheathed, landing in Yendi's hand. Yendi did not cease in his footsteps as he brandished his saber horizontally. The heavens and the earth instantly shook simultaneously, resembling a canvas that had been neatly cut into two from the center. Mountain peaks were reduced to ash, rivers directly severed. The new waves of the river surpassed the old, the new replacing the old. For the exalted gold luminary to have a descendant like this, congratulations indeed. As the mountains and rivers shattered, Wang Zhengqing's figure reappeared as he said softly, "Sadly, fate makes fools of people." A great amount of soil suddenly appeared amidst the shattered world of mountains and rivers. The soil reconstructed the mountains and rivers, continuing to block Yendi's path. Yin Yang Earth Spirit Soil? Yendi's expression did not change as he instead asked, "I heard that the essence of the Yin-Yang Earth Mountain River diagram lies in the derivation of the Yin-Yang Earth Golden Lotus. Can you do that, Earth Exalt?" Amidst his words, he raised the saber in his hand high before chopping downwards, opening the heavens and punishing the heavens, the birth and destruction of worlds. The unstoppable saber light that resembled the changes of creation was majestic and tyrannical as it forcibly broke through the layers of soil before him. Wang Zhengqing stood at the center of the black-yellow soil, his palms moving together in a seemingly slow yet continuous manner. A supreme martial art of the earthly sovereign's direct lineage, the Nine Heavens Breath Palm, merged with the power of the Yin-Yang Earth Mountain River diagram as it met Yendi's saber. As its name suggested, the Nine Heavens Breath Palm was a supreme martial art that had finally been formed by analyzing and imitating the profundities of the Nine Heavens Breath soil. When used for defense, it would fluctuate with the enemy's attacks, changing like external enemies. You big, I big, you small, I small, it would shift and shift, tough and dense as it was invulnerable. When used for offense, thunder would be born from the palm, pressing and rubbing against the enemy as the enemy's body and soul would be extinguished. However, as Wang Zhengqing executed it now, he only defended and not attacked as he coordinated with the Yin-Yang Earth Mountain River diagram to defend against Yendi's saber. This immortal artifact was proficient in defense and trapping enemies in the first place. Now that Wang Zhengqing was wielding it, it complemented each other perfectly. Yet, Yendi ignored this completely. Regardless of what lay ahead, he chopped down with his saber, using creation as a saber to hack out a great, straight path. Where the majestic, tyrannical creation saber passed, the tough, dense, and seemingly invulnerable layers of soil before him were consecutively broken through as well. Even more soil filled in, only to be hacked apart by an even more ferocious saber light. While the thick soil was boundless, the changes of creation were even more unstoppable as the vast ocean was forcibly turned into mulberry fields, the thick soil into clouds and smoke. You are strong. I'm stronger than you. A foot-tall soil, a foot-tall saber. Chapter 1152. Yendi's saber light descended unceasingly, breaking apart the black-yellow soil formed of Wang Zhengqing's 9 heavenly breath palm and the yin-yang spirit soil. The speed at which the soil was replenished was unable to keep up with the descending speed of Yendi's saber light as it was forcibly hacked apart. Wang Zhengqing's expression was grave as he took a deep breath. While Yendi would not be able to harm the Yin-Yang Earth Mountain River diagram itself, breaking through the spiritual force of the Yin-Yang Earth Mountain River diagram might be able to harm him as its user. The instant the saber light was about to land on Wang Zhengqing's head, he suddenly put his palms together and curled his fingers into fists, forming a fist stance. Streams of black and yellow air swirled around Wang Zhengqing's body before gathering together to form an air barrier. The strongest defensive secret art of Qilin Cliff, the mysterious yellow origin returning Mother Fist. Wang Zhengqing's stance was even stronger than when he used the 9 Heavens Breath Palm to defend himself. The layers of Yin-Yang Earth Spirit Soil in the Yin-Yang Earth Mountain River diagram gathered with Wang Zheng as the center and continuously strengthened it. Although Wang Zhengqing could not nurture the Yin-Yang Golden Lotus, The power of the Yin-Yang Mountain River painting bolstered his heaven and earth origin, returning Mother Fist, immediately forming a shocking defense. At this moment, Wang Zhengsheng seemed to have transformed into the mortal world, silent and deep, and he seemed to be able to bear all pressure. The creation of the world seemed to have returned to the earliest moments after the creation of the world. The source of all things, the primordial earth, black and yellow enveloped it, untainted and unclean. Yendi's saber descended, the chi of heaven and earth overflowing as the great earth shattered unceasingly. However, Wang Zhengxing managed to receive this blow. However, at this moment, he had completely given up on attacking and focused on defending. Seeing this, Yendi instead raised his brows. Looks like you're really unable to wield the Yin-Yang Earth Mountain River diagram to produce the Golden Lotus, Earth Exalt. Is it really because you haven't pushed open the immortal door? I am ashamed. The chi of heaven and earth revolved, turning into a perfectly round sphere that floated in the air. Wang Jingxing's voice came from the sphere. The sphere was not large in size. Facing Yendi's attacks, it was even shrinking further as its power grew more and more condensed and sturdy. However, in your current state, how are you going to stop me? Yendi said mildly, without the Yin-Yang Golden Lotus, even if you brought the Yin-Yang Earth Mountain River diagram with you, so what? As he spoke, he ignored Wang Zhengsheng and continued to head north without stopping. Yendi passed by that sphere, but this time, there was only a wordless silence within the sphere. Currently, Yendi could leave as and when he wanted to. With Wang Zhengsheng fully focused on defense, he was unable to keep him occupied at all. It was not that the Wang Zhengsheng within the sphere did not want to block Yendi's path. However, the spiritual senses of this most veteran exalt martial saint of the world beyond worlds could clearly sense a trace of icy coldness hanging right above his head. It was like a real blade, and Wang Zhengsheng felt as if his skin was touching that cold blade. He did not doubt in the slightest that as long as he made the slightest strange movement and tried to pursue and obstruct him once more, causing the defenses of the heavenly yellow origin returning Mother Fist to weaken in the slightest, Yendi would immediately turn around and hack over with a saber. Those close to us feel pain, while those close to us rejoice. Fate makes fools of us. Our world beyond worlds just so happens to be embroiled in this internal conflict. I'm afraid that these old bones of mine will have to go all out today. Wang Zhengsheng heaved a long sigh in his heart, but in the end, he did not continue to defend. He retracted the mysterious yellow origin, returning Mother Fist, and once again used the Nine Heavens Breath Palm. The layers of Yin-Yang Earth Spirit soil transformed into a world of mountains and rivers once more, enveloping over towards Yendi, wanting to delay him once more and prevent him from leaving. Earth Exalt, do you think that this Yin does not dare to kill you? Yendi did not hesitate in the slightest as he turned around and hacked out with his saber. Wang Jingxing's palms faced inwards as he clapped outwards, forcibly catching the blade of Yendi's saber. There are some things that require sacrifice. Wang Zhengcheng said slowly. If others can be sacrificed, this old man will naturally be sacrificed as well. If this is fate, there is nothing that can be done about it. Where Yendi's saber passed, a domineering, vigorous saber intent hacked down madly. The yin-yang earth spirit soil that surrounded the saber light broke apart unceasingly. The cold light descended slowly yet unceasingly, getting closer and closer to the top of Wang Jingxing's head. This Yin admires the earth, exalts noble character and unquestionable integrity. Yendi said coldly, "It is just a pity that I do not agree that you hold the authority to decide who is to be sacrificed." Wang Zhengcheng shook his head. "It is not this old man's decision, nor is it my master's decision, nor is it someone's decision. Instead, it is the decision of the general trend of this era. At the end of the day, you still feel that you are the ones who can clearly see the general trend of this era, while others cannot." Yendi's expression was indifferent as he unceasingly pressed down with his saber. "Let's just say that you are right." Still, Yendi's saber shook, Wang Zhengxing's palms forcibly breaking apart. Sometimes, some things, even if I have to go against the trend, this yin will not hesitate to do so. As his saber hacked downwards, the layers of yin-yang, earth spirit soil, were completely broken apart. The earth exalt Wang Zhengqing's face was revealed beneath the shattered earth. The two stood facing each other, barely a foot away from each other. Yendi did not hesitate as he hacked downwards with his saber once more. Wang Zhengqiang executed the heaven and earth origin, returning Mother Fist. Still, in his haste, he was unable to form a perfect defense. Beneath Yendi's saber, blood immediately flowed. Protected by the yin-yang earth mountain river diagram, Wang Zhengqiang could only stagger backwards as he attempted to regroup. In the distance, spiritual qi suddenly surged, resembling the surging tides of the sea. Then, a purple-clothed youth seemingly disregarded distance as he suddenly appeared between the two of them. Yendi ignored this completely as he struck out with his saber once more. That purple-clothed youth's figure drifted indeterminately as he seemed incorporeal. Yet, where Yendi's saber light passed, his tyrannical saber intent forcibly squeezed his opponent out of the realm of incorporeal, breaking through his grand beginning bright emptiness form and causing it to turn illusory into real once more. What tyrannical saber arts! Seeing it once is better than hearing about it 100 times. The purple-clothed youth's gaze instead emitted a strange light as he extended a hand just like that. He spread his fingers apart, yin and yang circulating on his thumb, space shaking on his index finger, time flowing like water on his middle finger, myriad objects intermingling on his ring finger, and life forms flourishing on his little finger. His palm bulged slightly, resembling a small drum, whilst also resembling a human heart as it beat unceasingly, rhythmic sounds emanating from within. Hearing this sound, one's soul seemed to shake along with it. It was none other than the later Heaven 6 scriptures of the primordial heavenly scriptures being executed simultaneously. The newcomer was naturally the upper exalt, Chun Qianhua. Having already clashed with Yin Zhaoge in Ye Jingshun, I too want to see what it is like to fight you, he smiled. Chun Qianhua used his bare hands to block Yendi's creation saber, bolstering his palm with the foundation of the world as he forcibly received Yendi's creation saber. Yendi said coldly, "Scram." The foundation of the world of the Jade, clear lineage's later Heaven 6 scriptures merged as one, bearing the transformations of earlier heaven as it was most proficient in dealing with earlier heaven martial arts. Yet, Yendi's creation saber changed from earlier heaven to later heaven, from later heaven to destruction. Beneath the crushing momentum, the creation of the world was directly sent into destruction as even Chun Qianhua's foundation of the world would be unable to withstand it. Yin and yang, space, time, all things, life forms, and minds were all shattered beneath the destruction of the saber light. Chapter 1153. Yendi brandished his saber mightily, advancing with indomitable will. The saber light swept through everything in its path as it battled the strongest of the world beyond world's 10 exalts, the upper and lower exalts, within a single day. Your saber and Niejingshin's sword are so powerful, Chun Qianhua exclaimed in admiration. I really want to see how the two of you fight. Even as the foundation of the world was unceasingly broken apart by Yendi's saber light, Chun Qianhua was in no hurry. His other hand struck out towards Yendi. The palm seemed to be collapsing, and heaven and earth were overturned. It was the flipping sky seal. Yendi had cultivated in the cyclic heavenly scripture as well. However, he had mostly used it to accumulate his true essence and temper his fleshly body, absorbing a portion of its principles for his own use and infusing it into his saber arts. Yendi could also see through Chun Qianhua's cyclic heavenly seal. However, this cyclic heavenly seal of his was not aimed directly at Yendi, instead resonating with the palm of his other hand. Under the mysteries of the flipping sky seal, the foundation of the world, which had begun to collapse and was heading toward its end, actually stopped declining. Not only did it stop its decline, but the flow of spiritual qi in the foundation of the world had also reversed. Due to Yin Di's saber, the foundation of the world, which had been heading towards the end of later heaven, vaguely returned to later heaven at this moment, returning to its most primitive state. This move was similar to Yin Zhaoge's cyclic heavenly seal, executing the returning to earlier heaven variation. It could be said to be a variation of reversing later heaven. Although it wasn't as powerful as return to Khanate, it could be used to stabilize the foundation of the world and play a defensive role. Seeing this, Yin Di raised his brows slightly. His response was to strike again and continue to strengthen his attack. The incomparably domineering creation saber slashed down, and Chun Qianhua's foundation of the world immediately collapsed. Wherever the saber light went, the process of creation's transformation was almost impossible to reverse. Even if Chun Qianhua wanted to go against the flow, he would find it hard to do so. He could only watch as the vast saber light surged forward, sweeping everything in its path. Although the flipping sky seal, combined with the power of the foundation of the world, had slowed down the process, it was still not enough. However, the advance of the tide was unstoppable. No matter how slow he was, he would never stop. Chun Qianhua took a deep breath. 2 streams of air, one red and one white, spurted out from his nostrils and circulated around his body. It was the prime, clear, direct lineage's bright crimson tribulation scripture. Then, wisps of plain-colored mist emerged from the acupoints all over his body and surrounded him. Grand plainness, immeasurable body. Indy's gaze focused slightly. Chun Qianhua smiled. No need to find it strange. I exchanged my walking stick technique with that black-clothed brocade emperor. As he spoke, his figure began to become illusory. He had once again used the bright beginning body of emptiness. With the fusion of Tai Su and Tai Shi's 2 great techniques, Chun Qianhua's defensive power immediately rose rapidly. More importantly, after using the bright Crimson Calamity Sutra to temporarily replace the Taiji Yin-Yang Palm, the Heaven Flipping Seal's transformation was complete. Starting from the Heaven Flipping Seal, he went against the flow. With the Heaven Flipping Seal as a link, he went through Taiji and Tai Su to Tai Shi. Although it could not be traced back to Tai and Tai Chu, it had already traced back the scene of the creation of the heavens to the realm of concrete immaterial. With that, it was able to resist Yin Di's creation saber to a great extent. Even when the saber light finally broke through the foundation of the world and broke through, it was no longer as unrivaled as before. Chun Qianhua's multi-pronged attack seemed to be going against the will of the heavens. If my son Yin Zhaoge uses it, there might still be a chance. Yin Di was unmoved in the least. You merely have the looks. As he spoke, he raised the saber in his hand once more. Then, thousands of sabers slashed down consecutively like a thunderstorm. The domineering saber light seemed to be able to open up a world before destroying it. Numerous saber lights struck down on every single detail of Chun Qianhua's fist intent, causing him to be fatigued in dealing with them. They were both knowledgeable and proficient in many supreme martial arts. Still, the greatest difference between Yin Zhaoge and Chun Qianhua was displayed at this moment. The former was fused together while the latter accumulated and accumulated. While they usually seemed similar, it was the result of 1 + 1 = 2. Still, when Chun Qianhua executed many martial arts at the same time at a critical moment, it was hard for him to achieve complete control over the details. The various martial arts were clearly separated at the end of the day. These boundaries would become the focus of the opponent's attacks, resulting in the phenomenon of 1 + 1 being less than 2. Meanwhile, under the same circumstances, Yin Zhaoge was instead 1 + 1 being more than 2. Of course, in order to make use of this, one's cultivation base could not be lower than Chun Qianhua's. How many people in the entire world beyond worlds dare to say that Chun Qianhua only had the looks? Meanwhile, Yin Di could not be clearer about this, as he was also better at making use of it than others. It's really hard to restrain and block your saber. A rare look of defeat appeared on Chun Qianhua's face as he seemed dissatisfied with his own performance. Since that is the case, I can only meet your attacks with attacks. Amidst his words, his figure abruptly spun. As he executed the jade, clear lineages, spatial heavenly scripture, aeon light heavenly scripture, and the grand clear grand beginning bright emptiness form, Chen Qianhua's figure began to turn indistinct at times. After abandoning the foundation of the world and no longer focusing solely on defense, Chen Qianhua began to unleash the miraculous effects of the spatial heavenly scripture, aeon light heavenly scripture, and other supreme martial arts on their own, their power increasingly manifesting. His entire person became agile and swift as he no longer attempted to forcibly block Yin Di's saber head-on, as he instead began attacking Yin Di from various angles, clashing with him. Yin Di's expression did not change as his condensed saber light began to expand, shattering the sky. Both sides gradually left the world beyond worlds, their battlefield extending into extra-dimensional space. Space grew vast, but Yin Di's saber light was even more majestic as it seemed to occupy the entire surrounding space. Ever since he had started cultivating in martial arts, he had never been afraid of clashing head-on with others. Moreover, he now possessed the grand simplicity splendor cloud. This treasure that had accompanied him for life grew more profound and powerful as his cultivation base increased. The pervading starry clouds seemed to bloom as they hovered above Yin Di's head. Whether it was the cyclic heavenly seal, the scepter, the bright crimson divine palm, or the grand beginning bright emptiness form, all of Chen Qianhua's attacks were dissipated into nothingness as they landed on the grand simplicity splendor cloud. This even made Chen Qianhua feel like he was facing off against leakless true immortals like the Heaven Emperor and the Encompassing Emperor. Still, the more this was so, the more his interest was stimulated. After testing out Yin Di's attacks, Chen Qianhua wanted to see if he could break through the defenses of the grand simplicity splendor cloud. Yin Di looked coldly at Chen Qianhua. Whether Chen Qianhua used the heavenly heart ruler or not, it would not affect Yin Di's full power. He had no interest in knowing what Chen Qianhua was thinking, nor did he have any obligation to cooperate. He was in a rush to save someone, a life at stake. If someone was playing this game for fun, he would let them know that this was a game that they could not afford to play. Yin Di's thoughts were very simple. He would sweep away all obstacles that dared stand in his way. After gradually familiarizing himself with the rhythm of Chen Qianhua's shifting of space, the light of thunder abruptly surged on the tip of Yin Di's saber. Chapter 1154. Yin Di brandished his saber, the light of thunder on its blade rippling outwards, causing the surrounding space to shake as well. Wherever the ripple like lightning went, space seemed to be completely frozen. Even with Chen Qianhua's cultivation, his movements were immediately hindered and slowed down. Void spatial thunder? Chen Qianhua immediately reacted. Back in the 9 underworlds, Yin Zhaoge had collected a portion of the thunderclouds of the grand illusory spatial thunder and brought it back to the world beyond worlds. Yin Di's mastery of grand illusory spatial thunder stemmed from this. Still, didn't Yin Zhaoge tell you about it? Chen Qianhua did not mind. I also gained something from that grand illusory spatial thunder. As he spoke, lightning surged from his body, forming a bubble-like existence. As soon as the bubble appeared, Chen Qianhua was able to move freely again. Yin Di seemed unconcerned about this. He only stared coldly at Chen Qianhua. At the same time, the torrential saber intent was getting stronger and stronger. Chen Qianhua's gaze lit up slightly. Still, due to the grand simplicity splendor cloud, he was unable to see through Yin Di's intentions. On the other side, a bad premonition rose in the heart of the earth exalt, Wang Zhengsheng. After Chen Qianhua had clashed with Yin Di, Wang Zhengsheng had retreated to the side. To him, he did not necessarily have to defeat Yin Di in this battle. All he had to do was delay Yin Di here. If not for Yin Di constantly suppressing Chen Qianhua, Wang Zhengsheng would actually be more willing to go block Yin Zhaoge, who was suppressing the black-clothed brocade emperor, or would just go look for Xue Chuqing directly. Yet, Yin Di's actions before him caused his heart to palpitate. Numerous arcs of thunder overlapped space as they condensed on Yendi's saber, actually vaguely forming an even sharper saber. Then, Yendi drew out his saber, drawing the heavenly dragon saber from within that saber of thunderbolts. Then, he put it away. Yendi's movements resembled drawing a saber from its scabbard. However, when this scene entered the eyes of the two supreme beings, it actually produced the same type of strange feeling. It was as if the heavenly dragon saber was the scabbard. The formless blade that stood in the void without dispersing was the real blade. The surface of the heavenly dragon saber that Yendi had kept was currently riddled with numerous fine cracks. Chen Shangfang's attack did not land on his blade. Wang Jingxing's heart skipped a beat. These scars were all caused by his own blade intent. Wait, could it be? Wang Zhengsheng was horrified. Chun Qianhua's eyes shone as he stared at Yendi. Is this your true saber? Yendi did not answer as he made a grabbing motion with his empty hand, catching that formless saber formed of thunderbolts. In an instant, boundless radiance burst forth from the formless blade, illuminating the surrounding dark void. Then, Yendi raised his lightsaber. Then it slashed down. Like a heavenly tribulation, the blade slashed towards Chun Qianhua. Chun Qianhua felt that no matter how he moved, he would not be able to avoid this strike. Still, he had not intended to evade in the first place, as he instead took the initiative to meet it, golden flames surging within his palms as he struck out towards Yendi. The innately fire-divine palm landed on the Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud, and finally, the Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud trembled and even weakened. But in the end, it did not pierce through the Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud. Meanwhile, that saber of light had already arrived above Chun Qianhua's head. The saber was like the unstoppable momentum of the heavens and the earth. Also, it was different from Yendi's saber intent in the past. Creation went from creation to destruction, its momentum unstoppable as it was originally already an irreversible process. Even as Yendi's saber manifested this process, it was shockingly pushing forward unceasingly, accelerating this process unceasingly. It made it faster, fiercer, more tyrannical, more unstoppable. Creation's saber, instantaneous heaven annihilation. Chun Qianhua inhaled deeply, executing the grand plainness, immeasurable body, and the grand beginning bright emptiness formed together to buy time. His left hand manifested the profundities of the spatial heavenly scripture, while his right hand manifested the aeon light heavenly scripture. Grand illusory spatial thunder surrounded him as he exerted his final effort, finally allowing him to shift through space, barely avoiding his vitals. Even so, however, Yendi's saber light still heavily hacked down on his body. Fresh blood instantly filled the air. Chun Qianhua was sent flying backwards, a saber wound running from his right shoulder to his left waist, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. Such saber intent and saber arts. Wang Zhengsheng was shocked as he watched this scene. Cough, 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 cough. It's true that those who are not of the same family are not of the same family. Chun Qianhua instead smiled, even looking rather joyful. Battling with those of similar cultivation bases, it was only when I fought with Yin Zhaoge last time that my injuries were worse than today's. Cough, cough. Boosted by the foundation of the world alone, Chun Qianhua discovered that his injuries were recovering at a much slower rate than he had expected. The remnant saber intent of Yendi's creation saber suppressed his foundation of the world to a certain extent. He simultaneously unleashed multiple pre-celestial supreme martial arts. Only with the combination of pre-celestial and post-celestial supreme martial arts could the foundation of the world exert its effects, causing Chun Qianhua's injuries to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. I still couldn't break through your grand simplicity, Splendor Cloud. Chun Qianhua felt rather regretful about something else now. I really feel rather regretful now that I don't know the heaven-opening scripture. Wang Zhengsheng dared not hesitate as he hurriedly stepped forward, standing between the two. Chun Qianhua possessed the foundation of the world. If he did not die from a single blow, there would still be hope for him to recover. Still, it would be impossible for him to do so in a single stroke. It was just that Wang Zhengsheng had no confidence in facing Yin Di's saber earlier. The saber of light in Yin Di's hand dissipated, returning to formlessness. After glancing coldly at Chen Qianhua and Wang Zhengsheng, Yin Di did not linger as he headed north. He was still concerned about Xue Chuqing at the end of the day. Her life was at stake, as every second counted. Wang Zhengsheng, Chen Qianhua, the black-clothed brocade emperor, and the heaven emperor aside. The other side definitely still had people dealing with Xue Chuqing. Looking at Yin Di's departing figure, Wang Zhengsheng inhaled deeply, preparing to follow. While Yin Di's saber had left him incomparably shocked, Wang Zhengsheng had to do his best to delay Yin Di for the sake of his plan, even if his life was at risk. You can chase after him. He is likely unable to consecutively unleash that saber earlier. Chen Qianhua chuckled. Still, I cannot say for sure how long the interval will be. Wang Zhengsheng looked at Chen Qianhua. Upper Exalt, I've already had my fill today. The Yin father and son are indeed extraordinary. Before the other party could finish speaking, Chen Qianhua chortled as he drifted off into the distance. Wang Zhengsheng sighed towards the heavens. Now, he suddenly sensed something. Swiveling his head in another direction, he saw infinite radiance suddenly surging amidst space. Amidst the radiance, two figures were entangled as they approached the battlefield. They were none other than Yin Zhaoge and the black-clothed brocade emperor. While he was unable to shake off the black-clothed brocade emperor, the latter was still unable to truly obstruct Yin Zhaoge at the end of the day, as he could only slow him down. The two fought as they moved. Fog Tea Mountain was not far from the central June Heaven territory in the first place, as they had already reached this region as they clashed. Seeing this, Wang Zhengqing's heart sank even further. Chapter 1155. Yin Zhaoge's cyclic heavenly seal descended, forcing the black-clothed brocade emperor into retreat once more. Then, he swept his gaze across the vast void before him. Creation's saber, the foundation of the world. With the great battle having just ended earlier, there were still remnants of auras in the air that Yin Zhaoge could barely distinguish. It looks like you were unable to keep my father here. Yin Zhaoge gazed at the earth, exalt Wang Zhengsheng. What about Upper Chen? Did he go after my father? Wang Zhengsheng sighed. Without saying a word, he prepared to head north as well. Yin Zhaoge's figure flickered as he had already intercepted him. Since the Earth Exalt did not manage to keep my father here, this Yin will have to ask the Earth Exalt to stay. Since his father had successfully broken through the encirclement first, Yin Zhaoge was no longer in a rush. On the contrary, if she could obstruct both the black-clothed brocade emperor and the Earth Exalt Wang Zhengsheng here, there would be fewer variables on Yin Di's side, and Xue Chuqing's situation would be safer as well. I have already done my best. Please forgive me, Earth Exalt. The black-clothed brocade emperor's expression was as calm as ever, just that his gaze that was on Yin Zhaoge was filled with caution and solemnity. You are too polite, your majesty. It was this old man who had miscalculated. I had not thought that my opponent cultivation base would actually soar once more in just a few short years. Wang Zhengsheng first nodded towards the black-clothed brocade emperor in greeting before swiveling his head to look at Yin Zhaoge with a complex expression on his face. The father and son of the Yin family are both fallen deities. Yin Nanfang's words are definitely not an exaggeration. After the great calamity, it is truly a joyous matter for our Taoism to have produced talents like you and your father. What a pity, what a pity. If your father had not married the snow crane back then, if the fallen deity had not become the successor of the dim radiant emperor that day, it would have been great. His hands behind his back, Yin Zhaoge said quietly, Elder Wang's words now are rather meaningless. You are right. Exile the mortal. This old man is just lamenting that fate makes fools of people. Dim radiance, and Hu Tongming have left behind endless evil. Wang Zhengsheng sighed. Whatever you say, Elder Wang, Yin Zhaoge said nonchalantly. Anyway, this Yin will still do whatever I have to do. For example, I really want to kill you right now. Yin Zhaoga's tone was very relaxed, but the killing intent contained within was bone-piercing cold, not concealed in the slightest. The Earth Exalt Wang Zhengsheng had lived for thousands of years and had experienced countless storms and waves in his life, facing countless life and death situations. However, this was the first time Wang Zhengsheng encountered a young man who was less than a fraction of his age, saying that he wanted to kill him. The crux of the matter was that while the other party was only a late immortal bridge martial saint, but Wang Zhengsheng also had to admit that this was not a bluff, but a real death threat. Just looking at how even the black-clothed brocade emperor had actually been unable to defeat Yin Zhaoga, Wang Zhengsheng knew that even with the yin-yang Earth Mountain River diagram, as long as he was the slightest bit careless, he might still be slain by Yin Zhaoga on the spot. Does the Earth Exalt think that we father and son are easy to bully? Yin Zhaoga gazed coldly at Wang Zhengsheng. Wang Zhengsheng shook his head. I wouldn't dare. In his plan, it would be best to hide it from Yin Zhaoga and Yin Di, soundlessly killing Xue Chuqing and erasing her from the face of this world. After that, no one knew what had happened to Xue Chuqing. As a result, Yin Zhaoga and Yin Di still believed that Xue Chuqing's whereabouts were unknown as she wandered about. Finding Xue Chuqing would not be easy as a disturbance was bound to be caused. Wang Zhengsheng and the others also knew that Yin Zhaoga and Yin Di were also searching for someone, as they would definitely react to the disturbance. Therefore, they had hoped to make use of the disturbances in the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion and the Royal Reed Sea to draw the attention of Yin Zhaoga and the others before launching a diversionary attack. Sadly, Yin Zhaoga and the others had reacted very quickly. Also, surpassing Wang Zhengsheng's expectations was that the other side's strength had improved by leaps and bounds within a short period of time, such that they were instead lacking in manpower as they were unable to continue. While Wang Zhengsheng had yet to give up, there were already signs of failure on the verge of success. Amid space, Wang Zhengsheng still could not help but look towards the world beyond worlds before him as his heart burned with anxiety. Where are you looking, Earth Exalt? Yin Zhaoga's figure suddenly filled his field of vision. The next moment, a palm descended from the heavens. Wang Zhengsheng took a deep breath, and a powerful force suddenly erupted from his aged body. He assumed a fist stance with his left hand, sinking it into his dantian before clenching the fingers of his right hand into a fist and punching upwards. Beneath this fist, numerous graceful streams of qi surged from the acupoints of his entire body, intermingling as they vaguely condensed into an illusory figure. Enveloped by the illusory figure, Wang Zhengqing's fist seemed to have transformed into an object that resembled a banner, whilst also an axe. Where the force of his fist passed, dim space broke apart, emitting bright light as boundless thick earth appeared that was between earlier and later heaven. At this moment, it was not that the sky was collapsing. Instead, it was that the great earth was rising. The thick great earth rose unceasingly, rising as high as the heavens, conforming with the heavens, as it even seemed like it wanted to shatter the very heavens. Qilin Cliff's direct lineage martial art, yin-yang earth heaven-breaking hammer. Wang Zhengsheng was a conservative and prudent person. When he had clashed with Yin Di earlier, it had only been to obstruct him. Therefore, he had fought extremely conservatively as he had been focused on delaying for time. Now that he was facing Yin Zhaoga, the position of the intruder and obstructor having been swapped, this most veteran martial saint of the world beyond worlds could no longer be bothered with maintaining his composure as he directly unleashed his most powerful killing move. The yin-yang Earth Mountain River diagram expanded, numerous layers of yin-yang Earth Spirit soil enveloping it, combining with the great earth formed of Wang Zhengqing's fist intent and true essence as its power increased exponentially, becoming heavy to the point of being incomparably heavy. Bolstered by an immortal artifact, this fist of Wang Zhengqing's was something that even emperors would have to take seriously. Yet, Yin Zhaoga ignored it as he mightily smashed downwards with a cyclic heavenly seal. As the two sides collided, it was like the heavens and the earth one sinking while the other rising as they approached each other before mightily colliding. This is reversing creation. Wang Zhengqing's expression changed. Martial saints can execute the reversing creation of the cyclic heavenly seal. The collision of the heavens and the earth shockingly ended with the heavens crushing the earth. Of the jade, clear, direct lineage's earlier heaven 3 scriptures, the heaven-opening scripture possessed the greatest offensive power as it surpassed the cyclic heavenly scripture by a level. The yin-yang earth heaven-breaking hammer of the lineage of the earthly sovereigns Qilin Cliff originated from the yin-yang earth heaven-opening art. It was a manifestation of the heaven-opening scripture of the earth, water, fire, and wind, developing its own style as it flourished. Still, the superiority of martial arts was one aspect. There were also differences in the people who executed them. Yin Zhaoge's attainments in the cyclic heavenly seal were so great that even many immortal realm experts would be hard-pressed to reach him. Having already cultivated in this supreme martial art to an extremely high level, he was naturally able to unleash a terrifying might that far surpassed the imagination of martial practitioners of the same cultivation level. Even the earth exalt Wang Zhengsheng, who had been immersed in the yin-yang earth heaven-breaking hammer for many years, was hard-pressed to withstand the might of Yin Zhaoge's cyclic heavenly seal now. The great earth shattered unceasingly, while the sky continued collapsing downwards. Seeing this, the black-clothed brocade emperor's gaze flickered slightly as he drifted over to Yin Zhaoge's side before tapping out with a finger. Huh! Yin Zhaoge exhaled and roared, his right hand not moving as he raised his left hand, executing an identical cyclic heavenly seal as he met the brocade emperor's grand commencement divine finger. Chapter 1156. Yin Zhaoge struck out with both his hands, simultaneously striking out with the cyclic heavenly seals, forcibly clashing against the black-clothed brocade emperor and the earth exalt Wang Zhengsheng. On one side was the grand, clear, direct lineage's grand primordial divine finger, one of the grand cosmos' 5 manifestations. It was formless, shapeless, and boundlessly graceful. On one side was the jade, clear lineage's supreme martial art, the yin-yang earth heaven-breaking hammer of the Qilin Cliff. It was forceful, tyrannical, and earth-shattering. Yin Zhaoge was currently fighting 1 against 2 with his cultivation base at the 9th level of the martial saint realm. His body swayed slightly at first, but soon yin and yang energies intertwined and circulated above his head. As the great Tao of yin and yang shifted, the black-clothed brocade emperor and Wang Zhengsheng simultaneously felt their attacks being affected. Yin-yang heavenly scroll. Wang Zhengsheng and Yi Zichen realized the problem at the same time. Yin Zhaoge, who possessed the yin-yang heavenly scripture and had great attainments in it, did not fear being ganged up on. Unless there was a way to decipher the mysteries of the yin-yang heavenly book, or if there was someone among the enemies who was clearly stronger than him and could draw most of his attention. Yin and yang above Yin Zhaoge's head, Taiji beneath his feet as he abruptly spun with himself as the axis. As he executed the yin-yang heavenly scripture and the Taiji yin-yang palm together, the concept of the cyclic heavenly scripture was also merged by Yin Zhaoge. This rotation reversed the universe as it shockingly guided Wang Zhengsheng's yin-yang earth heaven-breaking hammer towards the black-clothed brocade emperor. Meanwhile, the black-clothed brocade emperor's grand commencement divine finger pointed towards Wang Zhengsheng and the yin-yang earth mountain river diagram. With the cultivation bases of the brocade emperor and Wang Zhengsheng, they would naturally not be used against them. But at this moment, their attacks were clearly biased towards each other. It was not a deviation in direction, but a deviation in logic. It was as if their earlier attack on Yin Zhaoge had actually been a facade, their true targets having originally been prepared to attack each other. Everything that was happening now was just a facade being stripped away and returning to reality. If they wanted to change this, the black-clothed brocade emperor and Wang Zhengsheng could only retract their attacks, halting halfway through. However, the black-clothed brocade emperor's expression was calm as he remained unmoved. He just so happened to be someone who had a way to resolve the mysteries of the yin-yang heavenly scripture. He used the grand primordium divine finger with one hand, while the yin and yang fishes hugged each other in the center of his other palm, turning into a Tai Chi diagram that spun rapidly. Bolstered by the true intent of the Taiji yin-yang palm, the black-clothed brocade emperor's grand commencement divine finger instantly broke free of the influence of the profundities of Yin Zhaoge's yin-yang heavenly scripture, pointing towards him once more. On the other side, the earth exalt Wang Zhengsheng took a deep breath. His left fist, which was at his waist, could not be bothered to defend himself. He struck upwards with a backhand palm. It was also the flipping sky seal. While his attainments were not as deep as Yin Zhaoge's, Wang Zhengsheng did not expect his cyclic heavenly seal to defeat Yin Zhaoge's cyclic heavenly seal. He wanted to deal with Yin Zhaoge's palm force from the side, helping to relieve some of the burden of executing the yin-yang earth-heaven breaking hammer with his other hand. Open. Yin Zhaoge was unafraid as he abruptly changed his stance. Light and darkness were separated. The darkness melted away, and light shone brightly. In the next moment, the light shattered, and the great Tao no longer existed. Its powerful destructive power forcibly shattered the black and white Taiji diagram formed of the black-clothed brocade emperor's Taiji yin-yang palm, smashing apart the heavy earth created by Wang Zhengsheng's yin-yang earth-heaven breaking hammer. Both of them frowned. What a violent fist technique! The black-clothed brocade emperor retracted his move. The grand commencement divine finger could be used both offensively and defensively as it met and blocked Yin Zhaoge's fist. The figure of the earth, exalt Wang Zhengsheng, sank completely within the dense yin-yang earth-spirit soil, as he once more executed the heaven-earth origin returning mother fist to resist Yin Zhaoge's attacks. Having gained the initiative with a single move, Yin Zhaoge roared towards the heavens, changing his stance once more. He simultaneously raised his hands, a sword appearing within each of them. The cloud circulating heavenly light soared on one side, and the evil sword Tao Dai on the other. The next moment, the two swords simultaneously descended, chopping towards the black-clothed brocade emperor and Wang Zhengsheng respectively. Streams of true essence surged above Yin Zhaoge's head, yin and yang intermingling as the turtle and snake coiled, tough and soft coexisting. The true spirit of true martial manifested, suppressing the many heavens. The avatars of true martial also condensed on the tips of Yin Zhaoge's swords. The next moment, blood spilled from true martial. Countless ferocious sword lights shot out from the bodies of the two Xuanwu tortoises, transforming into sharp flashes of light as they hacked towards Yin Zhaoge's two opponents. This sword art, the black-clothed brocade emperor, immediately discovered something unusual. He had previously seen Yin Zhaoge's slaying Azure Dragon. Yin Zhaoge had integrated some of the profundities of the immortal exterminating sword into his slaying Azure Dragon back then as well. Now, however, it was a sword art that was completely executed by the immortal exterminating sword. The yin-yang heavenly scripture of the jade, clear lineage nourished the image of the turtle and snake coiling Xuanwu formed of the Xuanwu fist scripture before slaying the Xuanwu with the immortal exterminating sword, collapsing yin and yang as it broke through various principles. While referencing the swords of the prime clear lineage, the sword arts of the prime clear lineage were not externally manifested, as they were instead converted into supreme martial arts of the jade clear and grand clear lineage, as swords that broke through all arts. It was not brutal and decisive like the slaying Azure Dragon, which slaughtered all life forms. Still, it was more proficient in attacking, as it specifically targeted opponents with strong defenses. As his fingertip clashed with the tip of the cloud, circulating heavenly light sword, the black-clothed brocade emperor emitted a muffled groan as he stumbled backwards. While he was still uninjured, radiance flickered on the tip of his index finger, which had forcibly received Yin Zhaoge's sword earlier, circulating unceasingly as it was hard to condense. With just a thought, the black-clothed brocade emperor actually felt as though he was unable to unleash the grand commencement divine finger for the time being. Meanwhile, the evil sword Taodai was devouring the yin-yang earth spirit soil on a large scale as its sharp slaying Xuanwu sword broke through the layers of soil, arriving directly before the earth, exalt Wang Zhengcheng. Beneath that sword, if not for the timely protection of the yin-yang earth mountain river diagram, Wang Zhengcheng's forehead would very nearly have been pierced through by Yin Zhaoga's sword. The two experts surrounding Yin Zhaoga roared in unison as they both retreated to the side. They stabilized their footing, gazing at Yin Zhaoga as they both felt heavy-hearted. If one were to say that Yin Di, Nie Jingxin, and Chun Xianhua were all shockingly talented, being able to resist true immortals as human exalts, then how could one describe the terrifying might of Yin Zhaoga, who was merely a 9th-level martial saint? In this clash, just now, Yin Zhaoga had no longer relied on the yin-yang heavenly scripture to teleport, as he had instead forcibly repelled the two of them in a head-on clash. Even though his sword arts were supreme and profound, how much accumulated true essence would he have to have been able to sustain him in executing such a powerful attack, simultaneously clashing head-on with two experts? Even though the black-clothed brocade emperor and the earth exalt Wang Zhengcheng were knowledgeable and experienced, they still found it hard to comprehend this at this moment. Cyclic heavenly scripture, life creation heavenly scripture, yin-yang heavenly scripture, taiji yin-yang palm. Even with the grand plainness immeasurable body and the grand beginning bright emptiness form, they would still be unable to sustain his expenditure like this. The two looked at Yin Zhaoga with inconceivable expressions. How did he do it? Yin Zhaoga exhaled slowly after simultaneously repelling the two experts with his two swords. His aura was black and white as it flowed in an endless stream. As he inhaled and exhaled, his aura flowed far and wide as it rapidly recovered to its peak state. He pointed his sword towards the two opponents before him. While he did not say anything, his meaning was clear. The black-clothed brocade emperor and Wang Zhengcheng glared at Yin Zhaoga. Now, in the distant world beyond worlds, a distortion suddenly occurred at the edge of the boundaries of the world. A tyrannical, majestic saber light passed through the power of dimensions as it virtually seemed about to transmit into extra-dimensional space. Accompanying, it was a dense chi of blood and death. Yin Zhaoga did not look back as he said slowly, "This is the second human exalt to perish beneath my father's saber." Chapter 11:57. Feeling that resolute killing intent and the scattered death chi amid space, a shocking glow erupted from the gaze of the earth, exalt Wang Zhengcheng. He gazed at the gradually healing boundaries of the world beyond worlds, gazing at that gradually fading saber light and feeling that withering life force, not speaking for a long time. Wang Zhengcheng clearly knew that Yin Zhaoga was not bluffing. Instead, another human exalt had truly been slain by Yin Di after the southern exalt Zhuang Shun. Having just clashed with Yin Di, Wang Zhengcheng would definitely not be mistaken about that majestic, tyrannical saber light. This saber had already declared that today's matters had come to an end. It was just that had their scheme succeeded or not. Had Yin Di rushed to kill Xue Chuqing before she died, saving his wife? Or had he been a step too late, helplessly killing to vent his anger? So, it is the Eastern Exalt, Taoist, one heaven. Yin Zhaoga said mildly, after Zhuang Shun perished. Other than Upper Chun and you, the Earth Exalt, there is only Taoist, one heaven who cultivates in the longevity martial scripture who could still possess such dense, vigorous life force. He gazed at Wang Zhengcheng. Did my mother's master perish because of Taoist, one heaven? Wang Zhengcheng was silent as his gaze shifted between Yin Zhaoga and the distant world beyond worlds. After a while, he shook his head. Since the outcome had already been decided, there was no longer a need for him to continue battling Yin Zhaoga. Taoist, one heaven had perished, Xue Chuqing dead or alive. Yin Di had already arrived now. Even if Wang Zhengcheng chased after him, he had no confidence of being able to do anything against Yin Di's saber. The reason he had been able to persuade the black-clothed brocade emperor to act aside from a deal was that he himself hoped to analyze the Tai fist through clashing with Yin Zhaoge. Therefore, the black-clothed brocade emperor would only be fighting Yin Zhaoge this time. He would not participate in fighting anyone else. Wang Jingqing's greatest regret now was that he had been too conservative earlier. He had sought too much stability in intercepting Yin Di earlier. Opening the heavens countered Tai. Bolstered by the Yin-Yang Earth-Mountain River diagram, Wang Jingqing's Yin-Yang Earth-Heaven-breaking hammer could instead pose a threat to Yin Di. In a one-on-one battle, he only wanted to delay and entangle his opponent. On the other hand, it was true that he rarely had the opportunity to take the initiative to attack. After the upper exalt Chen Qianhua had arrived, the most suitable method was actually for him, Wang Zhengsheng, to be the main attacker while Chen Qianhua was the main defender, the two of them joining forces to deal with Yin Di. While it was not easy for Chen Qianhua's foundation of the world to block Yin Di's saber, when he executed his various defensive supreme arts and focused on defense, he was still able to deal with Wang Zhengsheng somewhat. Wang Zhengsheng would be able to make use of this chance to attack. Unfortunately, Wang Zhengsheng was too conservative. Moreover, he did not know Chen Qianhua well enough. He did not expect that Chen Qianhua would not use his immortal artifact, the Heavenly Heart Ruler, from the start to the end. Instead, Chen Qianhua just left like that. Through his observation of this battle, Wang Zhengsheng felt that Chen Qianhua would probably not mind him joining forces to attack Yin Di. After understanding all of this, Wang Zhengsheng could only regret it. Now that things had come to this, even if he had other ideas, he was powerless. As these thoughts flashed through the black-clothed brocade emperor's mind, he had already understood the situation as he guessed Wang Zhengsheng's intentions. For a moment, he was caught in a dilemma, and his heart was constantly deliberating. Now, a powerful light suddenly surged into existence in the distant world beyond worlds. Close to where the three were clashing, sword chi shot into the heavens from the world beyond worlds, directly breaking through dimensional boundaries as it arrived in extra-dimensional space where they were. Feeling that sword intent that surged to the heavens, a shocking glow erupted from the eyes of the black-clothed brocade emperor and Wang Zhengsheng. A sword light that seemed like it could open up a whole new world shot out of the world beyond worlds, cleaving through space. Where the sword light passed, numerous worlds were actually birthed from amidst the space of nothingness. Numerous small foreign dimensions that resembled bubbles appeared amid space just like that, forming a line as they arrived before the three. While these foreign dimensions were still extremely primitive and crude, they had already begun to take shape. After a long period of time, they might possess their own independent laws, evolving into life, mountains, rivers, and lakes. Looking at that sword light, while this was the first time Yin Zhaoge was personally witnessing it, he knew its origins. It was precisely the origin opening sword, the leakless immortal artifact that the sword sovereign Yu Jinbei had once used, the origin opening sword. Wang Pu had indeed sent this sword over to Yin Zhaoge. The black-clothed brocade emperor's figure rapidly descended, meeting the incoming sword light as he wanted to obstruct it midway. No communication was required as the earth exalt Wang Zhengsheng blocked Yin Zhaoge at the same time. The spiritual force of the Yin-Yang Earth-Mountain River diagram was stimulated to the limits of what Wang Zhengsheng could control. Numerous layers of Yin-Yang Earth-Spirit soil agglomerated, transforming into continuous mountains. At first glance, it actually seemed like the entire Kunlun Mountain had been shifted outside of the world beyond worlds into this region of space. The earlier clash had already allowed them to sufficiently witness Yin Zhaoge's strength. If the origin opening sword were to fall into Yin Zhaoge's hands now, it would definitely rise to an incomparably terrifying level. Even though Yin Zhaoge was not of Jade Capital Crag's lineage, this being his first time coming into contact with the origin opening sword. Still, with his cultivation base and attainments in the Tao of the sword, if he were to obtain the origin opening sword, neither the black-clothed brocade emperor nor Wang Zhengsheng would have an easy time. The origin opening sword had to be intercepted. If they could temporarily snatch the origin opening sword, even if they were unable to use it, it would still be better than if it had fallen into Yin Zhaoge's hands. As soon as he saw the sword light of the origin opening sword, Yin Zhaoge's figure immediately descended, meeting it. Yin Zhaoge did not evade Wang Zhongqing's obstruction. The dazzling purple light of thunder instead erupted from within his pupils. An instant's thunder. All light abruptly dimmed amidst space for an instant. There were only thunderbolts that shocked the heavens, which mightily erupted at this instant. Yin Zhaoge's entire body was enveloped by thunderbolts as he transformed into a streak of thunder, mightily descending, piercing through the mountains and the great earth that obstructed him. The radiance did not cease in its momentum as it pursued the black-clothed brocade emperor. The black-clothed brocade emperor did not halt as he expanded the grand, beginning bright emptiness form, shifting space as he first arrived beside the origin opening sword. Relying on his leakless, true, immortal body, he attempted to forcibly receive Yin Zhaoge's blow as he still persisted in grabbing towards the origin opening sword. Yet, red light flickered within Yin Zhaoge's eyes as he secretly circulated the profundities of the immortal trapping sword manual, instantly arriving beside the black-clothed brocade emperor. Then, a heavy cyclic heavenly seal descended, directly sending the black-clothed brocade emperor flying downwards. Yin Zhaoge halted, standing in midair as he made a grabbing motion. An ancient sword that was pure white in color and flickered with a faint golden radiance landed within Yin Zhaoge's palm. Seeing that the origin opening sword had fallen into Yin Zhaoge's hands, the black-clothed brocade emperor did not hesitate in the slightest as his figure flickered, immediately fleeing far away. Yin Zhaoge slowly brandished his sword, space before him being split into two wherever his sword light passed. Black-clothed brocade emperor, receive another sword of mine now. An unprecedentedly massive azure dragon traversed extra-dimensional space in pursuit of the black-clothed brocade emperor. Halfway there, blood suddenly spurted from within the azure dragon's body, streaks of dark red blood-red light that shocked the heavens as they transformed into infinite blood-red light, which suffused space. Chapter 1158. Yin Zhaoge executed a slaying azure dragon that was ferocious to the extreme, the sword glow of the origin opening sword skyrocketing, transforming into a mournful blood-red glow which hacked straight towards the black-clothed brocade emperor. The black-clothed brocade emperor did not even look back as he fled amid space. But with a muffled groan, dark red blood could still be seen spurting out from the dark universe. The splattered blood was shining with a faint golden light. The blood droplets exploded in the void, turning into blood-colored Taiji diagrams that did not dissipate for a long time. A perfected, immortal great emperor had been severely injured. Yet, the black-clothed brocade emperor did not resist, nor did he stop as he instead accelerated forward, instantly vanishing amidst pitch-black space. Yin Zhaoge, who had caused a true immortal to bleed, had a calm expression on his face as he gazed towards the other side. There, seeing that the origin opening sword had ultimately fallen into Yin Zhaoge's hands, the earth exalt Wang Zhongqing sighed helplessly. Just like the black-clothed brocade emperor, Wang Zhongqing no longer put up any effort as he swept along the yin-yang Earth Mountain River diagram and fled towards the distant world beyond worlds. Now that things had come to this, he had no other choice. There was no point in staying any longer. After forcing the black-clothed brocade emperor away with a sword, Yin Zhaoge did not pursue him as he instead pursued the earth exalt, Wang Zhongqing, one fleeing, one pursuing. The two rapidly broke through the power of dimensions, returning to the world beyond worlds. The misty Tea Mountain area of the eastern vast heaven territory reappeared in front of them. The scenery was still the same, but the mood of the people involved was completely different. Wang Zhongqing did not dare to tarry in the slightest. He passed through the border between the central June Heaven Territory and the eastern Vast Heaven Territory, rushing towards Kunlun Mountain as fast as he could. The Chelan Cliff lineage's martial arts inheritance specialized in being forceful and heavy. They had no advantage in terms of speed. However, at this moment, Wang Zhengcheng unfurled the yin-yang Earth Mountain River diagram, sinking his entire body into the ground and using the Earth movement art. Borrowing the power of the Earth escape, his speed was extremely fast, far surpassing that of ordinary martial artists. Sadly, while he was fast, Yin Zhaoge was even faster. Experiencing consecutive peak battles and having just unleashed an instant's thunder, Yin Zhaoge vaguely felt his strength being depleted at this moment. However, with the help of the Origin Opening Sword, his figure was still extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he successfully caught up to Wang Zhengcheng. Yin Zhaoge gazed at the emperor before him and suddenly yelled. The majestic sword light slashed through the air and landed on the ground, creating a huge rift in the ground. The rift stretched across the horizon, and one couldn't see the end of it. The sword light was like a barrier, landing right in front of Wang Zhengcheng, who was using the ground travel technique, blocking his path. Yin Zhaoge raised his palm and slammed downwards, causing the great earth to collapse as the fertile soil of the mountains and rivers all shattered. Wang Zhengcheng had no choice but to stop. He rushed out of the soil and returned to the surface, looking at the vast Kunlun mountain range that had already appeared in his field of vision. But it seemed to be so close yet so far away. Wang Zhengcheng was silent. Earth Supreme, old Mr. Wang Zhengcheng, sword in one hand, the other behind his back, Yin Zhaoge stood before Wang Zhengcheng. Not having stained your hands with blood, do you think that the matter of killing someone has nothing to do with you? Taoist, one heaven has been executed, but this matter isn't over. It's like that for our family of three, and I believe it's the same for you. Yin Zhaoge looked coldly at Wang Zhengcheng. Even if my mother was fortunate enough to escape this tribulation today, and you managed to keep your life, I'm afraid that you still wouldn't let the matter rest, right? That's right. Wang Zhengcheng was silent for a long time before he finally said candidly, "This matter does not concern this old man personally. I really cannot ignore it. I admire your honesty and stubbornness. Still, it is precisely because of this that the two of us are irreconcilable," Yin Zhaoge said mildly. "Unless the concealed sovereign emerges from seclusion or the earthly sovereign returns, you are dead for sure today." His calm words contained a resolute killing intent that was not concealed in the slightest. Wang Zhengcheng's expression was calm. It was not this old man's wish to offend you and your father. Still, fate makes fools of people. Knowing how difficult it is, this old man cannot back down. Looking at Yin Zhaoge, appraising him once more, he sighed emotionally. So young, so brimming with talent. So long as you do not die prematurely, you will definitely become the new pillar of our Taoism. It is truly a blessing for our Taoism to have you and your father appear. Yet, it just so happened that it was ruined at the hands of dim radiant Yin and bright connection who. What a pity, what a pity. Wang Zhengcheng slowly shook his head. While you met with a calamity because of the immeasurable heavenly Lord, your future was ruined. Your father has also stably displayed outstanding flair. If you are given time, your futures will be limitless. I have troubled you, Earth Exalt, Yin Zhaoge said indifferently. For the world beyond worlds to be able to attain its current state all these years, it must have been thanks to your efforts. You, Earth Exalt, have always been watching over the world beyond worlds. You have also worked hard. It is just that with regards to the immortal court, other matters aside, whether it is my father or I, as the people involved, cannot possibly compromise and tolerate the matter of my mother. Wang Zhengcheng's gaze was distant. Compromise and tolerate. In this world, there are some things that we must persevere on. Yet, there are also some things that we can only tolerate. This old man does not dare to claim any credit for the world beyond worlds being able to achieve its current state. That is the result of the countless efforts of my master and the countless sacrifices of many seniors in exchange for its current stable situation. Amongst them is also your ancestor, the exalted gold luminary. Looking at Yin Zhaoge, Wang Zhengcheng finally felt a little agitated as he said, rather painfully. It is only through the sacrifice of countless seniors, your ancestor included, that the world beyond worlds of today has been able to achieve the current state of Taoism, that the future and hope of our generation exists. And now, all of this may be ruined by dim radiant and bright connection who. A great mistake has already been made. If we do not think of mending the pen after the sheep is lost and make up for it, when it is truly irreversible, it will all be too late for regrets. Wang Zhengchang said in a heavy tone. Yin Zhaoge's expression was calm. I originally thought that it was precisely because we had experienced those dark, dangerous times that the older generation understood the principle of being prepared for danger in times of peace. Instead, it was us of the younger generation who were born in relatively peaceful times who were more prone to making the mistake of forgetting to fight and being doomed to die. No, the mistake you're more prone to make is youthful arrogance, biting off more than you can chew, being impetuous and blindly optimistic. Wang Zhengchang sighed. While you have been to the Immortal Court, you probably still do not know how many bigwigs and experts there are in the Immortal Court, how deep and terrifying their power is. You do not even know how heaven-piercing the cultivation base of the immeasurable Heavenly Lord is. What sort of existence do you think he must have been able to stand against the future Buddha? Looking at Yin Zhaoge, Wang Zhengchang said in a heavy tone, we of the three clear lineage will never submit to the external Tao or the false Tao. Still, if we want to set things right, we cannot just rely on our hot-bloodedness. We need time, we need accumulation, we need fortuitous encounters. Looking at Wang Zhengchang, Yin Zhaoge suddenly smiled, just that his smile was rather cold. Very well said, Earth Exalt. I almost forgot that it was you who sent Taoist, one heaven to find trouble with my mother. The smile on Yin Zhaoge's face vanished. Others aside, if Taoist, one heaven succeeds, my mother will die for sure. If it is to contend with the Immortal Court and quell their rage, the focus would be on that fragment of the legendary Heavenly Essence Stone and not my mother's life. Yin Zhaoge stared coldly at Wang Zhengchang. Only by leaving behind the Heavenly Essence Stone fragment and still having to account to the Immortal Court would my mother have to pay with her life. No, it should be said that the lineages of the dim Radiant Emperor and the Bright Connection Emperor must be severed. Chapter 1159. Intending to leave behind the Heavenly Essence Stone fragment, it shows that you, the Earth Exalt, also know its importance. Yin Zhaoge looked at Wang Zhengchang. After a moment of silence, Wang Zhengchang said, for the immeasurable Heavenly Lord to think so highly of it, it must be something extraordinary. Although I am not sure of its specific effects, it is an important treasure. Yin Zhaoge said coldly, if it really is as the dim Radiant Emperor says, his merits are immeasurable, while your actions are truly disappointing. If the immeasurable Heavenly Lord has truly obtained the Heavenly Essence Stone fragment and can illuminate even immortal realm experts of our Taoism, then the dim Radiant Emperor's actions would indeed be of great merit. Wang Zhengchang nodded. However, even if that's the case, everything that follows is unavoidable. After all, the situation is stronger than the person. The immeasurable Heavenly Lord losing the Heavenly Essence Stone fragment only made him unable to take a step ahead of us and slowed down his pace. Wang Zhengchang said calmly, if our orthodox Taoist sect wants to revive as soon as possible, we still need time. While I might be unreasonable, there is nothing I can do about it. On one side are a few people, while on the other is the entire world beyond worlds. This old man has no other choice. Wang Zhengchang said, in order to buy more time, in order to set things right in the end, there are some prices we have to pay. Yin Zhaoge raised the origin opening sword in his hand, saying indifferently, since that is so, I invite you, Earth Exalt, to pay this price. If you need me to give up this body of mine, I won't say anything. Unfortunately, the Immortal Court doesn't want my old bones. Wang Zhengchang's expression was calm. Yin Zhaoge pointed at the tip of his nose. My mother is a descendant of the Bright Connection Emperor, while I seem to be viewed as a descendant of the dim Radiant Emperor. Misfortune may be accompanied by fortune, and misfortune lurks within. Wang Zhengcheng was silent for a moment before he said, "Sometimes, fortune is also a calamity. Fallen deity, you really shouldn't have coveted the legacy of the dim radiant emperor back then. What will happen to me? Earth exalt, don't worry about me anymore. Worry about yourself." Yin Zhaoge said coldly. "If the immortal court doesn't accept your old bones, I'll take it." The magnificent sword light descended from the sky, broke through the layers of yin-yang spirit soil, and slashed towards Wang Zhengcheng. Wang Zhengcheng did not resign himself to his fate. He rolled up the yin-yang earth mountain river diagram and tried to rush to Mount Kunlun. As long as he could return to the Kirin cliff successfully, he would be safe due to the restrictive spell left by the earthly sovereign. However, at this moment, Yin Zhaoge's sword light turned from sharp and fierce to light and agile, traversing through the layers of soil. Then, within the sword light, wisps of white gas suddenly appeared, a terrifying aura that could exterminate all living things. Celestial slashing sword. You really do know the prime, clear swordsmanship. Wang Zhengcheng was shocked as he saw the layers of spirit soil shattering under the white qi. Yin Zhaoge roared in a low tone, the sword light flying out of his hand and circling in midair as it forcibly separated Wang Zhengcheng from the yin-yang earth mountain river diagram. Then, he took a step forward and struck with the flipping sky seal. Wang Zhengcheng blocked with both hands. Yet, without the yin-yang earth mountain river diagram, how could he withstand Yin Zhaoge's cyclic heavenly seal? He was immediately sent flying by a palm strike. Yin Zhaoge ignored the yin-yang earth mountain river diagram that was currently entangled with the origin opening sword, not halting in his footsteps as he came before Wang Zhengcheng once more. The young are frivolous, the old will regret. Wang Zhengcheng's arms were broken, blood leaking from the corners of his mouth as he coughed repeatedly. "It is just that your talent as a fallen deity has been wasted, being wasted, ugh." Before he had finished speaking, Yin Zhaoge had already punched out once more, striking him squarely in the chest. The terrifying, destructive power of the great shattering brightness fist directly shattered Wang Zhengcheng's flesh and blood. Yin Zhaoge's fist resembled the sharp tip of a great spear as it pierced through Wang Zhengcheng's chest. It was all thanks to the dense and vigorous martial arts of Qilin Cliff that Wang Zhengcheng had not died despite having his chest pierced. Even so, with his cultivation base and the toughness of his fleshly body, he was currently unable to move at all. Fresh blood spurted out unceasingly from his mouth and nose as he breathed in more than he breathed out. "Whether I am talented or not is my own business. Even if I am ruined, it will not be by your hands. You should worry less about this. Earth exalt," Yin Zhaoge said mildly. "Instead, you should be more concerned about yourself." "The current situation really concerns your heart," Meng Qi said. Wang Zhengcheng was virtually already unable to speak. Still, he could clearly feel that his heart was being gripped in someone's hand. His chest had been pierced through by Yin Zhaoge, a large hole opening up. From the front, Yin Zhaoge's arm was pierced through his chest. From the back, Yin Zhaoge's hand could be seen amidst the mangled flesh and blood on Wang Zhengcheng's back, grabbing a beating heart. As Yin Zhaoge's fingers tightened, Wang Zhengcheng's face instantly turned from pale to purplish red. "Show mercy!" Now, a cry resounded from the distance as someone was rapidly approaching from Kunlun Mountain. The encompassing emperor. "Show mercy, fallen deity. Do not be rash." The encompassing emperor wanted to approach, but Yin Zhaoge exerted force with his fingers as Wang Zhengcheng's face virtually turned purplish black. Helpless, the encompassing emperor could only halt, saying anxiously, "You must not be rash, fallen deity. Otherwise, things will truly get out of hand." Yin Zhaoge had a calm expression on his face. "Forgive this Yin for not being able to meet you now, encompassing emperor. Let's not talk about that." The encompassing emperor smiled bitterly as he said anxiously, "Release the earth exalt first. With how heavily injured he is now, his life will be in danger if he is not treated in time." A baffled expression appeared on Yin Zhaoge's face. "I was prepared to beat him to death in the first place. Fallen deity, your future is bright." Do not make a mistake, the encompassing emperor said in a heavy tone. This old man already knows about what happened earlier. It is not that there is no way to turn things around. Still, if the earth exalt dies at your hands, things will truly get out of hand. I am still not very certain about my mother's current safety, Yin Zhaoge said mildly. If she is harmed, things will already be out of hand. The encompassing emperor said, there is still a chance. Still, if the earth exalt dies at your hands, even the sword sovereign will not be able to protect you. Yin Zhaoge looked calmly at the encompassing emperor, a hint of a smile suddenly appearing at the corners of his mouth. If you really wanted to mediate, encompassing emperor, why did you not first dissuade the earth exalt and the heaven emperor from doing so? When they were obstructing me and my father, attempting to kill my mother, what were you doing, encompassing emperor? The encompassing emperor was silent for a moment. I understand. If they could silently kill my mother without my father and me noticing, you would actually have tacitly agreed to it, Yin Zhaoge said calmly. Still, if we had detected it, you would not have wished for Wang Zhengqing's group to succeed, resulting in an official conflict between the two sides. The encompassing emperor had just wanted to speak when Yin Zhaoge suddenly smiled. I should be thanking you, because I learned something through you. From the direction you came from over at Kunlun Mountain, it was not your cave manor, the myriad phenomena cave around Intelligence Ridge. Instead, you came from the concealed sovereign's restful, immortal valley. Hearing his words, the encompassing emperor's expression changed slightly. It looks like the concealed sovereign has indeed yet to emerge from seclusion. Yin Zhaoge turned to look at Wang Zhengqing, his smile growing wider as he revealed a mouthful of neat white teeth. It looks like your luck is not good enough. He exerted force with his fingers, Wang Zhengqing's heart instantly transforming into a mist of blood. The force surged along his bloodline, resembling numerous thunderbolts as it completely shattered Wang Zhengqing's other internal organs as well. Then came the flesh, blood, and bones of his entire body. Finally, even his soul exploded along with it. Chapter 1160. Yin Zhaoge exerted force with his fingers, the powerful force crushing Wang Zhengqing's heart, shattering it along with his other organs. The force traveled along his blood vessels, shattering all the blood vessels, meridians, and bones of Wang Zhengqing's entire body as well. Wang Zhengqing's body aged completely at this moment, becoming decayed. Finally, he dissipated along with the wind like ash. His divine soul was also annihilated along with it. The oldest martial saint since the founding of the world beyond worlds, the earth exalt Wang Zhengqing, had been extinguished in body and soul on this day. Yin Zhaoge retracted his palm, his fingers clean as not a single speck of blood could be seen on them. Wang Zhengqing's body vanished before him, as if it had never existed in the first place. The yin-yang earth mountain river diagram and the origin opening sword that were entangled in battle shook simultaneously. An unprecedentedly powerful aura erupted from the yin-yang earth mountain river diagram, jolting the origin opening sword back before the diagram transformed into a streak of light, flying in the direction of Kunlun Mountain's southern high peak. This treasure belonged to the earthly sovereign at the end of the day. After its current owner Wang Zhengqing had died, the restrictions left behind by the earthly sovereign within had been activated, causing it to automatically return to Kunlun Mountain. Yin Zhaoge ignored this, as he simply kept the origin opening sword before turning to look at the encompassing emperor. This true immortal was not as weak as the black-clothed brocade emperor who had been split apart. At the same time, he was accompanied by an immortal artifact. If not for the fact that he had already restrained Wang Zhengqing and held his life in his hands, Wang Zhengqing might have been able to escape if the encompassing emperor interfered. Still, seeing that Wang Zhengqing had been killed right before his very eyes, the encompassing emperor did not intend to act out of embarrassment or anger. A stunned look appeared on his face as he wanted to assist Wang Zhengqing. Yet it was already too late. The encompassing emperor looked at Yin Zhaoge with a complex expression on his face. After a long time, he said slowly, "Fallen deity, you were really too rash this time. Even if the sword sovereign is willing to offend the earthly and concealed sovereigns for you and your father, he will not be able to bear that pressure. The encompassing emperor said in a low voice, "There are many rumors that the reason why His Majesty the earthly sovereign is the head of the three sovereigns is because His Majesty the concealed sovereign has always supported him. It is because His Majesty the earthly sovereign himself has the greatest seniority. However, those are not the most important reasons. The most important reason is that he truly possesses the greatest cultivation base amongst the three sovereigns, being the current undisputed #1 expert of the world beyond worlds. Even the concealed sovereign, who was one of the Kunlun 9 luminaries that year, is inferior to him. Although your ancestor was also one of the 9 luminaries back then, there were still differences between the 9 luminaries. The relationship between the concealed sovereign and the earthly sovereign was far deeper than the relationship between the earthly sovereign and your ancestor." The Senluo emperor sighed. If there was a conflict between the two, the concealed sovereign would definitely choose to help the earthly sovereign. If you didn't kill the Earth Exalt, the concealed sovereign might still be able to mediate between the two and be impartial. However, the Earth Exalt has already died in your hands. If the Earth Exalt makes things difficult for you, the concealed sovereign will only support him. The encompassing emperor looked helplessly at Yin Zhaoge. This old man thought that you were aware of the situation, while you, fallen deity, have occasionally acted frivolously in your youth. This old man has been observing you all these years. Still, today, I do know the relationship. Yin Zhaoge said mildly, "I also know that the earthly sovereign and the concealed sovereign both possess tranquil, immortal artifacts. The tranquility of Taoism and the tranquility of Buddhism were two different concepts in this world. The tranquility here referred to the cultivation level of Taoist immortals. Since you are aware of this old man is even less able to understand." The encompassing emperor sighed. It is true that the concealed sovereign has yet to leave seclusion, and the earthly sovereign is far away in a foreign dimension. Fellow Taoist Jia of Jade Sky Peak will not make things difficult for you, and this old man also does not intend to get involved too deeply. Father and son can do as they please in the world beyond worlds for now. Still, the earthly sovereign will return at the end of the day, and the concealed sovereign will leave seclusion one day. What do you intend to do then, fallen deity? Go to the roving jade heavens. The encompassing emperor looked at Yin Zhaoge with a complex gaze. He naturally did not wish for outstanding talents of the younger generation like Yin Zhaoge and his father to be forced to leave the world beyond worlds and head to the roving jade heavens. If Yin Zhaoge had become a descendant of the dim radiant emperor due to the dim radiant will aside, Yin Di would truly be a fool of fate. The roving jade heavens? Yin Zhaoge was noncommittal. The encompassing emperor said slowly, "If your Broad Creed Mountain really intends to head to the roving jade heavens, they will probably welcome you there. Still, while you can go, the sword sovereign cannot. Who knows how many descendants of the prime, clear lineage died beneath the origin opening sword that year. A proud disciple of that old grandmaster of the roving jade heavens died beneath the sword sovereign's sword as well. Even if the profound sovereign and the dragon spring emperor do not care about this, countless experts of the prime clear lineage, that old grandmaster included, have never been able to forget this." The encompassing emperor shook his head. While the profound sovereign is powerful, that old grandmaster was her master at the end of the day. The deceased were also of her lineage. While the roving jade heavens may accept your Broad Creed Mountain, it is definitely impossible for them to accept Jade Capital Crag. If you intend to join forces with Jade Capital Crag and the roving jade heavens to attack the world beyond worlds, it is likely that the roving jade heavens will join forces with Chelan Cliff to make things difficult for Jade Capital Crag. Having slain the Earth Exalt, you can head to the roving jade heavens. What will the sword sovereign do then? The encompassing emperor sighed. Fallen deity, you have really been too rash this time. Yin Zhaoge calmly listened to the encompassing emperor's words before smiling. Thank you, encompassing emperor. This Yin will first go check on my mother's condition. Forgive me for taking my leave. With that, he cupped his hands towards the encompassing emperor before turning and leaving with the origin opening sword, heading east. The encompassing emperor looked helplessly at Yin Zhaoge's departing figure. Does he think that this old man is just bluffing and scaring him? It would be best if he kept this in mind. After thousands of years of peace, I wonder how this great chaos will end. After taking his leave of the encompassing emperor, Yin Zhaoge hurried back to the eastern vast heaven territory. Like Wang Zhengsheng and the black-clothed brocade emperor, Yin Zhaoge too could not know whether the eastern exalt Taoist One Heaven had died to Yin Di's saber. Had Yin Di arrived in time to save him, or had he been a step too late and could only helplessly kill him to avenge his wife? Therefore, after taking care of the earth exalt Wang Zhengsheng, Yin Zhaoge could not be bothered with anything else as he hurried to the eastern vast heaven territory. He had naturally not ignored the encompassing emperor's words. While he had not been certain of some details previously, Yin Zhaoge had already known what the consequences of killing Wang Zhengsheng would be. Knowing the consequences did not mean that Yin Zhaoge would show mercy to Wang Zhengsheng. He would not regret it even if he did. Still, since he knew that there would be negative repercussions, Yin Zhaoge naturally had to think of a way to deal with the aftermath. Whether or not the method would be effective was another matter. Just waiting for death to come was definitely not an option. Today's battle was just the beginning. I hope that I did not see wrongly back then. Yin Zhaoge muttered to himself as he recalled looking at a map back at Kunlun Mountain, summarizing the places where his mother Xue Chuqing had fled and stopped all these years, and drawing lines that might form a pattern. Chapter 1161. As Yin Zhaoge sped along the way, he pondered what he should do next. Joining the roving Jade Heavens was naturally one option. Still, Yin Zhaoge did not intend to do that unless he had no other choice. It was not that he would lose face by running away. Instead, he had always been operating in the world beyond worlds, developing his sect and maintaining his connections. It would be a pity if he had to start anew now, especially with everything having happened so suddenly. It would be hard to take care of everything. Not to mention that it would make things difficult for the sword's sovereign Yujin Bei. Yin Zhaoge had relied on the origin opening sword to kill Wang Zhengsheng and the black-clothed brocade emperor at the end of the day. Jade Capital Crag would not be able to escape responsibility for Wang Zhengsheng's death at the end of the day. Taoism had many things to do, and sovereigns were hard to come by. If there was no core conflict that could not be resolved, the earthly sovereign and the concealed sovereign would not attempt to kill the sword sovereign. Still, the sword sovereign would definitely have to think of a way to protect his disciples Wang Pu, Niet Jingshin, and the others. If Yin Zhaoge's family ran away, the conflict would shift to the sword sovereign and the earthly sovereign, with the sword sovereign bearing the blame for Yin Zhaoge. While the sword sovereign would most likely bear this burden for the Yin family for the sake of the exalted gold luminary. Still, Yin Zhaoge could not be at ease with this, as it was something that should be done. Still, no matter what, Yin Zhaoge had to first ensure Xue Chuqing's safety. Xue Chuqing's safety was naturally the best outcome. It was just that Yin Zhaoge could not help but feel a little awkward if they met again later. To be honest, to him, his mother was more like a symbol or a story than a living person. While he had seen her before and knew what she looked like, even having some childhood memories deep within his heart. But strictly speaking, this was actually a person he had never met before and had never truly interacted with before. It would be fine if it was anyone else, but it just had to be his mother. This was very awkward. Yin Zhaoge currently had a very deep relationship with Yin Di, with Ahu, with Yuan Zhengfeng, with Su Fei, and even with Fang Jun, Si Kongqing, and Fu Enshu. Still, this was built on the foundation of having gone through so many trials and tribulations together for so many years. Back in the Eight Extremities world, when his consciousness had just awakened, he had been together with Yin Di and Ahu for almost half a year before his awkwardness and caution had gradually faded. Now, all of this might have to happen all over again. Yin Zhaoge felt rather helpless. While Yin Zhaoge had still been extremely young when Xue Chuqing and Yin Zhaoge had separated, many years had already passed since then. But blood was thicker than water. Yin Zhaoge really found it a little hard to grasp what was appropriate here. He had never experienced such a situation before. It was easy to act in front of outsiders. With his mother's safety at stake, Whether or not they had been separated for many years, Yin Zhaoga naturally had to go all out. Moreover, Yindi would definitely go all out. While Yin Zhaoga was a stranger to Xue Chuqing, his relationship with Yindi over the years was truly deep. It was just that, facing Xue Chuqing, he couldn't help but feel a little awkward. It just so happens that the situation is quite urgent right now. After a simple greeting, we'll get down to business. Yin Zhaoga punched his right fist into his left palm. Let's talk about proper business first. With proper business done, we won't be able to care about private matters. In the future, we can slowly get to know each other better. Actually, he yearned for the kinship of his parents very much. That was why he had been able to close the gap between him and Yindi so quickly back then. Yeah, let's do that then. Yin Zhaoga nodded repeatedly, feeling immensely proud of his wise decision. Then, light suddenly flickered in the distance. Feeling its aura, Yin Zhaoga knew that it was Yindi. Clearly, Yindi had the same thoughts as Yin Zhaoga after the eastern vast heaven territory had come to an end. After learning that Yin Zhaoga had chased Wang Zhengqing back to the world beyond worlds, Yindi had immediately hurried over to the central June heaven territory. As the two met, Yin Zhaoga could only see Yindi's figure as he was slightly shocked. Still, seeing that there was no sorrow on his father's face, as there was instead unsuppressible joy between his brows, Yin Zhaoga relaxed. Father, this is... Yin Zhaoga looked around. Where's my mother? Is she all right? Yindi appraised Yin Zhaoga with a glance. Seeing that Yin Zhaoga was also fine, he smiled. She's fine. I arrived in time and slew Taoist one heaven. His smiling expression was rarely seen in his life, causing Yin Zhaoga to click his tongue in wonder. As for your mother, Yindi could not help but smile. She is a little shy of returning home, not knowing how to face you. Before his words had landed, a woman's voice resounded amid space. How could I? It is just that the current situation is unclear, and I am busy thinking of a countermeasure. Yin Zhaoga was taken aback. This line of thought and reasoning were so familiar. The grand simplicity, splendor cloud above Yindi's head bloomed like a lotus flower. A woman leapt out amidst the numerous petals that resembled clouds of stars, arriving before Yin Zhaoga. Gazing over, Yin Zhaoga saw that the woman appeared to be in her 30s. She had elegant features and a noble air about her. It was none other than Xue Chuqing, whom Yin Zhaoga had seen in images countless times. It was just that the Xue Chuqing in the images appeared to be in her 20s, as she appeared a little more mature now. As compared to the images, she appeared even more elegant in person. Her gaze was intelligent and seemed a little crafty, yet also bright and magnanimous as she appeared a little unrestrained. Mother? Yin Zhaoga braced himself and called out in a rather pained manner. While Xue Chuqing appeared magnanimous, she was actually sneaking glances at Yin Zhaoga as she said dryly, Zhaoga, you are already so big. Clearly, she did not know how to face her son who had long since grown up. When she had left back then, Yin Zhaoga had still been a 3-year-old child. Over the years, she had roamed alone. Apart from her disguise, her daily life was actually not much different from when she had been a young girl. She needed some time to adapt to the sudden appearance of such an old child. While she had occasionally heard news of Yin Zhaoga and Yindi over the past few years, she had felt happy and proud of them. Still, now that they were truly face to face, Xue Chuqing felt rather panicked. She felt rather guilty. She had been separated from her flesh and blood for so many years. Her son had already grown up, yet she had never been by his side, never having fulfilled her duties as a mother. It was a regretful thing for her and extremely unfair to her son. Xue Chuqing's expression had not changed even when she had been chased all over by the world beyond worlds and the immortal court. Yet, facing Yin Zhaoga now, she really felt rather helpless. Yin Zhaoga was actually pretty much the same. Right, let's talk about other things later. Yin Zhaoga still decided to act according to his own plan. I just killed the earth, exalt Wang Zhengqing. This matter has many implications. We still need to quickly come up with a plan on how to deal with the aftermath. Xue Chuqing said virtually at the same time as Yin Zhaoga. We can talk about the feelings of separation later. The other side will definitely not let this matter rest. We still need to prepare for a rainy day. Partway through their conversation, mother and son could no longer continue as they stared at each other for a time. Beside them, Yindi burst out laughing. Chapter 1162. Yin Zhaoge and Xue Chuqing stared at each other for a while, both in a daze. Before they met, they hadn't thought that they would actually use the same method to resolve the awkwardness. Such tacit understanding made them even more awkward in an instant. However, after a while, they miraculously relaxed and looked at each other with more warmth in their eyes. Of course, Yindi's laughter was even more piercing. Yin Zhaoge looked at Yindi speechlessly. His father's expression was even rarer than a solar eclipse. Xue Chuqing glanced at Yindi discontentedly. He actually laughed at her in front of her son. That was intolerable. Being stared at by the two at the same time, Yindi laughed even louder. For so many years, today was the happiest day of his life. Yin Zhaoge and Xue Chuqing couldn't help but shake their heads and laugh helplessly. Facing each other, they still felt a little awkward. However, they finally relaxed a little. They didn't deliberately start chatting again. Instead, they just continued talking about the previous topic. If possible, I don't intend to go to the roving Jade Heavens, Yin Zhaoge said first. That way, although we will be safe, the pressure will be transferred to Senior Apprentice Uncle Yu and Jade Capital Crag. With Earthly Sovereign and Concealed Sovereign together, Senior Apprentice Uncle Yu will be in a difficult position. Yindi also stopped smiling and said solemnly, "That's right. It's not without reason that I haven't been to the roving Jade Heavens all these years." Xue Chuqing smiled bitterly. Great Grandmaster has a deep grudge against the roving Jade Heavens. As she said this, she suddenly looked at Yindi with some hesitation. Yindi and Yin Zhaoge both looked away tacitly. They had also thought about the seniority problem brought by the exalted Gold Luminary and the exalted Wood Luminary. Therefore, they should just pretend to be ignorant about this matter. Concealed Sovereign and Earthly Sovereign are close. Senior Apprentice Uncle, you can't do it alone. Yin Zhaoge coughed and continued seriously. We need to find someone who can help Senior Apprentice Uncle you share the pressure. Yindi's eyes flickered slightly. Astro Sovereign. That's right. Yin Zhaoge nodded. Rumor has it that the Astro Sovereign and my grandfather are very close. If we can get him to help us, Senior Apprentice Uncle, you will feel less pressure. However, I don't know how to contact Astro Sovereign with the limited clues I have. Although I guess he is in the world beyond worlds, it's not easy to find him after so many years without any news. Yin Zhaoge pondered as he said, I don't know who will return first, Senior Apprentice Uncle Yu or the Earthly Sovereign. Therefore, we can't just keep waiting. When the need arises, we can only go look for the female emperor. She might not get along well with that Senior Chu, but since it's related to the Astro Sovereign, female monarch will definitely pay attention to it. At least she can get some clues. Hearing this, Xue Chuqing asked softly, what is the basis for saying that the Astro Sovereign is in the world beyond worlds? Yin Zhaoge immediately told him about Chu Lily's matter. I see. Xue Chuqing pondered for a moment before saying, if that's the case, we might as well head to the northern profound heaven territory. The northern exalt might know some things. Yin Zhaoge and Yindi both felt taken aback. I don't know much about the situation of the Astro Sovereign, and I don't know much about that Senior Chu either. But my master once mentioned her name when he was still alive. Xue Chuqing explained. Yin Zhaoge's interest was aroused. What do you mean? Even Wang Pu and the others of Yu Jinbei's lineage didn't know much about Chu Lily's situation. That Senior Chu seems to be related to the demonic Tao and the 9 underworlds. Xue Chuqing said solemnly. 9 underworlds? Yin Zhaoge frowned slightly. Thinking of Chu Lily's appearance, he felt rather surprised as he hadn't noticed anything wrong with her at the time. Xue Chuqing said, I'm not so sure either, but this should be a clue. The Astro Sovereign vanished rather suddenly back then. There must be a reason for this abnormality. Yin Zhaoge and Yindi nodded slowly. The reason why Xue Chuqing suggested looking for the Northern Exalt was also very obvious. There were often dimensional passageways leading to the land of tranquil streams in the northern profound heaven territory, which was the front line of the world beyond worlds in contact with the 9 underworlds. One of the responsibilities of the Northern Exalt was to monitor these unstable dimensional passageways that appeared from time to time. If the matter of the Astro Sovereign and Chu Lily was related to the 9 underworlds, then the most likely place to find the Astro Sovereign was not the Kunlun Mountain of the Central June Heaven Territory, but the Northern Profound Heaven Territory. It's still uncertain whether we can find the Astro Sovereign. Yin Zhaoge lightly rubbed his temples. Even if we find him, the Astro Sovereign might not help us. It wasn't that the Astro Sovereign didn't want to help. Instead, there was most likely some special reason for him to vanish mysteriously back then. If his attention was tied up and he couldn't get away, he might not have the time to help. Yin Di said slowly, "There's another problem that we have to consider. The possibility of the earthly sovereign and the concealed sovereign advancing to a higher level." Yin Zhaoge's eyes flickered. Unlike the sword sovereign, Yu Jinbei, who rose up later, the earthly sovereign and the concealed sovereign had already been sovereigns for thousands of years. They had long stood at the peak of their realm. Who knew when they would succeed in taking a step forward? Therefore, we have to think of other methods as well. Multitasking is the right way. As Yin Zhaoge said this, he secretly glanced at Xue Chuqing. Xue Chuqing understood what he meant. She shook her head and said, "Don't look at me like that. I don't know where the Great Grandmaster is either." The Great Grandmaster she mentioned was naturally the exalted wood luminary of the Kunlun 9 luminaries. Then what about the Bright Connection Emperor? Yin Zhaoge asked. The Bright Connection Emperor might not be able to help alleviate the pressure brought by the earthly sovereign and the concealed sovereign. Still, if the Bright Connection Emperor knew where her master, the exalted wood luminary, was, that would be great. Grandmaster has already passed away. Xue Chuqing sighed. Sorry." Yin Zhaoge instantly smiled bitterly. Xue Chuqing shook her head. "It's fine," she said slowly. "It's not like there's no way at all. While the Great Grandmaster situation is unclear, we could try to contact someone else. It's just that after receiving the message, we can't guarantee whether the other party will respond. Also," Xue Chuqing paused for a moment before continuing, "I have some doubts about contacting the other party." Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di both grew interested. "What do you mean?" "Firstly, the other party has long since left the world beyond worlds. We don't know how far or where he is. He also didn't leave behind any keepsake. If we want to contact him, ordinary methods won't work," Xue Chuqing said. "If we want to contact him, we have to use a special method. This method wasn't passed down from my lineage. Instead, I obtained it from somewhere else. After analyzing it in private, I feel that it isn't so simple." Xue Chuqing explained, "Actually, I've already made preparations for this as I roamed the lands all these years. It's just that my progress has been limited due to limited conditions. Connecting the places where you have been previously, we will be able to obtain something special." Yin Zhaoge's eyes lit up. "Because there are too many illusions that you have left behind, it is very difficult to distinguish the true location. Therefore, I still can't tell what exactly you're setting up. For what you've said, there is indeed something special about it." Chapter 1163. Xue Chuqing was rather astonished as she stared at Yin Zhaoge for a while. Zhaoge is really not simple. You can even tell this. Her gaze was rather playful. This is not just a matter of cultivation base. Instead, it involves many unknown secrets. I've been running all over the place these past years, having had many fortuitous encounters. Don't underestimate me." Yin Zhaoge curled his lips. He secretly appraised Xue Chuqing. "I was still guessing that it might be some grand formation that could blow the entire world beyond worlds apart. What nonsense are you thinking?" Xue Chuqing did not know whether to laugh or to cry. If we really dare to do that, the Sword Sovereign would have already taken care of us before the earthly sovereign and concealed sovereign could make a move. Yin Zhaoge asked, "What exactly is it used for?" Xue Chuqing answered, "Its foundation is the area latitude formation. Above that, there are some other adjustments. The area latitude formation was a famed, bewildering formation of pre-Great Calamity times, as it formlessly bewitched others. Within a single inch, it could encompass the heavens and the earth. Simply put, if Xue Chuqing set it up properly, as the one who set it up, coupled with the help of the river diagram, there would really be very few who could find her beneath the heavens. This area latitude formation of hers encompassed the entire world beyond worlds and even many lower worlds. The beauty of the area latitude formation was that after it was completed, it could only be dispelled, not broken, unless the foundation of the formation was leveled. That would be equivalent to destroying the world beyond worlds along with many lower worlds. Of course, it was naturally not an easy thing to set up such a massive area latitude formation. One also had to prevent others from detecting it before it was successfully set up and sabotaging it. Therefore, Xue Chuqing was still slowly plotting in secret even now. Yin Zhaoge sighed in admiration. She could be said to be careless, yet still cautious, not revealing any flaws. She could be said to be cautious. She was clearly being pursued, yet she could still set up such a massive formation. Still, he was more concerned about the latter half of Xue Chuqing's words. Other adjustments? Is it the special method of contacting others that you spoke of just now? If it was just a simple area latitude formation, Yin Zhaoge would have been able to see through it earlier. Other experts with high attainments in formations might have been able to see through it beforehand as well. Amidst all these illusions that could confuse one's senses, there were also additional changes that caused Yin Zhaoge to be momentarily unable to distinguish them. Not bad. You've integrated it with the base of the area latitude formation. Xue Chuqing said, only with such a massive foundation can we support the ritual, sending messages in a situation where we can't determine the target in the early stages. Yin Zhaoge said knowingly, it is equivalent to reversing the area latitude formation, first finding someone before sending a message. The area latitude formation that can envelop the entire world beyond worlds is naturally incomparably powerful. Xue Chuqing nodded. That's right. It's just that I can't help but feel a little strange when I set up the formation according to this method. It's as if there's some sort of profoundness hidden within, but I can't see through it right now. Oh, hearing his words, Yin Zhaoge couldn't help but take it to heart. In the past, the Exalted Wood Luminary had been famous for his vast knowledge among the Kunlun 9 luminaries. As his direct descendant, Xue Chuqing had perfectly inherited this trait. Of the world beyond world's martial saints, regardless of their strength, Yin Zhaoge could not think of anyone else besides himself and Chun Xianhua who could be mentioned in the same breath as his mother. If even she had doubts, it meant that there really was a problem. I'll keep this matter in mind, Yin Din now said. In this world, there are gains and losses. It's rare to have the best of both worlds. It's just weighing the pros and cons. Yin Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. Who are you going to contact? The Exalted Fire Luminary. Hearing this name, the first image that appeared in the minds of Yin Zhaoge and his father was a heavenly halberd that pointed towards the heavens and drew the earth, wreathed in blazing fire. If it's the Exalted Fire Luminary, he seems to be the loneliest of the Kunlun 9 luminaries. Yin Zhaoge asked a little uncertainly. Even if we contact him, will he be willing to help? It was said that the Exalted Rahu Luminary, Jian Shunhua, was rather independent in her actions. In terms of being eccentric, it would be the Exalted Fire Luminary. According to the information that Yin Zhaoge currently had, while this bigwig expert was one of the Kunlun 9 luminaries, he rarely participated in the matters of the world beyond worlds. His deeds were the least circulated amongst the 9 of them. Even if they were not diluted, there was very little information about the Exalted Fire Luminary. However, no one dared to say that he was just there to fill the numbers. The few times that the Exalted Fire Luminary had made an appearance, all of them had shocked the heavens and shook the earth. It was just that he was a loner. No one had ever heard of him being especially close to anyone. This matter is very secretive. Very few people know about it. Xue Chuqing said, I once heard Master mention that there seemed to be some grudges between Great Grand Master and the exalted fire luminary. It's just that Master doesn't know the details. He only heard Grand Master mentioning it in the past. Yin Zhaoge noticed Xue Chuqing's wording. Grudges, grudges? That's right. Xue Chuqing nodded. Therefore, even if we contact the exalted fire luminary, it's hard to say what kind of response he would have. However, since someone pointed me to try to contact him, it means that there is hope. Xue Chuqing paused for a moment. It's just that the one who pointed you to find the exalted fire luminary might have other intentions. Yin Zhaoge continued. It shouldn't be targeted at you. With you being wanted, the situation can't be any worse. Therefore, there should really be hope of contacting the exalted fire luminary. And the one who pointed you out is actually aiming to find the exalted fire luminary. Xue Chuqing said, That's right. This is another reason for my doubts. Speaking of which, who is the one who pointed you to find the exalted fire luminary? Yin Zhaoge raised his brows. There's no hope in finding him. Since he urged you to find the exalted fire luminary, he definitely wouldn't appear to help you. Xue Chuqing first looked at Yin Zhaoge before answering. Yin Zhaoge was initially rather puzzled. Still, his heart jolted slightly as he vaguely thought of something. Indeed, Xue Chuqing said, While I concealed my identity and hid everywhere previously, I still heard some rumors about you and Broad Creed Mountain. One of them was that you obtained the extreme Yang seal. Zhaoge? Yin Zhaoge realized the exalted solar luminary Gao Han. Yin Zhaoge was extremely familiar with this name, even though he had never seen the other party in person. Still, of the Kunlu 9 luminaries, the one he was most familiar with was the exalted solar luminary Gao Han. The extreme Yang seal was currently in Yin Zhaoge's hands. Zhaoge, how did you obtain the extreme Yang seal? Xue Chuqing asked. After Yin Zhaoge told her what had happened, Xue Chuqing sighed. It was only a guess earlier. Still, since the exalted solar luminary has long since left that crevice to the 9 underworlds and the 8 extremities world, the one who pointed me out back then was most likely him. Chapter 1164. Exalted solar luminary, Gao Han. Yin Zhaoge felt displeased even as he pondered. There was no doubt that someone was plotting against him. While the other party's true target might not be him, he was still considered a part of the plan. And he frowned as well. It's fine. Yin Zhaoge pondered for a moment before suddenly smiling. Let's just take what we need. What matters is who will have a last laugh. There must be a reason why he wanted to use you to sweep the exalted fire luminary away. Once we understand the root of the problem, we might be able to do something about it. Xue Chuqing said leisurely, The greatest possibility is that it's because of the differences in ideologies in the world beyond worlds. Due to the fact that the lineage of the Bright Connection Emperor was in a terrible situation, the descendants of the Bright Connection Emperor's lineage often taught everything they knew to their disciples, just in case their lineage was suddenly cut short. Therefore, Xue Chuqing knew many secrets that others did not. The original world beyond worlds experienced much bloodshed, darkness, and many twists and turns before the situation gradually stabilized. Xue Chuqing said, Still, differences of opinion appeared among the bigwigs who were in charge of the matter. In the end, it caused a rift. Some left and some stayed. Those who stayed ultimately completely stabilized the situation of the world beyond worlds until now. At this point, Xue Chuqing suddenly paused. I already know about Buddhism, the immortal court, and the immeasurable heavenly lord. Yin Zhaoge smiled. Hearing his words, Xue Chuqing's expression changed greatly. You have yet to reach the human exalt martial saint realm. Yin Zhaoge waved his hands towards her. Relax, I'm fine. Just like how you were safe with half of the river diagram protecting you, I have my ways too. While the dim radiant emperor's dim radiant wheel was not completed, I have carefully analyzed the concept of peerless infinity within it. With the combination of man and treasure, the seed of the immeasurable heavenly lord would not have been planted. Hearing his words, Xue Chuqing's expression eased greatly. Still, she was still very worried. You should continue talking about the world beyond worlds. Yin Zhaoge changed the topic. Shui Chuqing gave him a deep look before she let out a long sigh. Since you already know, there is no need for me to hide it. She said slowly, the grand clear direct lineage is rare. The new Kunlun 9 luminaries who established the world beyond worlds were all of the Jade clear direct lineage. However, there were disagreements between them. In the end, the disagreements were irreconcilable, and they finally parted ways. One faction is inclined towards stable development, accumulating silently and waiting for an opportunity to revive our orthodox Taoism. The other faction is relatively radical. They believe that accumulating their own strength is important, but they also need to beat around the bush and obstruct the development of the immortal court heretics. Shui Chuqing said, there is no need to say much about the former. The earthly sovereign and the concealed sovereign were both of this faction. The astro sovereign, who had also stayed in the world beyond worlds afterwards, was relatively neutral. The latter faction consists of the exalted solar luminary, the exalted lunar luminary, and my great-grandmaster. Eunuch and the exalted Rahu luminary perished earlier, so we don't have to mention them. As for the exalted fire luminary, just like the astro sovereign, he remains neutral. Shui Chuqing paused for a moment before saying, according to Grandmaster, rather than saying that the exalted fire luminary is neutral, it is not that he does not have a clear stance. Yin Zhaoge looked at Shui Chuqing. Mother, please wait a moment. If the exalted with luminary is a radical, then the bright connection emperor's lineage, of course he intentionally disguised himself and then concealed himself, Shui Chuqing said confidently. Yin Zhaoge's face twitched slightly. Yes, he concealed himself very successfully and even dragged the dim radiant emperor down with him. Shui Chuqing said solemnly, the dim radiant emperor's merits are immeasurable. He sacrificed himself for justice. We disciples of orthodox Taoism should remember this in our hearts. So the rumors are true? Yin Zhaoge's expression immediately turned solemn as well. What exactly is the use of the heavenly essence stone? Shui Chuqing said slowly, if the immeasurable heavenly Lord obtains the complete heavenly essence stone, he would be able to easily illuminate our orthodox Taoism. Even experts who have pushed open the door to immortality would have their soul imprint engraved upon hearing his name. As long as the immeasurable heavenly Lord is willing, we would immediately become his believers with just a single thought. Yin Zhaoge lightly tapped his forehead as countless thoughts instantly flashed through his mind. There had been no information regarding the heavenly essence stone within the martial repository of the heavenly court's divine palace. Was this a product of post-Great Calamity times, or was it that its origins were even more secretive than he had thought? Mother, where is the fragment of the heavenly essence stone now? Yin Zhaoge asked softly, is it really in your hands? Shui Chuqing shook her head. It was, but it is no longer. She seemed to be referring to something as she scanned the surrounding heavens and earth. It is everywhere now. Junior apprentice Sister Sikong and the others are really... Junior apprentice Ni Sikong and the others are really Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di immediately understood. It looks like a child has entered Broadcreed Mountain. You have come into contact with more than one as well. Shui Chuqing nodded. Yes, that's right. It is just as you guessed. Yin Di said slowly, since that is so, the world beyond worlds is also a beneficiary of the dim radiant emperor's actions. The earthly sovereign and the others might not be unaware of this. Shui Chuqing sighed lightly. Even so, it would be hard for them to admit it openly. Perhaps only time will be able to give the dim radiant emperor and grandmaster justice. What exactly is the background of the immeasurable heavenly Lord? Yin Di asked in a heavy tone. When did Taoism produce such a figure? Shui Chuqing shook her head slowly. No one knows exactly where he came from. Still, it is certain that he is definitely a heavenly Lord of our Taoism. Otherwise, even with the assistance of the heavenly essence stone, it would still be impossible for him to illuminate descendants of our orthodox Taoism so easily. Yin Zhaoge gazed upwards. Heavenly Lord, is it? The heavenly Lord here was more of an honorific than a cultivation base. The Heavenly Lord in the titles of the founders of the three purities was naturally not the same as the Heavenly Lord in the titles of the Lord of Broad Accomplishment, the Lord of Plentiful Treasure, the Lord of Manjushri, and the Lord of Taoism. Meanwhile, while the legendary Taoist Luya, the primordial suppressing child, and the four imperials of Taoism did not have the word Heavenly Lord in their titles, no one would doubt their strength. Peak bigwigs might not necessarily have the title of Heavenly Lord. Still, experts who could have the title of Heavenly Lord would definitely be extraordinary. Being able to stand toe-to-toe with the future Buddha, does that mean that he has improved upon his original foundation? Yin Zhaoge muttered to himself. Still, if he has taken that step, doesn't that mean he rubbed his temples, saying, there are only those few peak bigwigs of Taoism. I wonder how many of them have survived the great calamity? At the end of the day, they are just one of the limited few. Those who are capable of taking that step are even fewer. Still, too many bigwigs of Taoism have vanished without a trace, their whereabouts unknown. Therefore, it is hard to estimate the true identity of the immeasurable Heavenly Lord, Xue Chuqing said. As for those who are definitely still alive, I know of three. Chapter 1165. Oh, looking at Xue Chuqing, Yin Zhaoge asked interestedly, which three? Yin Di gazed over with some seriousness in his eyes as well. Xue Chuqing raised 3 fingers. First, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. Speaking of which, my lineage is one of the direct lineages of the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor was also known as the Jade, Clear, True Monarch. His full name was the Supreme Divine Firmament Jade, Clear, True Monarch Longevity, Emperor, Heaven, Origin, Sage, Heavenly Venerate. The second is the North Star Monarch, one of the 4 imperials of Taoism alongside the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. North Star Great Emperor's full name was North Star Upper Palace Heavenly Sovereign Great Emperor. The North Star Emperor, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, the North Star Emperor, and the Earth Queen were known as the 4 imperials of Taoism. They were all top-notch figures of Taoism. The third one, in terms of seniority in history, is even older. Xue Chuqing said, she is the source of the roving Jade Heaven's lineage, the personal disciple of the prime Clear Lord of Numinous Treasure Heavenly Ancestor, the incongruence Divine Mother. Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di both lightly recited the names of these 3 bigwigs of Taoism, gradually comprehending some things. The incongruence Divine Mother doesn't need to say much. She's the big shot behind the roving Jade Heavens. Yin Zhaoge said, as for the other 2, the Exalted Wood Luminary, Exalted Solar Luminary, and Exalted Lunar Luminary, the one standing behind them is the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. Yin Di asked, the Heavenly Lord behind the Earthly Sovereign and the Concealed Sovereign is the North Star Emperor? That's right, Xue Chuqing said. The 3 of them often reside in extra-dimensional space. Still, the world beyond worlds and the roving Jade Heavens are inseparable from them. Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di both nodded in understanding. In the world beyond worlds, the roving Jade Heavens, and even lower worlds like the 8 Extremities world, the North Star Emperor and the others would be easily located by the immeasurable Heavenly Lord in such a stable world. They floated outside, always existing in the foreign void. They even changed their state of existence, entering a state of half-sleep and half-drifting. In this state of existence and non-existence, even the immeasurable Heavenly Lord found it difficult to track them down. Not to mention that the immeasurable Heavenly Lord was still competing with the future Buddha. With this, they would be able to ensure the safety of the world beyond worlds, the roving Jade Heavens, and the other worlds of Taoism, while preserving their strength. Between everyone, a fragile balance was formed. The Immortal Court was also willing to focus most of its energy on the Buddhist sect. While the North Star Emperor sought stability and avoided conflict with the Immortal Court and the immeasurable Heavenly Lord as much as possible, he would definitely not remain in the world beyond worlds and entrust his safety to others unless it was absolutely necessary. Still, As Xue Chuqing had said, the relationship between them and the world beyond worlds and the roving jade heavens was something that could never be severed. When the Kunlun 9 luminaries had read the heaven-opening scripture together and established the world beyond worlds, it was with the secret support of the North Star Emperor and the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor that they had finally established a safe haven for orthodox Taoism. As for the roving Jade 7, the roving Jade Heavens was also backed by the incongruence Divine Mother. Back then, the reason why the new Kunlun 9 luminaries split up was because the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and the North Star Monarch had different opinions. In the end, the Exalted Wood Luminary and the others who supported the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor left the world beyond worlds. This was also an unavoidable result. After all, the immeasurable Heavenly Lord and the Immortal Court would definitely deal a greater blow to the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor's faction. This went without saying. The roving Jade Heavens are even more radical than our faction. Xue Chuqing sighed. Therefore, all these years, the number of peak experts of the roving Jade Heavens has always been less than that of the world beyond worlds. Many of them have perished in their conflicts with the Immortal Court. That old Grandmaster of theirs has been injured time and time again. It is likely that he will not be able to recover from his injuries. Yin Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. Actually, I have always had a question. It is not just the Immortal Court. There's also Buddhism. While they oppose each other, we disciples of Orthodox Taoism could all be illuminated by them. Even if they do not touch the comparatively gentle world beyond worlds, they should not tolerate the violent roving Jade Heavens, right? Yin Zhaoge had passed by many other Buddhist worlds besides the obscured way world when he had first arrived at Buddhism. From this, it can be seen that Buddhism is not just outwardly strong, but inwardly weak. Instead, it is truly powerful. Due to the protection of the future Buddha, Buddhism had not suffered a great blow to its vitality like Taoism had. Its foundation was even better than that of the Immortal Court and the Orthodox 3 clear lineage. For the Immortal Court and Buddhism, Orthodox Taoism, which has at least 3 heavenly lords in this world, is not something that can be extinguished with a flick of a finger. Yin Zhaoge waved his palm lightly. Since that is so, why don't they first join forces to illuminate and divide us of the 3 clear lineage before they decide the victor amongst themselves? Xue Chuqing shook her head. There might be some hidden reasons behind this. I'm not sure about that. The waters are deeper than I had thought. Yin Zhaoge muttered to himself. Many thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. It was just that most of them were guesses that could not be verified at the moment. Thus, he could only temporarily toss them to the back of his mind. Yin Zhaoge regained his wits. Looking first at his father and then at his mother, he spread his palms apart. There are 2 most important problems that we have to face now. Firstly, are our opponents in the world beyond worlds only the earthly sovereign and the concealed sovereign? Or might the North Star Emperor personally make a move? Secondly, will the Immortal Court make use of this chance to make a move? Yin Zhaoge lightly rubbed his temples. On the other hand, will the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor just sit by the side and watch the show? It's hard to say. It depends on the situation between the Immortal Court and the Blessed Lands, said Xue Chuqing. Yin Zhaoge clapped his hands lightly. Then, let's focus on the present. Previously, I was wandering around everywhere and had to pay attention to hiding my traces. It took a lot of time and effort to set up the area latitude formation. Xue Chuqing said, now, thanks to you guys, I can move freely within the world beyond worlds. It would be much faster if I want to set up the formation. Only, even if we know that the exalted solar luminary might have something up his sleeves, are we still going according to our original plan? Yin Di said slowly, at the very least, our opponents might be from the same side. So, it's fine for us to move forward first. The key is in the future. Xue Chuqing nodded. Then let's try contacting the Exalted Fire and see if he would reply. Mother, try contacting the Exalted Fire here. I'll go look for the Astro Sovereign, said Yin Zhaoge. However, at the same time, a voice quickly appeared in his mind. Gaohan's thoughts are crafty. He seldom plays useless chess. He might not do it intentionally, but I might do it intentionally. Mars Halberd's words from back then appeared in Yin Zhaoga's mind again. This is a huge pit. Yin Zhaoga narrowed his eyes. Let's see who gets buried in it in the end. He suddenly thought of something and asked Xue Chuqing, "Right, mother, there's one more thing." Xue Chuqing asked, "What is it? How much do you know about the great calamity?" Yin Zhaoga asked softly. Chapter 1166. I don't know much. Xue Chuqing answered. The limited information was told to me by Master when she was alive. What she knows should be from Grandmaster and Great-Grandmaster. Most of those involved are no longer around. I only know that it's probably related to Buddhism. It might be the result of the conflict between Buddhism and Taoism before the Great Calamity. Only the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and the North Star Emperor might know a thing or two about it. Yin Zhaoga nodded silently. The image of that massive palm that had descended upon the heavenly court's divine palace before the Great Calamity appeared in his mind again. Mother, you have half of the river diagram. Can you find someone deep within the 9 underworlds? Yin Zhaoga recovered and continued asking. It's rather difficult. After all, the 9 underworlds is different from the human realm. Xue Chuqing said, Still, it depends on the situation. If the person hasn't fallen to the dark side and his cultivation base is rather low, we might be able to find some clues. Yin Zhaoga told her about Feng Yinsheng. Even Xue Chuqing felt surprised. The exalted Raha luminary is truly unexpected. Then, her gaze towards Yin Zhaoga became even more complicated. After so many years of not seeing each other, now that they were reunited, her son was actually about to have a wife. Still, she quickly shook off such thoughts and became serious once more. The exalted Raha luminary has made arrangements. It's hard to find traces of her. Xue Chuqing's left eye shone slightly. After a long while, she said with a solemn expression, I can't do anything before there are definite clues. After all, that's the 9 underworlds. Yin Zhaoga nodded. He too knew that some strong people were capable of doing so. Still, he wasn't willing to give up on any possibility. Xue Chuqing glanced at Yin Zhaoga rather worriedly. She didn't know much about Feng Yinsheng. Still, she knew quite a lot about the exalted Rahu luminary Jian Shenhua. She couldn't be optimistic about Feng Yunxing's chances of winning against such a figure. We don't know when the concealed sovereign will emerge from seclusion. We don't know who will return to the world beyond worlds first, earthly sovereign or senior apprentice Uncle Yu. Yin Zhaoga smiled. We shouldn't consider things that are too far away. We should focus on the present. I'll take care of the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion before heading to the northern profound heaven territory to try and find the Astro Sovereign. Father, why don't you and Mother finish setting up the area latitude formation? It's such a big formation, and it'll take a lot of effort to set it up. It's a rare reunion for you too, so you can spend some time together. Yin Di and Xue Chuqing did not say anything in response to Yin Zhaoga's teasing. They were reunited now, but Feng Yunxing's whereabouts were still unknown. At this time, words of comfort were better than nothing. Instead, it made her even more worried. The situation is not peaceful. Let's put business first and private matters first. We can slowly talk about our parting feelings. You should be careful on your journey north, Xue Chuqing said gently. Yin Zhaoga smiled, nodding. I will be careful. Yin Di smiled mildly and said, With Taoist one heaven dead, our sect will occupy the eastern vast heaven territory. In this way, it is in line with the name of Broad Creed Mountain Taoism's East Peak. He had an arrogant and domineering personality to begin with. Now that he had found Xue Chuqing and gotten rid of all his worries, his drive was even greater than before. That's great. Yin Zhaoga clapped his hands in admiration. Despite the pressure brought by the earthly sovereign and the concealed sovereign, Yin Zhaoga and Yindi's confidence did not diminish at all. Instead, their fighting spirit increased. Contacting the Astro Sovereign or the Exalted Fire Luminary is also a good strategy. Yindi said, Our own improvement is always the most important thing. Zhaoga, you have always done very well in this aspect. I won't say anything more. Just like your mother, I will only say one thing. You should be careful and pay attention to your own safety. Yin Zhaoga smiled. It is better to rely on yourself than on others. I naturally understand this principle. If they had not gathered the materials and forged the 7 paths pivotal instrument in time, allowing their cultivation bases to rise rapidly in a few short years, today's battle would probably have ended differently. The Earth exalt Wang Zhengsheng and the others hoped to kill Xue Chuqing without Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di knowing about it, because Yin Di and Yin Di were also paying attention to Xue Chuqing's movements. It was hard for Wang Zhengsheng and the others to act in secret. It would not be easy to find Xue Chuqing, as it would definitely cause a great disturbance. Therefore, Wang Zhengsheng needed to contact helpers to draw the attention of Yin Zhaoge and the others. To him, a better method might be to concentrate their forces and surround the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion. This way, Yin Di, Nie Jingxin, and the others would be drawn to the central June Heaven territory, where they would face off against each other and even clash. They would make use of attacking the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion to make others think that Shilin Cliff was dissatisfied with the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion helping Jade Capital Crag. Thus, they would cover for Taoist, One Heaven who was truly pursuing Xue Chuqing. Sadly for them, the Heaven Emperor would not have acted if they had not gone to the Royal Reed Sea to obtain the later Earth text. It was true that he had enmity with Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di. Still, he valued the later Earth text more. If he could not obtain the later Earth text, even if Xue Chuqing died, the Heaven Emperor would not feel that there was much meaning in it. To a certain extent, the enmity between him and Yin Zhaoge had not reached the point where he would harm others without benefiting himself. The Heaven Emperor still wanted to benefit himself first before harming others. With that, Wang Zhengsheng could only settle for the next best thing, acting independently as they obstructed and restrained Yin Zhaoge and the others. This way, it would be easy for Yin Zhaoge to see through Wang Zhengsheng's true intentions. Even so, Wang Zhengsheng's arrangements could still be said to be comprehensive. The female emperor and the white-clothed brocade emperor were unable to come. The encompassing emperor was neutral. The Heaven Emperor had gone to the Royal Reed Sea. The black-clothed brocade emperor had gone to the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion. Wang Zhengsheng had brought the Yin-Yang Earth Mountain River diagram with him, and the upper exalt Xinxianhua could act at any time. He had even arranged for people to obstruct and delay Jade Capital Crag from retrieving the Origin Opening Sword. It could be said that if Yin Zhaoge had still been an 8th level martial saint and Yin Di had still been a 9th level martial saint, Wang Zhengsheng's plan would have succeeded. At the very least, it would have been very likely to succeed. The rapid rise of Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di was within Wang Zhengsheng's predictions. Still, he had not thought that Yin Zhaoge would actually reappear the long-lost 7 paths pivotal mechanism. As a result, the speed at which Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di rose once more far surpassed everyone's predictions. Thus, Yin Zhaoge's family of 3 reunited in a joyous atmosphere. Meanwhile, Wang Zhengsheng, the black-clothed brocade emperor, the Heaven Emperor, and Chun Xianhua's lot all met with tragedy. Xiao Ai is currently in the central June Heaven Territory's Yuanzhou City. If she knows that you have returned, she will definitely be overjoyed. Yin Zhaoge smiled as he said to Xue Chuqing, "Other than that, Aunt Yun has always been thinking about you in the floating life world." The Aunt Yun that Yin Zhaoge spoke of was naturally Su Yun, Xue Chuqing's maidservant when she had remained in the floating life world. After things have settled down here, I will naturally go visit Yun'er. She is a child who values relationships. She has been very thoughtful these past years. Xue Chuqing's gaze was gentle. Since Xiao Ai is in the world beyond worlds, it would be convenient for us to meet. Chapter 1167. I'm going to Kunlun Mountain to return the Origin Opening Sword. Yin Zhaoge smiled. The matters of the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion also have to be taken care of a little. When I see Xiao Ai and mention it to her, she will definitely come straight here without a second word. Xue Chuqing also smiled slightly. That child, right, mother? Do you want to see junior sister Siko? Yin Zhaoge asked. Right, there are also a few people who resembled her. I inadvertently found them and brought them all back to Broad Creed Mountain. Xue Chuqing shook her head lightly. To be honest, I feel guilty towards them. I am the one who has affected their lives. Yin Zhaoge suddenly thought of something else as he asked, Mother, when you scattered the heavenly essence stone fragments, was there no pattern to it at all, or was there a certain pattern? If there is a pattern, is it based on the average number of worlds, or based on the population of each place? Based on the initial reaction, the greater the population of a world, the more such characters will appear. Xue Chuqing was rather taken aback. Of course, I hope that it can be divided equally among the various worlds. Otherwise, the number of worlds in the world beyond worlds would probably surpass the sum of all the lower worlds. That would be too conspicuous. Sadly, this is not something that I can decide. She was keenly aware of something. In order to avoid being seen through by others and finding them because of me, I have always avoided contact with such people. What do they look like? Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di exchanged glances. Yin Di swiped through the air with his palm, a row of images appearing. Looking at Si Kongqing, Hiying, Yu Baoqi, and the others whose facial features were exactly the same, Xue Chuqing was speechless. Her looks are so outstanding. Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di both looked like they didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. Not only is his appearance outstanding, his talent in martial arts is also superior by a notch. However, he has to refine his qi into aura qi and reach the martial scholar realm before it can be displayed, Yin Di said. Xue Chuqing had a gloomy look on her face. I only realized today that I did something stupid back then. People like Si Kongqing and the others with outstanding looks and outstanding talent were so numerous, yet they all looked exactly the same. It was hard not to notice them. Even if many of them were buried, there were too many of them, and they could still be discovered by people with ulterior motives. If he had an average-looking face, then so be it. If he were to be thrown into a crowd, he would be the first to be noticed. How could he be hidden? This was especially so in the world beyond worlds. Due to the population, there were probably hundreds or even thousands of such people. From what you said earlier, it seems that they are not commonly seen in the world beyond worlds. Xue Chuqing quickly reacted. At least, it's much less than I expected. I've only seen 2 of them so far. Yin Zhaoge said solemnly, if it is really as you say, that there are more people in the world beyond worlds who look like junior apprentice sister Xiao Sikong than there are many lower worlds combined, this should have long since drawn the attention of others. From there, it spread to many lower realms, searching for people like Si Kongqing. It wouldn't have been so calm until now. Either my initial judgment was wrong, and it wasn't based on the equal distribution of population, but on the equal distribution of different worlds. Xue Chuqing's expression became extremely serious. However, the possibility of this happening is very low. I shouldn't have been mistaken back then. Yin Di pondered for a moment before saying, or someone has long since discovered this and has been secretly searching for these people who resemble junior apprentice nephew Sikong. Moreover, he has already found many of them, just that he has not made it public. This matter is worth paying attention to. Yin Zhaoge smacked his lips. Yin Di and Xue Chuqing both nodded slightly. After discussing for a while more, the family of 3 went their separate ways according to their previous plan. Yin Zhaoge took his leave of Yin Di and Xue Chuqing, returning to the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion first. Due to his battle with the black-clothed brocade emperor, the auction of the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion had been forced to a halt. Everyone and the local residents of Yuanzhou City had retreated from the city lest they be affected by the battle. After Yin Zhaoge and the black-clothed brocade emperor had left, they did not return to Yuanzhou City as they instead remained where they were and silently observed the situation. No one knew what the final outcome of the battle would be. They did not know if Yin Zhaoge and Si Kongqing would return to Yuanzhou City as they battled. Before the dust had completely settled, everyone was prepared to play it safe. If they were affected by the battle between immortal experts, they would not even be able to complain if they died. Still, just the battle before the 2 sides had left Yuanzhou City had already greatly broadened everyone's horizons. Yin Zhaoge, a late immortal bridge martial saint, had actually directly suppressed the black-clothed brocade emperor into retreat. This was something that no one had ever seen before. It was virtually unheard of at all. Even if Yin Zhaoge had not been victorious in the end, just the scene of him beating the black-clothed brocade emperor in a constant retreat and leaving Yuanzhou city in defeat was already sufficient to be recorded in the annals of the world beyond world's history, becoming an eternal legend. Everyone eagerly wished to know what the outcome of this battle would be. Meanwhile, the detailed or rough news that was continuously transmitted back afterwards refreshed everyone's understanding time and time again. Not only had Yin Zhaoge surpassed everyone's expectations in advancing from the 8th level of the Martial Saint realm to the 9th level of the Martial Saint realm within a short period of time, Yin Di had even ascended from the 9th level of the Martial Saint realm to the 10th level of the Martial Saint realm, achieving the human exalt stage. There were many obscure acupoints in the human body which were extremely difficult to resonate with the stars. Therefore, it would be increasingly difficult to cultivate as one progressed. Some late immortal bridge martial saints were just short of refining a few acupoints. However, just these few acupoints were often so close yet worlds apart that it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. There were as many experts as there were clouds in the world beyond worlds. While there were not many experts of the 9th level of the Martial Saint realm, there was still a considerable amount of them. Amongst them were people like the southeastern swords mistress Zhang Yunying, the star-plucking practitioner Wan Lide, the grand planus origin Lady Tao Yu, and the treasured branch-suppressing peak Zhang Shuren, who were all veteran experts of the 9th level of the Martial Saint realm many years ago. Yet, they had never managed to take this final step. From this, it could be seen how difficult it was to achieve the human exalt stage. After many years of development and cultivation in the world beyond worlds, a great number of genius martial practitioners had emerged as they had successfully converted their potential into strength as expected. Many of them had surpassed their predecessors. While they were younger and of a later generation, they still had hope of attaining the human exalt stage. Yet, all these years, there had only been Ye Jingxin who had truly taken that final step. Qing Shizi's death aside, Qilin Cliff's Li Juanxin and ingenious flying peaks, He Shixing were both still at the 9th level of the Martial Saint realm. Now, someone else had finally achieved the human exalt stage after Ye Jingxin. This person was none other than Yin Di, who had been unknown for over a decade ago, having only recently risen to fame. Li Juanxin, He Shixing, and the others had surpassed their predecessors, their momentum surpassing that of Tao Yu and the others. Yet, Yin Di had walked ahead of them once more. Broad Creed Mountain, which had risen up like a comet, had still been rumored to have no immortal bridge martial saints a few years ago. Now, however, it had already produced an human exalt. The following news was even more shocking. Chief Yin of Broad Creed Mountain having just ascended to the human exalt stage, he consecutively defeated 2 human exalts. Those who heard the news were all rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied. Even with an immortal artifact accompanying the Earth Exalt, he was still defeated. Chapter 1168. Having just attained the human exalt stage, Yin Di had defeated the Exalt Wang Zhengsheng and the Upper Exalt Chun Qianhua in succession. When the news came, everyone was horrified. But when he thought about it carefully, although it was unexpected, it seemed reasonable. After all, that was someone who had slain the previous Southern Exalt Zhuangshen at the 8th level of the Martial Saint realm. I heard that when sect leader Yin was in the lower worlds, others didn't dare to call him by his name directly. Instead, they used a homonym and added an extra wu in between his name. They called him Invincible Yin, meaning that he was invincible among grandmasters and great grandmasters. The Manor Lord of Wind Thunder Manor, Heng Xianda, sighed emotionally. In the world beyond worlds, this title was even a joke at first. It was only after Chief Yin slayed the previous Southern Exalt that no one mentioned it anymore. But today, I'm afraid I'll have to bring up the same topic again. Moreover, it would no longer be a joke. Everyone in the world beyond worlds would have to seriously evaluate this figure who had suddenly risen up like a comet. He had once been the son of the exalted gold luminary, and was likely invincible amongst martial saints now. At the very least, he was one of the people closest to this honor. The news that followed was more shocking than the last. The Eastern Exalt Taoist One Heaven had been slain by Yin Di in the Eastern Vast Heaven territory. Following the death of the previous Southern Exalt Zhuang Shun, another human Exalt had been slain by Yin Di. Afterwards, the origin opening sword of Jade Capital Crag had emerged, landing in the hands of the fallen deity Yin Zhaoge, as the black-clothed brocade emperor had been utterly defeated. What shocked everyone the most was that the Earth Exalt Wang Zhengsheng had been domineeringly slain by Yin Zhaoge. As this news spread, the entire world beyond worlds fell silent for a time. Everyone's first reaction was not shock, but confusion. Even the death of the Upper Exalt Qin Xianhua would not affect the world beyond worlds as greatly as it did now. On one hand, it was because Qin Xianhua was a loner and rarely interacted with others. On the other hand, it was because he had only been famous for a little over 100 years. As for the Earth Exalt Wang Zhengsheng, he was virtually the founding figure of the world beyond worlds, having weathered so many storms alongside the world beyond worlds for so many years. When the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors had reigned supreme, it had been the Earth Exalt Wang Zhengsheng who had interacted with the various powers of the world beyond worlds most of the time. His prestige came not only from the earthly sovereign, but also from himself. Wang Zhengsheng had left behind a deep imprint in the entire history of the world beyond worlds. He was someone who was destined to be unable to avoid discussing the world beyond worlds. Although he was a martial saint, if he died, his influence would be comparable to a martial emperor. How could such an existence be suddenly killed today? Innumerable people of the world beyond worlds were all a loss at this moment, as they were somewhat unable to come to their senses. In the southwestern Vermilion Heaven territory, close to the border between the central June Heaven territory and the western Turtle Heaven territory, a white-robed man stood in the void, silent for a long time. The few disciples beside him were all dumbfounded at this moment. Only after a long while did the disciples regain their wits. Turning to look at that white-clothed man, Master, Senior Apprentice Uncle Yin, killed an Earth Exalt. This is a little too. The white-clothed man was the southwestern Exalt by Tao. He had left the mountain upon receiving Wang Pu's message. On one hand, he had rushed to reinforce the central June Heaven territory while also keeping an eye on the western Exalt Langqing of the western Turtle Heaven territory's Nonly Mountain. However, the sudden news caught him off guard. The Earth Exalt is a descendant of the earthly sovereign at the end of the day. After a long time, Bai Tao moved once more, heading toward the central June Heaven territory. Things are not going to end well now. The martial practitioners who had gathered in the vicinity of Yuanzhou City for the auction of the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion instantly fell silent when they heard news. When everyone finally gradually digested this news, they were all indescribably shocked. Those who were qualified to participate in the auction were all extraordinary figures, as they were all mighty figures of their own territories. They all acutely sensed that today's matter was probably just the beginning. The influence of this battle was likely to be extremely profound, even completely shaking the situation of the world beyond worlds, which had been stable for many years. As everyone looked at those of the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion now, their gazes turned complex. The earthly sovereign had accumulated his authority for many years, possibly even having the support of the concealed sovereign. Broad Creed Mountain and the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion had the sword sovereign behind them. As the two sides faced off, with the north and south peaks of Kunlun Mountain as their respective centers, the martial practitioners of the world beyond worlds vaguely seemed to be divided. The northern high peaks, Jade Capital Crag, had risen to prominence rather late, as its foundation and prestige were inferior to that of the southern high peaks Qilin Cliff. Still, aside from the elusive Chun Xianhua, the most outstanding young geniuses of the world beyond worlds were virtually all closely related to Jade Capital Crag. On the contrary, while Qilin Cliff's lineage was not lacking in numbers, they did not have a single young standard-bearer who could be mentioned in the same breath as Yin Zhaoge and the others. At the same time, many major powers of the world beyond worlds were currently deeply entangled with the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion. This was not something that could be done just by drawing a clear line between them. Even if they were determined to win the trust of Qilin Cliff, time would still be needed to verify it. What was most concerning was that with the earthly sovereign outside and the concealed sovereign in secluded cultivation, Broadcreed Mountain actually vaguely seemed to be in a situation where no one could stop them. Unless the few emperors who were still in the world beyond worlds joined forces to suppress them. Still, with the current situation, it was already extremely fortunate that the female emperor was not helping Broadcreed Mountain. The Brocade Emperor was in trouble himself, and the encompassing emperor was neutral and impartial, leaving only the Heaven Emperor alone. How the situation would change after the earthly sovereign returned and the concealed sovereign emerged from seclusion was a matter for the future. Before that, Broadcreed Mountain and Jade Capital Crag clearly held the absolute advantage. The current world beyond worlds was their world. If they offended Yin Zhaoga and the others because they wanted to side with Qilin Cliff now, they would probably have nowhere to run to, as they could only wait for someone to avenge them in the future. Such a situation left everyone rather conflicted. As a result, when Yin Zhaoga returned to the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion, no one knew how they should greet him upon seeing him. Yin Zhaoga seemed completely unconcerned about this as he smiled and nodded to those he was familiar with before walking towards Xiao Ai and the others. Xiao Ai, my mother's fine. Do you want to go see her? Hearing his words, Xiao Ai's eyes instantly widened as she nodded like a little chick pecking at grains. Yes, 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 yes. Right, you can go to the Eastern Vast Heaven Territory's remote Cloud Mountain on your own. My father and mother have both gone there. Yin Zhaoga smiled. Hearing his words, everyone's hearts jolted. While they had vaguely guessed it after hearing that the Eastern Exalt Taoist One Heaven had been slain by Yin Di, hearing it personally from Yin Zhaoga now still felt rather emotional. The East Peak of Taoism, Broadcreed Mountain, was truly going to live up to its name this time. Also, unlike Nonely Mountain, which occupied the Western Turtle Heaven Territory, soon to become the Lord of the Eastern Vast Heaven Territory, Broadcreed Mountain's influence would definitely not be limited to just the East. Instead, it would be a massive entity that shook the entire world beyond worlds. While they were martial saints, Yin Zhaoga and Yin Di, who were superior to true immortals, had only just begun to display their limitless potential. In the future, their accomplishments would be even more terrifying. Meanwhile, East Peak's Broadcreed Mountain vaguely came to stand against Middle Peak's Kunlun Mountain. Everyone seemed to be able to see that Kunlun Mountain was no longer the sole center of the world beyond worlds. Chapter 1169. While everyone's line of sight was concealed as much as possible, how could Yin Zhaoga not have detected it? However, he didn't say anything. After he watched Xiao Ai happily head towards the east, he turned around to look at Xiu Jiahai and Wang Pu, who was similarly returning to the vicinity of Yuanzhou City. Thank you for lending me your sword, Senior Brother Wang. As Yin Zhaoga said this, he opened his palm. An ancient sword flickering with a faint golden radiance appeared in his hand. It was the immortal artifact, the Origin Opening Sword. At this moment, the power was no longer activated and the divine object concealed itself. At first glance, it didn't seem all that special. However, if anyone concentrated and tried to see the specific appearance of the ancient sword, they would be deeply immersed in it, unable to extricate themselves. Their souls would be bewildered, and they would be hurt by the sword unknowingly. Even though the sword intent of the Origin Opening Sword wasn't very ferocious, a sword was a weapon of slaughter after all, so its sharpness was naturally far from what other treasures could compare to. Wang Pu received the ancient sword with a bitter smile on his face. Zhaoga, I never thought that you'd actually... Although we are enemies, I have to admit that the Earth Exalt is a determined and unyielding opponent. Yin Zhaoga said, even if we let him off this time, he will definitely continue to use other methods, not stopping until he has achieved his goal. This matter involves my mother, so I have no choice but to strike first. Yin Zhaoga cupped his hands towards Wang Pu and Xiu Jiahai. It is just that this matter may involve Senior Apprentice Uncle Yu and the Senior Apprentice Brothers of Jade Capital Crag. I am truly sorry. Wang Pu and Xiu Jiahai forced a smile and shook their heads. Now that things have come to this, let's think about how to deal with the aftermath first. Qiu Jiahai sighed. It is unknown when the concealed sovereign will emerge from seclusion, and it is also unknown when the earthly sovereign and master will return to the world beyond worlds. It is unknown who will return first. The difference between the two is really great. Next, I'm going to make plans for this. Yin Zhaoge briefly mentioned that Astro's sovereign might be in the northern profound heaven territory. He might also leave the world beyond worlds. If anything happens, you can contact my father in time. Following this, our clan may still need to trouble you with some matters. I thank you in advance here, Yin Zhaoge said sincerely. Qiu Jiahai looked at Wang Pu, who remained silent. His temperament had always been steady and composed, and his style of doing things was actually somewhat conservative. Lending the origin opening sword to Yin Zhaoge was in order to prevent the enemy from becoming too powerful and endangering their safety. Who would have thought that Yin Zhaoge's family would achieve a complete victory in the end, even slaying the earth exalt Wang Zhengchen? This was definitely not Wang Pu's original intention. He was willing to help Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di resist the pressure from Qilin Cliff. However, he had never thought that Jade Capital Crag would completely break off relations with Qilin Cliff and officially start a war. However, after imagining his master Yu Jinbei's reaction, Wang Pu could only sigh. Just go, Zhaoge. I will help Marshal Uncle Yin to stabilize the situation. If the Astro Sovereign could come out and help mediate, that would be the best. Many thanks to Senior Apprentice Brother Wang, Senior Apprentice Brother Qiu, Yin Zhaoge said apologetically. To some extent, Jade Capital Crag was tied to his chariot. While Yin Zhaoge had never been soft-hearted when it came to screwing people over, he was indeed feeling very apologetic towards Wang Pu and the others at this moment. If he said anything else now, it would be too pretentious, so he could only remember it in his heart. On the other hand, it was to adhere to his own principles. If he made a mess, he would try his best to deal with the aftermath. Right. I hope Senior Apprentice Brother can help mediate the grudge between my mother and the Northwestern Red Sea. Yin Zhaoge said, if the treasure my mother obtained from the Red Sea is still there, my father would probably persuade her to return it. While the Northwestern Exalt Lian Zulin had also pursued Xue Chuqing previously, ever since she had learned of the relationship between Yin Zhaoge and Jade Capital Crag during the opening ceremony of Broad Creed Mountain a few years ago, the Northwestern Dim Heaven Territory had already stopped pursuing her. If the treasure is no longer there, our sect is also willing to try our best to compensate for it. Yin Zhaoge cupped his hands. Wang Pu shook his head and said, Junior Apprentice Brother Yin, don't be so polite. Are you going to the Northern Profound Heaven Territory now? I will go to Kunlun Mountain with you, Senior Apprentice Brother Wang, and then head north. Yin Zhaoge smiled slightly. Hearing this, Wang Pu's heart immediately jumped a little. However, thinking that Wang Zhengsheng had already died in Yin Zhaoge's hands, no matter how shocking other things were, it was actually nothing. Since he had already decided to go with Yin Zhaoge, he calmed his mind. Where are you going? Yin Zhaoge chuckled, causing Wang Pu, who had originally already stabilized his mind, to feel his hair stand on end once more. Yin Zhaoge smiled without saying anything. He turned to Qiu Jiahai and said, Senior Apprentice Brother Qiu, please help to appease the guests who came to participate in the auction, and explain to everyone that the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion's monthly opening will still be held as usual. However, there is no time limit for the customized service. If there is an urgent need, please be patient. He would be busy with other things, and his time was not stable, so he could not stay in Dragon Butterfly Valley for artifact refining. Usually, when he opened the pavilion to sell treasures, he had the stock to support it. As for the customized service, he would have to wait until he had time. After asking Qiu Jiahai and others to help deal with the aftermath of the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion, Yin Zhaoge went to Kunlun Mountain. When Wang Pu entered Kunlun Mountain with Yin Zhaoge and saw a high peak standing in the distance, his face suddenly fell. I can go there by myself. Senior Apprentice Brother Wang, please wait. Yin Zhaoge said with a smile, and then walked in the void towards the peak. Ahu stayed where he was and asked Wang Pu curiously, Mr. Wang, where is that? The illusory coming peak. Wang Pu said with a painful expression. The mountain gate of Heaven Emperor. This was the illusory coming peak of Kunlun Mountain, where the Heaven Emperor's mountain gate was located. Looking at Yin Zhaoge's back, Wang Pu's expression gradually became solemn. After thinking for a while, he already understood Yin Zhaoge's intention. Yin Zhaoge came here not only to vent his anger, but also to make a voice to the whole world beyond worlds. A silent declaration. A declaration that would shake the current situation of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors in the world beyond worlds. After Yin Zhaoge killed Wang Zhengsheng, everyone in the world beyond worlds was in a dilemma, and they were all watching the follow-up developments. Yin Zhaoge and the Broadcreed Mountain were now giving these onlookers a clear statement. They did not intend to bow down to the Qilin Cliff and beg for forgiveness. The Broadcreed Mountain moved to the eastern vast heaven territory, became the Lord of the East, and solidified the name of the East Peak of Taoism, which was the first step. And now, Yin Zhaoge was taking the second step. Heaven Emperor has visited my Broadcreed Mountain twice, which is a great honor. I dare not forget it. Yin Zhaoge walked in the air and came to the top of the illusory coming peak. Today I come to return the favor. I wonder if Heaven Emperor is in a mountain. He raised his palm upward, and then his palm fell on the illusory coming peak below. The towering mountain towered into the clouds. But at this moment, under Yin Zhaoge's palm, it instantly became small, like a teacup. Chapter 1170. The Heaven Emperor had traveled to the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory's Royal Reed Sea, intending to obtain the later Earth text hidden there. However, in the end, he was stopped by Nie Jingshin. Afterwards, news of Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di consecutively defeating the black-clothed Brocade Emperor, Chen Xianhua, and Wang Zhengsheng spread. This was especially so when Yin Di had slain the Eastern Exalt Taoist, One Heaven, and Yin Zhaoge had slain the Earth Exalt Wang Zhengsheng. After learning of the situation, the Heaven Emperor knew that there was nothing he could do. He had hoped that Nie Jingshin would be lured away by Wang Zhengsheng and Chen Xianhua. But in the end, while Nie Jingshin was as steady as Mount Tai, he was the first to break down. While Nie Jingshin would not be able to do anything to him, if Yin Zhaoge returned to the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory with the Origin Opening Sword, the Heaven Emperor would not be able to remain as calm as he was now. Therefore, he could only come in high spirits and return in disappointment. Seeing that the later Earth text was right in front of him, he could only return empty-handed. Yin Zhaoge did not know where the Heaven Emperor had gone after leaving the Royal Reed Sea, but that didn't stop him from knocking on the door today. The flipping sky seal hit the illusory coming peak of Emperor Qian's Taoist field without hesitation. Almost at the same time as Yin Zhaoge made his move, there was a flash of light over the illusory coming peak. The dark yellow light revealed strands of clear radiance that were condensed, heavy, and full of vitality. Light and shadow fluctuated before Yin Zhaoge's eyes as a solidified great Earth seemed to appear, which was comparable to when the Earth Exalt Wang Zhengsheng had opened the Yin-Yang Earth Mountain River diagram back then. Above the ground, an enormous tree that reached into the heavens appeared. Its branches and leaves swayed, covering the dome and supporting the sky. Yin Zhaoge's palm landed on the crown of that massive tree. Amidst the rumbling sound, all the branches and leaves of the huge tree that seemed to be supporting the heavens were bent. Even the thick and straight tree trunk was trembling. Heaven Emperor, please. Back then in the Royal Reed Sea, this Yin once said that even if I did not push open the door to immortality one day, you would not be able to do anything to me. Yin Zhaoge stood towering amidst space, the ancient tree that was as thick as a heavenly pillar resembling a blade of grass beneath his palm. Now that this Yin has come to fulfill his promise, does your majesty not intend to personally test it out? His palms continued to press down, and the towering tree was gradually being pressed down by his palms. At this time, the earth around the illusory coming peak suddenly shook. Streams of light flowed on the ground one after another, forming a complex and profound formation pattern. With the illusory coming peak as the center, A pillar of chi suddenly broke out of the ground and rose to the sky like a fountain. The 4 pillars of chi were green, red, white, and black. The cyan energy pillar was brimming with life force and endless life energy. The red pillar of energy was as hot as fire. The essence of raging fire wantonly spread out. The white pillar of chi was sharp, and the will of metal cut through the void. The black pillar of energy was majestic and vast, and the boundless rivers, lakes, and seas gathered together. The illusory coming peak itself rose along with the 4 chi pillars. Streaks of yellow smoke rose like yellow dragons, hovering around the illusory coming peak, making the earth image more solid and heavy. The power of the 5 elements revolved at the same time. For small and 1 large formation patterns spiraled in the air, forming 5 halos of light that occupied the east, west, north, south, and center respectively. Under the effect of the great formation, the towering tree, which was about to be bent by Yin Zhaoge's palm, regained its vitality and gradually withstood Yin Zhaoge's palm and stopped falling. Yin Zhaoge looked at the great formation guarding the illusory coming peak with great interest and praised, although I only saw it briefly in the Royal Reed Sea. I already knew that the Qian Emperor's attainments and formations were really extraordinary. Seeing this formation today, it is enough to prove that he deserves his reputation. However, my current cultivation realm is not comparable to that of the past. He shook his head with some regret. It's a pity that we can't compete face-to-face in formations. Wang Puen looked afar. Although the upper exalt broke through the mountain gate of the Brocade Emperor of the ingenious flying peak, and Zhaoge is strong enough, there are still differences between the ingenious flying peak and the illusory coming peak. The Qian Emperor has always been famous for his formations. His attainments and formations are likely to be the first among the 5 emperors of the world beyond worlds. Therefore, the mountain guarding formation and protective restriction of the illusory coming peak were actually more powerful than those of the ingenious flying peak. If the Heaven Emperor guarded his own mountain gate, he had the geographical advantage. Although he had no immortal weapon, even if other true immortal emperors had immortal weapons, it would be difficult for them to win. In the entire Kunlun Mountain, the geographical advantage of the illusory coming peak was probably second only to the cave of the 3 sovereigns. But it seems that the Heaven Emperor is not here. Ahu covered his eyes with his hands and looked at the illusory coming peak, which was trying its best to resist Yin Zhaoge. He scratched his big head and suddenly said, "Is he worried that the family head, the young master, and the Southern Supreme Nye will come together? If he has the origin opening sword, I'm afraid he has nowhere to run." Although the Heaven Emperor is not here, the great formation running on its own is already powerful enough. The illusory coming peak is not as good as the ingenious flying peak. Wang Pu smiled bitterly again and looked down at the origin opening sword in his hand. Not only did he kill the Earth Supreme, but he also wants to use it to break through the illusory coming peak today. Mr. Wang, you worry too much. Ahu gave a silly smile at this time. Since the Heaven Emperor is not here, the young master will definitely not borrow the origin opening sword. As for the formation in front of us, before Ahu's voice died away, Wang Pu opened his eyes wide. Yin Zhaoge pressed his palm down and suppressed the changes of the 5 elements below. As he said, the palm momentum of the cyclic heavenly seal in his right hand was still pressing the great formation from above. Then, Yin Zhaoge's left index and middle fingers stood together like a sword and made a stroke in the void. The turtle and the snake intertwined, and the yin and yang hugged. First appeared the image of the black tortoise. Then the black tortoise shed blood, and the fierce sword light fell on the illusory coming peak's mountain guarding great formation like a storm. On the illusory coming peak, a Taoist appeared and said with hatred, "Yin Zhaoge, you've gone too far. Is Kunlun Mountain a place where you can run wild? Your master has come to the Royal Reed Sea twice, and I've come to the illusory coming peak for the first time. How can I go too far?" Yin Zhaoge said with a smile, and the sword momentum suddenly changed. It's hard to say whether I can run wild in this Kunlun mountain or not, but you certainly can't. After the beheading the black tortoise, it was the beheading the azure dragon. His target was one of the 5 chi pillars supporting the Great Formation, the cyan chi pillar. The formation, which had already been weakened by the slaying black tortoise, suffered another attack from the slaying azure dragon. The green pillar of chi was of the wood element of the 5 elements, being most fearful of martial arts like Yin Zhaoga's slaying azure dragon. The circulation of the 5 elements was interconnected, so it wasn't that easy to restrain them. However, Yin Zhaoga was also proficient in the changes of the formation. His sword moves were not just a strong attack, but full of variations. He was specifically looking for the weak points of the illusory coming peaks formation. The combination of beheading Xuanwu and beheading Azure Dragon swept through the opponent like a storm. At the end of the day, the one controlling the grand formation was not the Heaven Emperor himself. Even if he exerted all his strength to unleash the variations of the grand formation, how could he possibly outmatch Yin Zhaoga? The more they clashed, the more Yin Zhaoga understood this formation. As time went by, the formation of the illusory coming peak finally couldn't keep up with the speed of Yin Zhaoga's sword. The ferocious, slaying Azure Dragon first cut through the green energy pillar. With the circulation of the 5 elements broken, the overall strength of the formation immediately dropped. Yin Zhaoga slashed the Xuanwu tortoise once more, severing the other 4 pillars of qi. Finally, the right hand that had been suppressing from above suddenly slammed down. The big formation protecting the illusory coming peak was completely broken. Chapter 1171. Under the heavy pressure of Yin Zhaoga's cyclic heavenly seal, the crumbling formation was finally broken. The 5 chi pillars all collapsed, and the abundant spiritual chi dispersed, forming 5 huge vortexes squeezing into a ball, almost engulfing the illusory coming peak. The chaotic spiritual chi storm had already overwhelmed the people on the illusory coming peak. Since His Majesty the Heaven Emperor is not here, I won't embarrass you little ones. But the illusory coming peak can't stay. Yin Zhaoga leisurely came to the top of the mountain with his hands behind his back. The disciples of the illusory coming peak under the Heaven Emperor could only leave the mountain without looking back. At this moment, everyone could see that if they dared to stay on the mountain, they would immediately be buried with the mountain gate. No one said anything harsh, and they just wanted to stay as far away from Yin Zhaoga as possible. Being stubborn at this time would not only make people laugh, but also directly cost their lives. Yin Zhaoga didn't pay much attention to them and went to the center of the main peak of the illusory coming peak. There was a Taoist temple here where the Heaven Emperor's Taoist field was located. Yin Zhaoga broke the outer defense restriction, walked in calmly, and went all the way to the backyard without paying much attention to the things around. Here, a towering ancient tree with branches and leaves flashing a faint cyan light stood quietly. Unfortunately, it's not a real ginseng fruit tree, but a grafted one. The spiritual chi of the fruit is much inferior, but it's also very rare. Yin Zhaoga smiled and directly reached out and closed his 5 fingers. As if an invisible giant hand appeared in the air, the towering ancient tree was dug out by its roots. Its roots seemed to run through the whole illusory coming peak and went deep into the ground. But now it was also swept away by Yin Zhaoga, together with the rocks and soil. With this movement, the huge illusory coming peak shook violently, and the whole mountain began to collapse. Yin Zhaoga stamped his foot for the last time, and the famous fairy mountain of Kunlun Mountain completely collapsed, razed to the ground, and ceased to exist. In the clouds in the distance, Wang Pu and Ahu looked down and saw dust flying in the Kunlun mountain range, and the whole mountain range centered on the illusory coming peak became shorter. Yin Zhaoga carried a towering tree that was many times larger than his body. He stepped out of the collapsed mountain range step by step and came back to Wang Pu and Ahu. Junior brother Yin, I have to say, I almost forgot that you had such a profound attainment in the way of formations. Wang Pu said with a wry smile. In fact, it was not that he forgot. It was just that Yin Zhaoga's performance in other areas had been too dazzling these past few years. Yin Zhaoga's performance in the way of refining artifacts was too dazzling. Moreover, on the path of crafting artifacts, it left one tongue-tied and speechless. He had single-handedly supported the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion, stirring the hearts of the entire world beyond worlds, as many long-lost treasures had reappeared in this world. Regardless of whether it was martial arts or weapon forging, it was something that required a huge amount of time and energy. Yanzi cultivating and clans Yan's Dao. Palace Yan's in martial arts and Zhaoga knows. And however, Yin Zhaoga was good enough to overlook all living beings. As a result, Wang Pu had unconsciously overlooked that before Yin Zhaoga had established the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion, when he had still been a seeing divinity martial saint, he had once used a 9 bins yellow river formation to bury a bunch of immortal bridge martial saints. Because he felt that since he was so excellent in martial arts and refining artifacts, he should have no energy to take care of other aspects. But now Wang Pu had to admit that this idea was wrong. No, the idea itself is not wrong. Wang Pu said with a wry smile, it's not wrong to use it on others, but on junior brother Yin. Yin Zhaoga nodded to Wang Pu with a smile. Senior brother Wang, sorry to keep you waiting. Then he looked at Ahu and said, take this tree to the eastern vast heaven territory and give it to my father. He can deal with it. There was no need to ask Wang Pu and others. They would not forget the jade capital crag when they got the fruit. Yin Zhaoga raised his hands and closed them in the middle. The gigantic tree, which was so huge that it pierced through the heavens and earth, suddenly became the size of a sapling. Black and white qi circulated around the sapling, preventing it from returning to its original state. Then Yin Zhaoga handed the sapling to Ahu. Young master, do you want to think about going to Qilin Cliff? Ahu took the sapling with a simple and honest smile on his face, but his eyes were full of a greedy look. The corner of Wang Pu's mouth twitched. He looked at the pair of master and servant in front of him speechlessly. The Qilin Cliff? Not now. Maybe later. Yin Zhaoga waved his hand and said casually. Hearing the first half of Yin Zhaoga's words, Wang Pu let out a sigh of relief, but hearing the second half, he inevitably felt a headache. But young master, the earthly sovereign is not here, the concealed sovereign is in seclusion, and the Earth Supreme was killed by you outside the Kunlun Mountain. Now the Qilin Cliff is like a group of dragons without a leader. Ahu asked curiously. Wang Pu smiled bitterly, because that is the mountain gate of the profound immortal. The protective restriction and the mountain gate formation are all set up by the tranquil profound immortal, the earthly sovereign. Different from the illusory coming peak, even if there is no one to manage it, we martial sages can't touch it. Unless the earthly sovereign has fallen, and that place has been left unattended for at least 1,000 years, or even longer, to become a relic cave residence, then we may be able to go in. Ahu blinked his eyes and looked at Wang Pu. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something but swallowed it back. But Wang Pu obviously understood what he meant, and the bitter smile on his face became more intense. Even with the origin opening sword, it won't work unless an expert who has really pushed open the immortal door can control the origin opening sword. Young master, what if you reach the supreme realm? Ahu asked quietly. Yin Zhaoga said carelessly, have you seen the sword light that senior master you sent back at the opening ceremony? Ahu nodded, powerful and terrifying. It beat the Heaven Emperor and the others without any power to fight back. Let's not talk about the fact that senior master, you didn't use his real martial arts at that time. Yin Zhaoga shrugged, not just me. Suppose there is a martial sage in this world who is so powerful that he can subvert the world's cognition. Although he can't hurt a true immortal who has successfully passed the immortal mortal tribulation, he can beat that true immortal like playing with a ball, and play with him however he wants, at least from the scene. It looks like a profound immortal fighting a true immortal, right? Yin Zhaoga asked. Ahu couldn't help but nod. Yin Zhaoga continued. However, if this martial saint were to fight against any profound immortal, he wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Why? Ahu scratched his head and asked in puzzlement. Because a true immortal is leakless, while a profound immortal is tranquil, Yin Zhaoge said with a smile. For people in the human world, leakless and tranquil are the most intuitive differences between a true immortal and a profound immortal. It has nothing to do with martial cultivation, talent, and physique, but the rules of the world itself. If you can't transcend, you have to follow them. If you can transcend, then a profound immortal is naturally nothing. Chapter 1172. Ahu had been learning martial arts for many years and had always been following Yin Zhaoge. Naturally, his knowledge and experience far surpassed his peers. He frowned and thought for a while. Then he asked, "Leakless and hard to hurt, tranquil and undisturbed." That's right. Leakless and hard to hurt, tranquil and undisturbed. Wang Pu sighed and said, "The word tranquil here means that nothing in the mortal realm can cause any trouble." Ahu scratched the back of his head and said, "Can't cause trouble. Does that mean that no matter offense or defense, nothing can cause trouble?" That's right. Yin Zhaoge shrugged and said, "When a martial saint fights against a true immortal, they can't hurt the true immortal. However, they can resolve the true immortal's attacks and even break their moves. Even if they can't kill a true immortal, it's not impossible for a martial saint to capture and suppress a true immortal if the difference in strength is too great." Seeing Wang Pu's pained expression, Yin Zhaoge smiled and said, "Of course, no one can really do it. But at least, it's not something impossible. That's why we often say that a true immortal descends to the mortal realm and is undefeatable. However, that doesn't mean that they're invincible. However, if a profound immortal descends to the mortal realm, he's truly invincible." Yin Zhaoge waved his hand and said, "Because a martial saint can't kill a profound immortal. Strictly speaking, you can't even touch him. On the other hand, no matter how strong your defense is, a profound immortal can break it with a flick of their finger. It's like nothing. They just need to blow and your defense will be gone. Leakless true immortal is hard to hurt in the mortal realm. Tranquil profound immortal is undisturbed by the mortal realm." Ahu said thoughtfully, "So this is tranquil." That's right. Just like the example I gave just now. Yin Zhaoge smiled and said, "If a martial saint is so powerful that he can beat a true immortal like a grandson, but if he and this true immortal were exchanged for the same profound immortal, the true immortal might perform better. At least, he would have the chance to retaliate, while the martial saint would fall instantly. Don't you think it's abnormal? But this is the basic principle of the world of creation. If you don't transcend, you must abide by it." Yin Zhaoge spread his palms and said, "A martial saint defeating a true immortal is also abnormal for most people." Wang Pu coughed a few times, while Ahu smiled foolishly. "Well, it sounds like I'm blowing my own trumpet." Yin Zhaoge smacked his lips. "Moreover, there are strong and weak true immortals as well. True immortals who are extremely powerful and far surpass their peers might not necessarily be unable to fight against Shin immortals. But just like how it is difficult for martial sages to injure true immortals, it is also difficult for true immortals to injure Shin immortals. At the very least, they would be able to put up a fight. Unlike when martial sages face Shin immortals, they would only be left with helplessness and despair." Yin Zhaoge smiled and said, "Of course, it's also very difficult. It's even rarer than a martial saint contending against a true immortal. Since ancient times, there were only a few who managed to become a profound immortal. After all, which profound immortal expert is simple? The higher one's realm was, the rarer it was to challenge someone of a higher realm. In the end, it completely disappeared." Wang Pu looked at Ahu and sighed. "That's why I just said that we can't break the Qilin Cliff even with the Origin Opening Sword. The Origin Opening Sword is a leakless immortal weapon, which can't hurt a profound immortal. However, Earthly Sovereign is not at the Qilin Cliff now. So if a very powerful emperor comes to drive the Origin Opening Sword, or even without the Origin Opening Sword, he may break the Qilin Cliff, just like how Junior Brother Yin could break the illusory Coming Peak and Upper Chun could break the ingenious Flying Peak. However, A martial saint can't break the mountain gate of a profound immortal with a leakless immortal weapon. After all, he can't drive the immortal weapon with all his strength, and the gap between the two is not one, but two. Ahu scratched his head and said, "There must be some reasons for this, right? The reason is that it's not easy to become a profound immortal." Yin Zhaoga chuckled. "After pushing open the immortal door, you have to go through tribulations for every increase in realm. Once you fail, you will die." But it was also because of this that every increase in realm was like a whole new world, which was no less than a martial saint crossing the boundary between immortal and mortal. That was why Wang Pu said that there were two heavenly chasms. When a martial saint becomes an immortal, this tribulation is called the immortal mortal tribulation. Yin Zhaoga said, when a true immortal becomes a profound immortal, he also has to go through a tribulation. It's called the immeasurable tribulation, also known as the pure profound tribulation. Just like the immortal mortal tribulation, if you pass it, you will be in a whole new world. If you fail, you will die and turn into ashes. If a profound immortal wants to reach a higher realm in the future, he also has to go through a tribulation. Yin Zhaoga explained, this is related to cultivation. Ahu, you're still far from the mortal realm, so I didn't mention it to you before. Martial artists of our generation cultivate by refining their true essence, while immortal realm experts have to breathe in and out immortal chi. Immortal chi is actually a more general term. Strictly speaking, immortals have 5 chis, also known as the 5 truths. The 5 chis are righteous chi, transforming chi, bright chi, evil chi, and clear chi. All of them are collectively known as immortal chi, but they're different. Righteous chi, the so-called righteousness, here it didn't mean justice or fairness. Instead, it represented the unwavering, firm, and stable chi. It represented the unchanging and unmoving side of the world of creation. Transforming chi was the opposite of righteous chi. It was a chi that was flexible and changeable. It was never changing and never stopped. It represented the changing and changing side of the world of creation. The world changed and creation changed. In short, the creation of the universe had always been moving forward incessantly, changing incessantly, and developing incessantly. However, if there was no morality to stabilize it and maintain the balance and rhythm with the chi transformation, and if it relied solely on the chi transformation, the world of creation would naturally be thrown into disarray. It would quickly collapse and disintegrate, and it would die halfway. Bright chi represented the flourishing vitality of the world of creation, the bright and beautiful side of it. No matter if it was moving from stability to change or from change to stability, as long as it was developing in a positive direction, it would be the beauty of bright chi. Evil chi was murderous and murderous. It represented the collapsing and decaying side of the world of creation, heading towards destruction. In contrast to bright chi, it wasn't limited to change or stability. Instead, it reflected the evil side of the world of creation. When the world's evil chi flourished, calamities would occur continuously until the world was destroyed in the end. Clear chi was neutral and peaceful. It was like the connection point, the middle point, or the fulcrum of everything. It could also be said to be the foundation, harmonizing and circulating the other 4 chis. Martial saint realm martial art practitioners and even martial art practitioners of lower levels can also breathe in and out immortal chi. However, it's only breathing in and out. It's greatly beneficial to our cultivation, but it's ultimately not the foundation. Moreover, it has to be appropriate. Otherwise, the body wouldn't be able to bear it. Yin Zhaoga said, if one can successfully pass the immortal mortal tribulation, cross the boundary between human and immortal, and push open the immortal door, one can completely transform one's true essence into immortal chi. Precisely because one's true essence transforms into immortal chi and cleanses one's body, the martial art practitioner's true essence would no longer be able to harm a true immortal filled with immortal chi. This is how the name Leakless came about. However, the immortal chi of a true immortal is only one of the 5 immortal qis. As for which one it is, it varies from person to person. As Yin Zhaoge spoke, he first raised a finger, and then raised a second finger. If a true immortal can successfully refine his body with the second kind of immortal qi and pass the pure profound tribulation, he can combine the 2 qis and transform his immortal qi into immortal aura. Chapter 1173. Yin Zhaoge put his index and middle fingers together. When 2 qis combine, it's not the change of 1 plus 1 equals 2. Instead, it's the difference between 1 and many. That's why it's so different. The purification of immortal qi and immortal aura was like the purification of true essence into immortal qi. After crossing this threshold, a true immortal who controlled only 1 immortal qi wouldn't be able to hurt a profound immortal who had combined 2 qis and cultivated the immortal aura. This situation was similar to how a martial saint couldn't hurt a true immortal. With immortal qi, it was hard to hurt a true immortal in the mortal world. With immortal aura, the mortal world wouldn't be disturbed. The immortal aura of a profound immortal could easily shatter a martial artist's true essence, be it for attack or defense. Therefore, a profound immortal would always be peaceful in the mortal world. In other words, a profound immortal would never truly fall into the mortal world and wouldn't be corroded by the mortal world. Young master, from 1 to many, not from 1 to 2, right? Ahu pondered over Yin Zhaoge's words and keenly discovered some mysteries. Yin Zhaoge and Wang Pu both laughed. That's right, from 1 to many, not from 1 to 2. Wang Pu said approvingly. The difference between a true immortal and a profound immortal lies in the combination of more than 1 immortal qi and transforming it into the immortal aura. It's not simply refining 2 kinds of immortal qi. Therefore, if a profound immortal refines the 3rd or even the 4th kind of immortal qi, his strength will increase, but it's still within the scope of cultivating the immortal aura. Wang Pu said and stretched out his fingers like Yin Zhaoge. However, he opened all his fingers at once. However, after refining 4 kinds of immortal qi, if a profound immortal can successfully refine himself with the 5th kind of immortal qi, he'll have to pass the tribulation. If he passes the tribulation, he'll enter a whole new world that's different from the profound immortal world. Yin Zhaoge smiled and said, when all 5 kinds of immortal qi combine and form the 5 qis unification, it's the difference between incomplete and complete. Therefore, it's a new chasm, a new world. Ahu smacked his lips and said, I roughly understand. Even a true immortal great emperor would find it difficult to break the protective restriction left behind by a profound immortal sovereign. However, if one's strength is not enough, it's not impossible to break it after spending some time. After all, it's not like facing a true profound immortal. Yin Zhaoge shrugged. However, even if a martial saint possesses an immortal artifact of a leakless level, he would still be unable to do so. At the end of the day, he still cultivates in true essence and not immortal qi. As for tranquil great immortal weapons, martial sages are unable to use them. Even if they had one, there is no need to think too much about it. Ahu scratched his head and suddenly asked, Young master, it seems like the 5 qis collecting in mind is a Taoist saying. What if it's a netherworld demon or a Buddhist martial artist? Yin Zhaoge smiled, nodding. Good question. There are differences in the details or appearance, but the most fundamental thing is the same, or at least similar. Yin Zhaoge smiled and said, back then, Buddhism created a cultivation technique different from Taoism in order to get closer to the truth of this world and see through the true great Tao. It was just that they were advancing along a path that they believed to be correct. Of course, this is part of the reason why Taoism has a clear understanding of one's own position. However, the essence of it isn't to be unique or to fight. When one reaches the peak of the great Tao, they would always return to the same place. That's because everyone is pursuing the truth. Yin Zhaoge waved his hand. Therefore, if you study the advancement of Buddhist experts, you would realize that while it's different from Taoism, there are still some similarities between them. It's the same for the 9 underworld's demonic Tao. In fact, compared to Buddhism, they're more similar to Taoism, especially in the division of realms. That's why I said that some rules have nothing to do with what martial art a martial artist cultivates or their talent and comprehension. Instead, they are the rules of this world of creation and the universe itself. If one doesn't transcend it, he would have to abide by it. If one didn't want to abide by others' rules, he would have to make his own rules and let others play according to his rules. However, if that's the case, it wouldn't be the authority of the law anymore. Instead, it would be the power of the Tao, which would naturally surpass the original great Tao. As such, it was naturally not something that true immortals and profound immortals could achieve. It was a meaningless assumption. Ahu nodded upon hearing that. Young master, I understand. He scratched his big head and suddenly thought of something. He asked, Young master, female emperor is known as the number one among the 5 emperors of the world beyond worlds. Isn't she very close to the profound immortal realm? Is she just a step away from it? I don't think so. When I saw a female emperor in the royal reed sea, I felt that she wasn't ready to pass the pure profound tribulation. As Yin Zhaoge said that, he looked at Wang Pu. The reason why she's so powerful is that she's more outstanding than her peers. Wang Pu said, I'm not sure about that. Master should be clearer about it. He sighed. Anyway, it's not easy to advance from true immortal to profound immortal. Master also said that it was quite difficult for him to pass the pure profound tribulation. It's not easy indeed. Yin Zhaoge nodded. Currently, Yin Zhaoge had more contact with some of the 5 true immortal experts of the world beyond worlds. Among them, the Heaven Emperor and the Brocade Emperor had more contact with each other, so Yin Zhaoge had a general understanding of their ascension paths. Needless to say, the Brocade Emperor in black and the Brocade Emperor in white had to decide the winner first. If the Brocade Emperor in black who walked the ruthless path won, he had to kill Fu Ting and Meng Wan first, and then get the Tai Splendor Cloud and the Tai Fist. Only in this way could he have a chance to pass the second immortal Qi to refine his body, pass the pure profound tribulation, and turn the immortal Qi in his body into immortal gang. Otherwise, if he dared to take the risk to attack the pure, profound tribulation, there was no other possibility except death. The Brocade Emperor in white, who walked the sentimental path, was even more embarrassed. At present, even if he killed the Brocade Emperor in black, it was still unknown what his future path would be. As for the Heaven Emperor, he also had a long way to go. However, the later Earth text was really important to him. With the later Earth text, he might not be able to pass the pure, profound tribulation safely and reach the profound immortal realm, but at least there was hope. A sword cultivator's combat level is usually excellent, but it's difficult to make progress. Yin Zhaoge praised. It's even more difficult for senior apprentice Uncle Yu to catch up with the earthly and concealed sovereigns in the future. Wang Pu said with a bitter smile, Now I just hope that Master can return to the world beyond worlds as soon as possible. If so, let's bid farewell here. Take care, senior apprentice brother Wang. Ahu, don't delay on your way and go directly to the eastern vast heaven territory. Yin Zhaoge cupped his hands. Wang Pu nodded. Junior apprentice brother Yin, be careful this time. Rest assured, young master, I will bring the things back to the family head as soon as possible. Ahu also nodded and said, After the matter is done, I will be on standby in the northern profound heaven territory. After saying goodbye to the two, Yin Zhaoge turned into a flowing light and went all the way north. After looking for Feng Yinsheng, he came to the northern profound heaven territory again. Chapter 1174, Cloud Pavilion Mountain Profound Remnant Monastery. This was where the Tao Arena of the Northern Exalt of the World Beyond Worlds 10 Exalts was located. Having arrived here, Yin Zhaoge did not go to Profound Remnant Locale. Instead, he came to a town built by the side of the mountain outside Cloud Pavilion Mountain. Their Broad Creed Mountain was openly at odds with Kunlun Mountain's southern high peaks Chelan Cliff. Now that they had come to the north and directly paid a visit, they would inevitably be suspected of forcing them to take sides. When the world beyond worlds had been searching for Xue Chuqing previously, the Northern Exalt had restricted his disciples from staying outside. Whether it was Xue Chuqing or Yin Zhaoge, They had both been moved by this. Therefore, Yin Zhaoge did not force him to do anything. Since the Northern Exalt wanted to remain aloof from the world and not involve himself in any conflict, Yin Zhaoge would grant him his wish. However, Yin Zhaoge believed that the other party would return the favor. From what had happened to Shui Chuqing over the past few years, the Northern Exalt had more or less felt sympathy and praise towards the dim Radiant Emperor. Although he did not ascend the Cloud Pavilion Mountain this time, as the ruler of the North, the profound remnant monastery would definitely receive the news soon. The Northern Exalt's reaction would be known soon enough. Coming to that small town, Yin Zhaoge calmly looked at the people coming and going. This was a place that Feng Yunsheng had once visited. Yin Zhaoge looked quietly at the scenery and the flow of people within the city, rather spellbound. Not long after, he regained his senses and turned around with a faint smile. A young girl in yellow entered his sight. It was precisely profound remnant locale's disciple Guan Yuluo, who was also the granddaughter of the Northern Exalt, Taoist Wading, Guan Ku. "Long time no see, Miss Guan." Yin Zhaoge smiled as he greeted her. As she neared, Guan Yuluo first appraised Yin Zhaoge curiously, as though she was seeing him for the first time. "This isn't the first time you've used such a gaze to appraise me," Yin Zhaoge smiled. "Every time I see you, I feel like I've never really known you before." Guan Yuluo blinked her eyes and said, "Banxian, you really did Elder Wang of Qilin Cliff?" Yin Zhaoge nodded calmly. "That's right, I did it." Guan Yuluo's eyes were still filled with disbelief. "All right, is there any news of Yinsheng?" Yin Zhaoge first asked. The reason Guan Yuluo had appeared was that she had long since become acquainted with Yin Zhaoge because of Feng Yunsheng. While in the current environment, someone from profound remnant locale coming out to meet Yin Zhaoge was a problem in the eyes of others. There was still some leeway in the end, causing others to have some reservations as they were unwilling to directly fall out with him. "There's no news about Sister Feng." Guan Yuluo's mood suddenly dropped. She also missed Feng Yunsheng very much. It was just that in front of Yin Zhaoge, she was more restrained because she felt that as compared to herself, Yin Zhaoge would probably feel even worse. Yin Zhaoge's expression was calm as he consoled her. "Yinsheng will be blessed by the heavens." Yes, but it's a pity that grandfather can't calculate Sister Feng's current situation. Guan Yuluo sighed before pulling herself together and looking solemnly at Yin Zhaoge. She said softly, "Before I left, grandfather said something. He's here, but I don't know where he is." It sounded like a sentence without any head or tail, but Yin Zhaoge instantly understood its meaning. The Northern Exalt looked old and frail, as if his neck had already been buried in the ground as he might pass away at any moment. But actually, he had a sharp mind and could see through many things clearly. The Broad Creed Mountain and the Kunlun Mountain's southern high peak Qilin Cliff were officially enemies. Although they had the Sword Sovereign behind them, facing both the earthly sovereign and the concealed sovereign at the same time, they would definitely be under a lot of pressure. Yin Zhaoge and the others definitely had to think of a plan. The roving Jade Heaven's profound sovereign and the Dragon Spring Emperor's lineage might be able to help them. However, they couldn't do it unless they had no other choice. If the roving Jade Heavens were involved in the internal affairs of the world beyond worlds, the nature would completely change. Even the Sword Sovereign might not be willing to do so. Although he could get along well with the profound sovereign and the Dragon Spring Emperor, he had an extremely bad relationship with the other peak experts of the roving Jade Heavens. It could even be said that their enmity was as deep as the sea. If they didn't look for external help and wanted to look for a powerful helper within the world beyond worlds, there was only one best choice for Yin Zhaoge and the others. Before the Sword Sovereign, the Astro Sovereign of the Three Sovereigns. He was also the exalted water luminary of the Kunlun 9 luminaries in the past. He had a close relationship with Yin Zhaoge's grandfather, the exalted gold luminary, Yin Xintong. In recent years, many people in the world beyond worlds had gradually forgotten about the Astro Sovereign, but the Northern Exalt wouldn't. The Northern Exalt knew about the disappearance of the Astro Sovereign. As one of the oldest and most experienced Exalts of the 10 Exalts, the Northern Exalt had experienced the era of the Astro Sovereign. He also knew that the Astro Sovereign had disappeared in the snowfield in the north. As the lord of the northern profound heaven territory, he naturally knew more than the other exalts. However, that was all he knew. As for the specific reasons and details of the Astro Sovereign's disappearance, he didn't know much. That was why there was a saying that the Astro Sovereign was here, but no one knew where he was. For Yin Zhaoge, this was certainly not enough for him to find the Astro Sovereign. However, he also understood the deeper meaning of the Northern Exalt. The disappearance of the Astro Sovereign might really be related to the 9 underworlds. In a world beyond worlds, only the 3 sovereigns, the female emperor and the dead Wang, Zhengcheng, might know the details. Not to mention the other exalts, even the encompassing emperor and the heaven emperor might not know the details. The reason why the Northern Exalt knew some clues was that he was guarding the northern profound heaven territory. That's a good thing. I don't know the details, and others don't know the details either. Yin Zhaoge thought, even if they know that I will go to the Astro Sovereign for help, they can't stop me. The earthly sovereign hadn't returned. The concealed sovereign was in seclusion, and Wang Zhengsheng, the only one who could play a role, had already been killed by Yin Zhaoge. The only uncertain factor left was the upper exalt, Chun Qianhua, who had the origin heavenly scripture and could see the past and the future. However, the Brocade Emperor couldn't compare with Astro Sovereign in terms of cultivation. Chun Qianhua wanted to figure out the things about the Astro Sovereign, but he couldn't gain much from it. Even if he knew the existence of Chu Lily from Wang Zhengsheng and started to work on her, he still needed to rest in a short period of time after being wounded by Yin Di Saber. Yin Zhaoge had time to find the Astro Sovereign. What worried him was that female Emperor Jian Mingkong wouldn't suddenly fall out with him. Would she? After saying goodbye to Guan Yulaw, Yin Zhaoge left the small town and continued to the north. He stepped into the world of ice and snow in the north again. Walking in the wind and snow, red light flashed in Yin Zhaoge's eyes. The sharp red light vaguely spurted out from his eyes and cut the void. Yin Zhaoge looked over and saw that in the world of ice and snow in front of him, there were many black lines, some far, some near, some sparse, some dense. Every black line was actually a crack in the spatial domain. However, these cracks were not stable. They were in the state of alternating between cracking and healing. So they were not the real space passageways or the wounds of the sky. However, how could he find the Astro Sovereign? The reason why he looked for Feng Yunsheng was that the Northern Exalt had demarcated a limited area in advance to search for the Astro Sovereign. However, if he looked for the Astro Sovereign one by one, it would take him decades or even hundreds of years. Chapter 1175. The disappearance of Astro Sovereign was very likely related to the 9 underworlds, which was an important clue that could greatly reduce the search scope. However, there were still many possibilities. If it was related to the 9 underworlds, it would definitely take a lot of time and energy. Once he found the wrong one, he would waste a lot of time. But for Yin Zhaoge, it was easier to find Feng Yunsheng this time. Astro Sovereign's cultivation was much higher than his. Since it was related to the 9 underworlds, Yin Zhaoge didn't need to look at Astro Sovereign. He just needed to look at the abnormal phenomenon in the 9 underworlds. Yin Zhaoge first chose a space crack that might be related to the 9 underworlds. This crack was still in the state of healing. There was no devilish qi seeping out of it. It would be difficult for others to find it. But for Yin Zhaoge, who had some knowledge of the faceless devil scripture, it was much easier. Flying in the snow and ice of the world beyond worlds, Yin Zhaoge stepped on the air and lightly drew a line in the air with his finger. A red light loomed on the tip of his finger. The sword light of the immortal trapping sword easily broke the unstable space crack. After the space crack was broken, it gradually formed a domain passageway. Yin Zhaoge stepped into it. Before entering, he stopped and turned around, nodding slightly at the empty void in the distance. Then, he continued walking forward. He only needed to move forward. After Yin Zhaoge disappeared, a haggard old man with turbid eyes and a little hunchback slowly walked to the entrance of the domain passageway. It was the Northern Exalt. Looking at the pitch-black entrance of the domain passageway in front of him, He sighed and sat down cross-legged. Although the domain passageway Yin Zhaoge entered had the land of Tranquil Stream as a buffer and didn't directly connect to the 9 underworlds, the Northern Exalt still had to be careful. One of his duties in guarding the north was to keep a close eye on the land of Tranquil Stream, which was connected to the world beyond worlds and the 9 underworlds which might exist behind it. Although he wouldn't directly deal with Yin Zhaoge, since Yin Zhaoge had opened the entrance, the Northern Exalt naturally had a guard here, just in case. The old man looked at the domain passageway in front of him with his turbid eyes and murmured to himself, "What an eventful time!" With the Northern Exalt guarding here, Yin Zhaoge didn't have any worries after opening this crack. He stepped into it and passed through the passageway. When the space-time changes in front of him gradually stabilized, what appeared in front of him was darkness. There were no twinkling stars in the gloomy void. There was only a patch of gloomy radiance. At this moment, the void seemed to have turned from intangible to tangible, and it was stained with dirt. It was the land of Tranquil Stream, which was derived from the void eroded by the 9 serenities. Yin Zhaoge didn't stop. Instead, he kept moving forward towards the deepest part of the land of Tranquil Stream. That was where the 9 underworlds resided. After a long and arduous journey, the terrifying aura of the 9 underworlds that could shake one's soul grew thicker and thicker. Finally, there was an end to the gloomy land of Tranquil Stream in front of them. Layers of black fog filled the air, and there was even an evil and ferocious blood-red luster flashing in it. This terror was boundless and boundless, like the sky and the sea. Yin Zhaoge did not pause in the slightest as he strode into the devilish, baleful chi. This time, he could feel that the faceless Devil Sutra, 8 Desolation Thunder Palm, 6 Spirits Demonic Fist, and other demonic cultivation techniques seemed to have become more active and autonomous. As the saying goes, when the Tao grows, the devil grows. But most of the time, the Tao grows and the devil grows as well. It's like 2 sides of the same coin. Yin Zhaoge was not surprised. The reason why his devilish nature seemed to be more easily stimulated this time was that his cultivation realm was higher and his strength was stronger. Therefore, his demonic cultivation also improved along with it, especially that day in the 9 underworlds. In order to deal with the Brocade Emperor and Chun Xianhua, Yin Zhaoge condensed the faceless heavenly devil incarnation and displayed the 8 Desolation Thunder Palm recorded in the Devil Creation Scripture. That battle made Yin Zhaoge's attainments in these 2 demonic cultivation techniques improve by leaps and bounds. Now that he returned to the 9 underworlds, it was naturally easier for his devilish nature to be stimulated. However, it didn't cause any trouble to Yin Zhaoge. The peerless heavenly scripture silently operated, instantly suppressing the restless devilish nature, and everything returned to normal. He took a deep breath and showed the body of the big black Buddha again. Then, the big black Buddha stretched out his palms and displayed another supreme martial art recorded in the Devil Creation Scripture. Among the 8 extremities of creation, heaven, earth, wind, thunder, water, fire, mountain, and lake, it corresponded to the phenomenon of earth and earth, the earthly secret seal. In the past, the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's martial repository had a limited collection of demonic cultivation techniques. Among them, the most powerful one was the complete faceless Devil Scripture. However, the Devil Creation Scripture was incomplete. Among the 8 extremities of creation, the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's martial repository had 3 of them. Other than the 8 Desolation Thunder Palm, corresponding to the phenomenon of thunder, this earthly secret seal, corresponding to the phenomenon of earth and earth, was also one of them. Now, Yin Zhaoge used the faceless Devil Scripture as the foundation and transformed into the big black Buddha to increase his adaptability in the devilish domain of the 9 underworlds, which made it easier for him to circulate the devilish chi. Then, he used the secret seal of the earth element. This seal was both an external art and an internal art. Combining martial arts and martial arts, it had many wondrous uses. When Yin Zhaoge displayed it now, he seemed to be calm and unmoving like the earth, and calm and deep like a secret. However, it was as if the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva had completely sunk into hell and turned into the demonic Tao. Under this state, his perception in the 9 underworlds increased greatly. But this method was not very useful to find Feng Yunsheng. Under the influence of the exalted Rahu luminary, Feng Yunsheng had to hide herself from others. Most of the time, she kept moving and went deeper into the 9 underworlds. As for Astro Sovereign, Yin Zhaoga speculated that he might be fixed in some place. In Yin Zhaoga's opinion, Astro Sovereign might be suppressing something. Just like the extreme Yang seal had been suppressing a crack of the 9 underworlds at the bottom of the abyss of the 8 extremities world. Or Astro Sovereign might be refining some treasures or cultivating some secret arts with the help of the 9 underworlds. Otherwise, Chu Lily wouldn't expect him to bring a message. Since he brought a message, Chu Lily must be sure that Sword Sovereign and Concealed Sovereign could find Astro Sovereign safely. In this way, Yin Zhaoga had some hope to find Astro Sovereign. Otherwise, it would be like looking for a needle in the sea. If he had such good luck to meet Astro Sovereign, he would go to find Feng Yunsheng first. This time, Yin Zhaoga chose a random land of tranquil stream to enter the 9 underworlds because he wanted to find Astro Sovereign in the opposite direction. He wanted to find Astro Sovereign from the 9 underworlds. Wherever there was something unusual near the edge of the 9 underworlds, he would go there. Then, he would find Astro Sovereign in the devilish domain of the 9 underworlds or the land of tranquil stream. Yin Zhaoga displayed the earthly secret seal and felt all kinds of slight quakes in the devilish domain nearby. The quakes of all things, the quakes of invisible devilish chi, and the quakes of space and time. He didn't let go of any unusual things. Finally, the big black Buddha suddenly opened his eyes. His pure black eyes looked far away. Chapter 1176. While the huge black Buddha's eyes were closed, there seemed to be circular ripples spreading into the distance. As he formed the primordial earth secret seal, he resembled the epicenter of an earthquake. As these ripples traveled far away, everything that had been experienced was vividly displayed, returning to Yin Zhaoga's mind. Ripples were blooming in the distance. Some were big, some were small, some were continuous, some were fleeting. Numerous scenes flashed past Yin Zhaoga's eyes. He skipped over the battle between the demons. While they all desired to devour the outside world, there were also fierce, brutal battles between devils in the 9 underworlds. Such things were naturally not something Yin Zhaoga was concerned about. What he was concerned about were the people in the 9 underworlds or the movements at the border of the 9 underworlds where the boundless lands intersected. It was naturally rare for people to enter the 9 underworlds. Yin Zhaoga had not discovered anything. Still, the border of the 9 underworlds often fluctuated. Yin Zhaoga filtered through the most intense fluctuations, feeling the changes within before finally choosing one. The gaze of the huge black Buddha guided him in that direction. After dispersing the body of the devil Buddha, Yin Zhaoga retracted his aura and sped off in that direction. The devilish domain of the 9 underworlds was incomparably vast, being much larger than the world beyond worlds. Yin Zhaoga traversed its borders for a long time. The place he had initially chosen was ultimately proven not to be the one he was looking for. Yin Zhaoga was not dejected. While he had to hurry, he had never felt that this would be something that could be accomplished in a single stroke. He continued searching. Towards the end, Yin Zhaoga even found the land of tranquil stream where he had pursued Feng Yunsheng. He did not know whether to laugh or to cry as he searched. Some indistinct clues indicated that Feng Yunsheng or the exalted Rahu luminary, Jian Shenhua, had clearly returned to this region previously. It was unknown whether she had intended to return under Feng Yunsheng's lead, or Jian Shenhua had considered the most dangerous place as the safest place to avoid the search of Yin Zhaoga and the others. Whether it was Yin Zhaoga or the encompassing emperor, they had both previously entered the depths of the 9 underworlds in search of her. It was just that Feng Yunsheng had long since left this place despite having returned. Still, looking at the traces left behind by Feng Yunsheng this time, Yin Zhaoga saw some things. Are they still in a stalemate? Who exactly is the great devil that Jian Shunhua is after? Yin Zhaoga pondered. Could it be on the level of the 12 devilish gods? Yin Zhaoga now had a direct understanding of the exalted Rahul luminary, Jian Shunhua's audacity. It wasn't limited to the legends. Therefore, he did not intend to underestimate the Iron Lady's ambition at all. Or rather, it was ambition. At the very least, the devil of aged metal didn't find another incarnation after the sword devil Yin Shuyang died. Seeing that there were no more discoveries, Yin Zhaoga let out a long breath of turbid air, calmed down his mind, and continued his plan of looking for Astro Sovereign. After consecutively executing the primordial Earth's secret seal and repeatedly hitting the side carriage by mistake, Yin Zhaoga finally felt that something was clearly abnormal. It feels like the lineage of the Jade Sky Peak. Yin Zhaoga's pupils contracted slightly, but is it the Astro Sovereign or the female Emperor? He hesitated for a moment, and after some thought, he continued on his way, feeling his way. The demonic chi and evil chi of the netherworld demonic domain gradually weakened, and they arrived at the border of the netherworld again. Yin Zhaoga kept moving forward. Finally, he got out of the netherworld and stepped into the land of Tranquil Stream. In this land of Tranquil Stream, the interference of the demonic chi and evil chi on Yin Zhaoga's perception was not so strong anymore. Therefore, even if he didn't incarnate into the Black Buddha, he could still vaguely feel the billowing immortal chi in this land of Tranquil Stream, which shook the heaven and earth. Yin Zhaoga slightly frowned and kept moving forward. He vaguely felt that there was a big battle going on in the distance. After getting closer, Yin Zhaoga stopped. He almost had the impulse to turn around and run away, because when he got closer and felt the waves in the distance, Yin Zhaoga was at least 70% sure that the expert from the Jade Sky Peak of the Kunlun Mountain in the world beyond worlds was the female Emperor Jian Mingkong, not the Astro Sovereign. Anyway, it's much more effective to ask the female Emperor than to search blindly by myself, Yin Zhaoga said to himself. Now, I have a legitimate reason to look for the Astro Sovereign, so the female Emperor won't associate it with Senior Chu, who lived in seclusion in the roving Jade Heavens. Although the fire of gossip was burning in his heart, it was better to avoid stimulating the female Emperor Jian Mingkong as much as possible at the critical moment of finding the female Emperor. Who knew whether it was a hornet's nest? If he accidentally poked it, it would be too unjust. Yin Zhaoga stopped moving forward. As he was thinking, the two parties fighting in the distance also began to approach. Obviously, they also vaguely felt the arrival of Yin Zhaoga. When they got close, the darkness was torn apart, and two figures dashed out. One of them was in white clothes and a black jade ring on the index finger of her right hand. It was an extremely beautiful woman. However, her eyes were tightly shut and had never opened. She was the female Emperor Jian Mingkong, one of the 5 emperors of the world beyond worlds and the current owner of the Jade Sky Peak. The one who was fighting with her was a middle-aged man in a Taoist robe with a dragon and tiger on it. He was moving in the air and fighting with Jian Mingkong in a stalemate. As the Taoist crossed his hands, the 4 elements of earth, water, fire, and wind came one after another and turned into 4 dragons and 4 tigers. Each of the dragons and tigers was tens of thousands of feet long. As they jumped up and down, the dark land of Tranquil Stream was almost broken. Yin Zhaoga already knew his identity when he saw his appearance and moves. The roving jade, heavenly, immortal expert of the prime, clear lineage, Tranquility Emperor, also known as Tranquility Emperor. Some people also called him Dragon Tiger Emperor because of his supreme martial art, the Dragon and Tiger 4 Symbols Treasure Book. He was the only expert in the immortal realm of the prime, clear lineage who didn't open the door of immortality with sword arts. His foundation was the founding Emperor Tribulation Scripture and the Dragon and Tiger 4 Symbols Treasured Book, one of the prime clear lineage's 5 scriptures. Most of the prime, clear martial artists in the roving Jade Heavens were from the incongruous Divine Mother's lineage. There were few exceptions. Tranquility Emperor was one of them. He was the successor of the Golden Spirit Mother's lineage, who was also the direct disciple of the prime, clear lord of numinous treasure, heavenly lord like the incongruence, divine mother. After the Golden Spirit Mother's investiture of God's battle, most of her disciples also suffered. As a result, the lineage of the Golden Spirit Mother's lineage became sparse and withered after the Great Calamity. Tranquility Emperor excavated the relics of the predecessors and finally made the lineage of the Golden Spirit Mother reappear in the world and achieved great achievements. It was a good story in the roving Jade Heavens in those years. Some news about it even spread in the world beyond worlds. Therefore, Yin Zhaoge was familiar with it. However, it was not until today that he saw the Tranquility Emperor in person, and he was fighting with Jian Minkong.